I think that is something to be, I think, felt. I will actually listen to that and come back and discuss it tomorrow if I can, because I don't know whether I'm making any sense.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hogan, I just remembered I forgot one important part of it. The part was that he said, what is it that distinguishes? And he said, it's not the sukhaya or the supra happiness. And then he spoke of the sankhara upeksha jnana. So I think that was the thing that was distinct, makes the arahat distinct. And that is something that one feels, which I think he was referring to Ananda Theros. How did he know that he had attained arahathood? It is through that Sankarupeksha jnana.
Yeah, even Sankhara Upeksha is, the Sankhara is kind of this vibratory nature. Or
Yes, so when you talked about the linear thing, I think it becomes linear and linear and linear until the point of almost flatlining, if we can give an example to it, isn't it? Because nothing is going to cause that uddipana or stimulation or whatever you can call it.
No, it is going to disappear. That is the thing. It is going to go. It's going that vibration is going to disappear, not the sensory vibration. This then that is where we call that that how can become the stimulus, there's no this side. So can become the stimulus at all times. So this specific thing I can't actually explain because it would be something I have to listen and tell because
yeah,
the
Dr.
end part we should be careful.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, that comes through the experience anyway, and it is something that is felt rather than spoken of or thought, isn't it?
Yeah, but through the experiences, we can have an idea. But the thing is, the best thing is, I have a thing to add here. Actually, even the supra happiness thing, I don't know, the supra happiness is also not going to matter. Like that is also
he actually
a feature.
He spoke of that Anyasami Tindriya and the Anyi and the Anyatavi, and he said this. If one also, he said the sukha or the supra happiness starts emerging little by little anyway for the person, for the follower on the path, and then almost comes to a point where it's almost all pervading, and if there is even the slightest attachment or a preference to that supra happiness, then that means that vibration is still alive.
That is the thing. Is the thing. So imagine. This becomes so subtle when we try to say that. So the imagine when we try to say the duality. If someone talks about this supra happiness, and when we feel is there an entertainment here? Anything when we try to if we are feeling something, there would be some duality. It may, so that duality is not there in another. So what happens, or what should happen in that case, is even that I don't know, I can say this, but will listen to our advanced sermon and come back tomorrow and say this again, correct again. If you become the super happiness, there is no duality there. Do you get the point? Like, if you become the sound, if you become the light, if you become the touch, if you become the, there's nothing from this side. When we say the itta sanya, if the itta sanya is not there, or the perception that something is happening here is not there, it is only the stimulus. Unless the respiration stops, that is the only thing. It's a very quite distinct experience. So how would you know then this even the supra happiness is not going to be a thing? Kind of, it has to become the supra happiness, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he said about the super happiness not becoming a thing at all.
Yeah. So that
as far
that
as
is the
I can
thing.
recall, Dr. Sakuntala, correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection is always
Not sure
always
whether
good.
Dr. Sakuntala heard
Oh,
that.
has she left? Okay.
No, she's here.
No, I couldn't actually. I also couldn't complete listening to that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll continue discussion about that tomorrow, I think, because I haven't heard at all. So if I make any false comments, it's not good for a listener, because we try to tell whatever our advance is telling in English medium as much as possible, but to the field we can say that actually the super happiness.
So there were two questions that popped up there during the talk, and again we can discuss it tomorrow as well. One was I think we've talked about the Ruwan Sakmana, or I don't know, maybe it was not the Ruwan Sakmana, how the Buddha, after getting liberated, he spent almost nearly 2 months examining it anuloma pratiloma. I don't know what the English terminology is. Just to ensure that it was well established. The state of liberation was well established. There was no way that there was any vibration whatsoever. So to confirm that, he, I think, was examining it in various ways for nearly 2 months. But then, if that was the case for the Buddha, and this is obviously from the way I'm saying it also, it's very clear that I'm thinking about it rather than it's coming as a thought, rather than from another point of experience. But how did Anandathero, through the Sankarupeksha Jnane, even then know or realize that he had reached arahathood when he was about to, lie down on the bed? So that Sankarupeksha Jnane was the thing that Aryan Mahansa said was the key distinct feature as far as I understood it. So that was my question. If
that's where the Arahants come and tell Lord Buddha that is the exact thing that they come and tell Lord Buddha that whatever to be done has happened, whatever to happen,
kind of thing. No, they say in Pali.
Yeah. So the main thing is there's nothing to entertain, in the sense every sankhara includes every aspect. So the every aspect includes all the fruits of this path also. So it has to be felt, I think, not discussed that much, but I can feel that as Aryan Mahansa, who is divulging everything, I think he has to now, because otherwise no one can actually understand. Lord Buddha's status is different. Lord Buddha attended by himself and without any guidance. So he it's different. But with the teacher, it is quite, I think, easy, because the guidance of the teacher has been there all the time, and if someone has come this path properly with the experiences, the experience itself keep evolving. The experience also keep evolving. So the first experience is only just, changing you only slightly, like not slightly actually, even much of the departments are going to go away because of the breaking of this, breaking of the vision or the wrong vision. But, after that it is going to evolve, because whatever now the path is going to evolve, because then main manosankara, the mind, the thoughts, it all starts on the thoughts. When it comes to the feel, this is quite interesting now, because the thoughts, when someone has passed that state with its experience that thoughts are not true, that's just another thing. But the feel, there's nothing that person can do. It just keeps happening, because can't really change the feel. So it slowly dies down, and it is the person is well aware that with the jnana, well aware what happens. And we can see Venerable Ananda must have been very close to that state. So, and he is the storage of the whole Dhamma thing by heart, kind of knew everything what Lord Buddha said. But it's just the last two thoughts, in the sense Marga and the Pala. Because we talk about this, we don't really talk about these things much, so I think we will let Aranahan say discuss it further, because it's very important. The original coming out of him is the most important thing, isn't it?
Yes, I think that he's going to elaborate on it in the next couple of days. Sometimes he has that tendency, isn't it? He introduces a little bit more to the listeners, and then he allows it to be to kind of sink in, and then he'll pick it up again and then go into a lengthier discussion.
It is bit terrifying for some also, no? If he, I mean, this is very, very tricky, because it's online. The student is not near RNRC. I mean, this is all divulged online. It's very different now. So
in the morning he did have a live audience in front of him. But
okay.
Yeah, and then he was also addressing the Zoom as well. So it was a bit of both, but he was addressing some of the main Vahansas, the nuns were also there in front of him.
That must be the case.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's kind of trying to push people to stop stop languishing in one spot.
Yes,
I think he must
100%.
be sensing the fact that people are kind of getting comfortable in whatever.
Stagnant. stagnant.
That's right. Stagnant in whatever state. And somebody even mentioned to him saying uh, that person felt that, the defilements have faded, and the place where that person feels is much better than where the person thought the person was in terms of defilements. And he said all that is well and good, but then, kind of kept pushing gradually to almost, encourage people to think more than that. What is it? What is this state? What is that experience? And even the last couple of weeks or so, he's talked about it as well, saying in the Andolanaatmaka or groundbreaking discourses, there is, well, for the last 2 months, in fact, there is the discussion. The discussion was about the marga or the path. But Aran Mahansa is now asking everyone, what's the experience? And that's the line I think he's trying to keep on pursuing with people, making them try to examine themselves, I think, examine their experience, examine what is it that they're experiencing. And he said some could be even near that state, but are not aware of that state. And he said that can't be possible. Not that can't be possible, that's not correct, he said. He said one needs to know where one is going, one needs to know what one is going to experience. And that is why, if you remember, some time ago, he went into that detailed explanation of the various jnana. And he said you need to know those different types of wisdom, because those are the wisdoms that arise as one progresses on the path, isn't it? So it's important to understand the features of the milestones as one goes along.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That is the trickiest part also in this. No one, let alone Sri Lanka, no one in the world, I don't think, has divulged in this online platform, at least online platform, that about experience part. And I mean that's the most highlighting thing in what Aranamase is talking about, because he keeps talking about an experience of non-vibration, and becoming non-vibration is the Sankarupeksha, because nothing can be there in the sense, I mean, the words doesn't match at all. So the importance is people to actually understand that how this can miss, how people can miss, because everyone, whenever a mother talks, even in the night Zoom discussion, in the sense the early morning one in Sri Lanka, it's very obvious that they are thinking, but still it's kind of forgotten. I don't know. It's kind of but when I say that, suddenly they are aware. Yes, oh my God, yes, like they are aware. That means they know, but for instance, they kind of get this mesmerization, thinking, wow, this clicked, that clicked, and all that. Yeah, that's the thing.
And that means they are in that stage where, how we talked about the active contemplation and then the default type of contemplation. So where the moment you remind, I mean, I suppose even if you don't even finish the sentence, straight away they know that they've said something which is that they've been in the mind or whatever, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's like, that if you can remember, Vishaka came with water in the hair, and she said something to Lord Buddha, and Lord Buddha said, you might have to, and I would like all the children to be my granddaughters or something. She said something like that. And as soon as Lord Buddha said something about that, then she's like, oh, yeah, like it come to the senses. It's like
Yeah, I
that.
think she said something, and the Buddha said, then every time one of them dies, how are you going to feel or something, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something
like
like that, I think.
it's
Yeah.
just an example
Yeah.
how the normal friends reminding, only reminding is needed.
That's right.
Just it clicks. Oh my God, yes, like it's very close, but it's far away. Well, that's the thing. It's close. It's very close. It's here, but it feels as it's far away sometimes. So
That's right.
yeah,
Yeah.
the path is very, very, very not difficult. It's just that we are in so much, thinking is too much, and feelings are so much thickness. I think it just takes time.
Dr. Sakuntala, is there anything that you'd like to add? I mean, yesterday we talked about the R.N. Mans's illuminating talk
And
on
the
perceptions or
previous
sanya
one.
the day before. So
Yeah, day before.
yesterday's conversation was about that one. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
In relation to that topic,
or anything, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, a few other things I could remember in one of Aaron Hanse's discussions. He was asking about what is meant by sattva or living being. What is meant by that? Then he, at the same time, he explained that it's actually in one of the discussions he mentioned that it is almost like an extension of the meaning of the existence. I mean, feeling of existence is an extension of the self-perception, or more or less they are equal or two sides of the coin. Feeling of existence or the self-perception, both are more or less same or two sides of the coin. And also in that place now, more you strongly feel about the world, more how strong you feel that the world is existing, it equals to the how strongly the self feeling is also there. The existing world equals to self-existence or self-perception. That was one thing I remember. And also, that is a point where the birth and death is also explained, isn't it? In Buddhist teaching, the death and birth of the physical body is not what is explained, but what is meant here by jati or the birth, and the marana or the death means each and every thought, when the thought is taken as real, when the mechanism of this thought, how the thought is formed, is not understood, the thought is given a real value, and thought is taken as a real, true, existing thing, then that is where the birth is. And wherever there is a birth, it's definitely tagged with the death. So in other words, according to Lord Buddha's teaching, and it's not that the person who has understood, the person who has had this internal transformation and complete understanding of this Buddhist teaching, there's nothing called death, there's nothing called birth, because the physical body will collapse at some stage. The birth of the physical body will occur. That is, and it will, after some years, it will come to an end. But what we have to understand is this birth and death of each and every stimulus or each and every thought, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, it has to be felt there now. And Arahant is kind of already dead. That's where the fear of death is not there, because I mean, when we say this, people might take it too harsh. That's the problem. Like, there's no birth in an Arahant, so there's nothing in that line. So that's how the birth and death is not there. But when we try to explain that, it becomes it doesn't become genuine. That's the thing. But it's such a beautiful Dhamma if you can experience this, even though that experience is not static. Even to feel it at least once or whatever the times, it is really fruitful for your self-vibration to vanish, because self-vibration should become zero, and there can't be a vibration at all, let alone the amount of vibration. There can't be vibration at all. That's where we talk about. So
Yeah, there are some stories in the Buddhist history also about that small Thero. I mean, by age he was small, but there were several other bhikkhus who were accompanying them, and they were going through a forest, and there were some robbers who were waiting, and they wanted to kill them. And whereas this small Thero was he was an arhat state, but whereas the other bhikkhus were not so, and then they ran for their life. But the little arhat said that, take me, I mean, I don't mind being killed. And the robbers were a bit surprised, and they just wondered how he can be so brave. And then they asked, who is your guru, who is your teacher? And then apparently, according to the story, all of them gave up their arms and then followed this little Arhat Thero to Lord Buddha. So that shows that the death is not something that they are feared of, and then there is nothing called death for a Arhat. And I remember there was another incident that our Aryan has explained when he was in one of the monasteries in deep jungle, I think. And there was a place where the wild elephants were crossing. And again, the other bhikkhus who were there, they didn't want to stay there. They ran away, like they rushed back. But our noble friend, decided to stay there. So there was no harm anyway. The elephants just passed him and went. So like that, I think, as you said, there's nothing called death. There's no experience called death, because when the Dhamma is understood, when the Dhamma teaching, according to the Dhamma teaching, death and birth occurs in each and every thought. And when
no,
this
actually, the Arahant will not feel it also. That's the thing that Arahant is trying to say in all the sermons, that the alive feel is not there.
Yeah.
So when the alive feel is not there, there's no
Feeling about it.
yeah, it just become another thought. Actually, it doesn't mean anything to an arahant.
So there is two things there, isn't it, Dr. Pokila? One is the existent field, and the other one is the alive field. So the existent field comes about through the thoughts, and the fact that through a thought that that the notion that something is there still occurs, but it is the alive
they
field.
exist together.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
This happens.
the
This
alive
happens.
field
Yeah.
that disappears, isn't it? Because alive field is the uddipana.
No, I think we can't even talk about any of these things at all when the self vibration is not there.
Won't those two become, won't they be kind of parallel and disappear simultaneously?
That's what I'm saying. That we can't talk about that when the self vibration. Then when what happens is an arahant is going to be in the there's no self vibration, so there's no self vibration means the initial vibration that was there, sasava, is not there now. So when the sasava is not there, the life field also can't happen, isn't it?
The live field comes through the vibration, as far as I understand it, yes. But I was talking about the existent field, which comes about through the thought, like the objects, mind objects. So if the mind objects are still there
No.
to the arahat,
Feel of existence can happen with the light also.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So the field of existence or the existent field still remains. It's that sense of being alive and that kind of, which is the vibratory level, which is the one that completely gets zero.
No, I don't think. I think if one exists, the other one exists automatically.
That's what I also felt, because existent feeling means තියනවා in Sinhala. Alive means ඉන්නවා. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Alive is like...
alive is ඉන්නවා. But I'm there. Or existent means තියනවා. Isn't it?
Itta sanya, atma sanya.
Atma sanya. So that means they are actually more or less going hand in hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I've heard of a talk earlier also, because the thoughts are there, and with the thoughts, now for example, even Aryan Mans has come on to the English Zoom, and we discussed it maybe a couple of months ago, where we talked of the example where the Buddha said, in the nearby monastery, Venerable Anuruddha is residing. I must go and see him or something.
That doesn't matter because
I was talking about it from that angle. So the fact that
I think the words we get jumbled up with the words now, because what you meant was different. What we meant was different. I think, because I thought it's as itta sanya and the atma sanya. So actually, if you are saying something else, then there is a clash. So what I meant was itta sanya is the field of existence and the atma sanya is the life field. But anyway, the thoughts and the light and the sound, they are happening as normal. Yes, it has nothing to do with the keles. The keles or the defilements.
Yeah.
But the when you say about the skandha part is still there, but the without the itta sanya. So that is what Aranwansi was saying a few days ago in one sermon. The importance is trying to understand the main distinction between the light without the feel of existence. Sound without the feel of existence. Touch without the feel of existence. Smell without the feel of existence. That's the distinction.
So yeah, today he said something again that he has said before about it's not the mind object, but it is the making the mind object becoming a thing that is that's the problem. So in Sinhalese he said it අරමුණ නෙමෙයි අරමුණට තියෙන ගින්න තමයි මම.
Yeah.
So the thought is not a problem. So now then it's actually for some it can be quite confusing because in the course of discussions from Aryan Mahansa, from any of us, even Zoom discussions, sometimes we say the chair is the self-perception. The chair is you, we say. Right? We say if the chair is there, you are there. But then it depends on the understanding of the listener. And then, but what that means is actually if the chair becomes a thing only, the I is there, the duality is born.
Yes, it has to become a thing, definitely, yes. I mean, just a simple thought is not a problem anyway. You can't do anything about the thoughts because it's another sense only. But as you said, when the chair becomes a thing or when the thought becomes a thing, then only the problem, then only the myself is also coming up. Self-perception.
So it's the thing that is the burning sensation. It's the thing that can manifest in the three realms, the sensual, form, and formless, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is confusing sometimes to distinctly identify these things can only be done by the experience. So Samdittikai means definitely Samdittikai. So it's very tricky.
Yes, so I mean, even that itta sanyavatam is atma sanyavat thing also can there can be a very objective clinical approach of an arahat who, from the thought it just comes saying so and so resides in the nearby monastery, but there is no all-pervading feeling of whatever, which can give rise to a perception because there is not perception, self-vibration, because there is no such vibration any
Actually,
longer.
Surangika, there imagine someone's whole perception has changed and the new perception, the level of perception is the non-self perception, and it's just not non-self perception only, the one has become the non-self perception. As we say, you become the supra happiness, you then there's no duality at all. In that sense, the whatever the thoughts, whatever the sound, the words, whatever the thoughts, whatever the actions, that is not the demarcation. It is inside feeling only that what matters. So the outside we can't really define. That's why in one place I have heard that when Lord Buddha is manifesting, the Buddha status is manifesting, there are so many others who are going to go to lower realms because the not being able to understand the Buddha status. The only few are able to actually identify Lord Buddha, or in the sense Buddha status. So a lot of people will go to the lower realms because they are They are not identifying anything different in that person. To them, it's a person. Like even the one who threw rocks at Lord Buddha. Now even I can't remember the name. The
Devadatta.
Devadatta, Venerable. He's the same. He couldn't see Lord Buddha, in the sense he couldn't understand the Buddha status. So the understanding Buddha status has nothing to do with the way they act or the way they talk or the way they think. Nothing matters, because it's a kind of a different thing in non-vibration which is there. So anyone can vibrate to that same vibration, or someone can actually fall to the lowest realms because of having fights with that Buddha status or the non-vibration, isn't it? That is where that apavada or something has come also.
Oh yes,
Because it has
Udpavada thing. Yes.
it has nothing to do with the person. It's not like personal thing. It's just the non-vibration and the vibration, the calamity between the how far, how light your vibration would be, how dangerous your vibration would be, in accordance with this, whether you feel it or not. You don't have to become an arahant. Just even some people didn't do anything in that. Lord Buddha also passed so many Buddhas. We have heard. That means Buddha status, he didn't become the Buddha status at any of those levels. But he had so much, the faith in that, but hasn't because there was always the thought of understanding it himself. So likewise, the people are going to fall into a lot of problems, not physically. It is mainly whether you're going to be far away from that non-vibration or closer to non-vibration. Yeah, it is very difficult. We can't really understand anyone. Lord Buddha might say Buddothpada 7 times. You can't really say that he said it in a light voice. Will someone mumble Buddothpada? No one would mumble like that. So that means if someone is listening to that, might think, oh no, the Lord Buddha must be feeling Lord Buddha now. That is the thing. So this status of non-vibration or non-self perception, or almost kind of not living status, can't be understood, because the body is moving, body is acting, body is talking, body there's thinking also, isn't it? It is feeling.
Yeah, that example he gave recently about my leg, my leg, my hand. My head is paining. The word my, this is how it's so unique in the way he explains it. When you say mage or my, automatically then one realizes that is a thought, the possessive noun, isn't it?
Yeah.
How did it become my? My means there is something outside.
Yeah, my thought.
and my leg. It has become my leg. Just like it's my table, my house, and my car, it's my leg. So that means it's an external thing. You have externalized it, isn't it?
Even thought is
So,
externalized, but
yes,
still getting confused that the thinking ability may be the me.
exactly. But see the analysis, Dr. Kokila. I mean, we have
Yeah,
used it for years and years and not realized it, isn't it?
yeah. That's so beautiful. I
But
think,
we're running out of time now.
yes, and we will, Shipara say we do every day. I think we get fascinated by his
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
We can't hear you, Dr. Kokila, but I think we are running out of time. So let us pay our respects to Buddothpada and Hansa and Thiruvan Sannai, friends. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thiruvan Sannai Hansa. Thiruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The truth Dhamma has awakened. Volume 3, page number 21. Second discussion, awakening to the moment. Splendid, mysterious. Upasika, I have a question for you. Do the color and sound deposits of the mind, do the appearances occur to the five senses? Does the small child get entangled with only the color and sound? Aryan Mahanse, no. We have never been told that only the color and sound get added together. As listeners got mixed up, we took only those two for explaining purposes. As an ordinary layperson cannot be confused with this, we only highlighted these two, sound and color. The ordinary layperson can easily understand these two. The Buddha has told the hermit Daruchirya as Ditte Dittamatta, Sute Sutamatta. Seeing means only a scene. Hearing means only a heard, nothing else. Otherwise, the Buddha might have told that Gane Gana Matta, Jive Jiva Matta, Kaye Kayanu Matta. Why the Buddha did not say that? For the smell, taste, and feeling of touch, he used the common word feeling or mutta. He did this to make it easy to understand. Upasika, when I was thinking about this, it came to my mind like this. There is an able person and also a deaf person. I am able to speak and I know the deaf signs. I tell the able person to go inside and bring some dal curry, and also I tell the deaf to the sign language to do the same. Then both do the same thing, and they both are having separate two worlds somehow. Aryan Mahanse, we are talking about an external world which is considered true. In a real sense, world is appearing in the mind. For an animal, also there is a world appearing. It is called sattva, living being, due to the appearance of the world. For all living beings, the world is appearing in the mind. The world appearing in the human mind is not the one appearing in the animal mind. Even every living being experiences different worlds from each other. The bee experiences the world eight-shaped, lemniscate. The cockroach experiences the world as red. The bat uses the radar system to recognize the world. Therefore, we see that living beings contact the world in different ways. If we take the worm, it does not have eyes and it experiences the world through contact. Though the cockroach does not have ears, it experiences the world with signals. Through these signals, it experiences the movements and vibrations. Upasika, when I sit alone before the mirror and watch it, I only feel the sensation of arising and passing away. Only the feeling of arising and passing away. nothing else. Then I close my eyes and feel that nothing is outside as well inside. When I open eyes and see outside, I can understand that there is nothing outside, just appearances. But I do not feel that there is nothing outside. Hello, everybody.
Therwan Sarvashani, thank you for reading the book pages for us. So as we daily do, this is our discussion time. First of all, I pay my homage to Triple Gem, and also I pay my homage to our Aran Mahanse, our noble friend who is guiding us on this Dhamma path. And I welcome all of you who are listening to this discussion. This is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. And as a part of this 24-hour English Zoom YouTube channel, we are having sermons throughout the day. And for the people who are having questions to ask, this time has been allocated from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So we are open for discussion. I think Aran Mahanse also has joined. Aran Mahanse, Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage at your feet. So if there are any questions from what was read, or if there are anything to bring up as a separate topic, we can start our discussion. Therwan Saranai. Yes, Joel, if you have a question, you can bring it up. Dr. Kofi and all Dhamma friends are there. Yes, Therwan Saranai.
Dr. Kokila and others, this is a very a question that came these 2 weeks when I was going outside and doing things. When I talk to people, people tell me that I'm very rude because of my voice. And I don't know why they say like that. It's a bit hurting when people say like that. How can I sort this problem and how can I change my way of talking? That's my question, doctor.
Well, we worship Aran Mahanse. I think he has joined today. That's so good. And yes, Joel, I think trying to change someone's voice or attitude, actually, you know, what we talk about every day actually will change everything. How can I say this? So the way we talked has changed a lot. It hasn't changed because I tried to change anything. I don't think none of our Dhamma friends have tried to change anything. They just keep trying to actually understand Dhamma. So, you know, some of these patterns of talking are actually from our kind of genetics, kind of, you know, there's a pattern that we learn. Usually when we come to these countries, we also learn that sometimes our kind of the high-pitched voice, people get really annoyed, it's different in different ways. Sometimes if you raise the voice to say something, that is directly taken as insulting. So there are different attitudes towards voice, towards the way you talk, towards the words you use, but they are actually the patterns that we have acquired through our lifetime. It is through the environment, it's through the genetics, it would be from the habits that you have gained through the family. Sometimes if you wanted to catch others' attention, you have to shout. I mean, specifically, a mother might get this, you didn't utter a word with high pitch commanding voice before, but suddenly you have kids and you are trying to get their attention. You generally seems to be like shouting, and same thing with the teachers, because they are like trying to get the attention to them. And when it becomes a habit, well, you are shouting all the time. But there is a power behind this too. So what Dhamma does is, what truth does it, because Joel, you are in that now, because you have heard this for some time now. What truth does it as actually take away this power. So when the power is not there, you can actually shout, but it doesn't necessarily bring any burning inside. You can shout if you want to, really, but you may not. In a situation where you have to shout also, sometimes you will be just saying it very softly because it doesn't come up in that way. So the other thing is, when someone says, you're rude, that doesn't necessarily come from only the wife. That comes from the past experiences. So imagine I have been rude to someone before, and they might perceive me as rude now, but even though I would be different now. So the perceiving end, whoever who is perceiving you, it can be your voice, it can be your words, it can be the tone, it can be the the whatever the material that you were trying to tell them. So it is very different. It's very different. If someone come and tell us, there are so many people coming and telling you things. If you're working as a counselor still, there's so many things people tell us. Or even if whatever the job, if you're interacting with people, not only the computers, if you're interacting with humans, it's you're trying to communicate, and when you try to communicate, the other side can perceive a lot of things. It depends, if you are having a pressure inside, if you are burning inside, you feel like the whole world is burning. If you are kind of like an ice cube in between the fire, you feel like the whole outside is like ice cube. That's how it is. So don't try to change yourself like dramatically. I should be like changing the voice or the tone or the whatever you talk, and then it becomes very artificial. No, just let it go. The comment, just let it go. But what you have to change is, when you try to talk with someone, just imagine if the person in front of you is you. Just imagine, just the imagination. Just imagine that it's you, and you are the receiving point. What would you love to hear? How would you feel then? Your intuition will help this. Like, if you can feel them, what burning level they are in, And you don't want to put fuel into a burn, would you? Like there's already some burning, and do you want to add some petrol so that the burning is so much like exaggerated? You don't want to, because that you're trying to help the burning other side. So in that context, the loving, compassionate attitude that we begin to feel, because we know that people are suffering. So the moment you start feeling the other person, when you feel that they are burning, you kind of don't want to add any fuel into that. So you calm down anyway. So your words can be like honey to their ears, can be like medicine to them. Whatever you say, even if you smile with them, even if you look at them, even if you shake your head with them, even if you give a kind gesture like sit down, they will feel that. That's what will happen, Joel. So don't get too much into these comments. Most importantly, it is about you dissolving you, in the sense, when you lose you, kind of when your ego is down, when you become the other person, the loving compassion will just work. It works. It's not intentional. It's just happens, and it will be felt. But if the other person is burning like 100% and like it's like a full-blown fire, they might not feel it. It's okay. You can't do much, can you? Yeah, you can't do much. Yeah, that's basically what I can say. I can invite everyone else to add anything further. Did you feel it, Joel? Did you understand it?
Yes, doctor, like I was very hurt when I heard those comments, and people said that to
getting
me.
hurt, that's a different story. So when someone says you are ugly, someone can say you're ugly. Yeah? The little girls, the young girls, they get so upset about it. If someone calls you, I'm talking about the younger generation. So if someone calls you overweight, they get really, really annoyed with that. This is all me playing there, like the self vibration, self perception. Yes.
I think it's simple now. It's simple. Joel, how old are you?
I'm 34, Aryan Manse.
Are you married?
No.
Have you a girlfriend or someone?
No, Aryan Manse.
I'm not believing. You are lying, telling. Not honest.
No, I don't have any girlfriends.
Your age, how 34 now?
Yes, Aryan Manse.
Well, how are you be alone? no any affairs, no any loving stories. No.
I had two. That didn't work out properly. It was toxic.
At which age that affairs is going on?
One I had when I was 24, 25. Then recently, last year I had one that was also really toxic.
It's okay, 24. It's okay. Yeah. Now you are doing, what's your job?
I was doing counseling at the cancer home for 3 years.
Nice.
And now I need to find another job. So I'm applying for jobs now.
So, what's your parents? What's they are?
My mother is a retired teacher. My father is working at Montifano Amphitheatre Seminary,
What Monte Carlo?
where the Catholic fathers priest
Yes,
study.
yes, yes,
That one.
yeah, it's
I worked there, Aryan, once. I was the prior secretary, and now because of COVID, they didn't. After that, they put me out because of COVID. They couldn't pay me. So after that, I started to look for jobs.
it's okay. Your story, very interesting. How is it? It's okay. Your inside in free. Your inside is white sheet like that. Everything is okay. But your inside something there. You are in struck. You haven't happy. That's the theory. Your inside is free. Your inside is blank. So white sheet like that. You are unhappy. But you are inside something. You can't be happy. That's the theory. That's the whole story is simple. So what's this mind? You want to study. What is this mind? It's a mind given you to sadness and happiness. That's why freedom of mind is the path, the tranquility. That's a peaceful mind. No happy, no sad is a peaceful mind. What do you think about? No happy, no sad is a peaceful mind. What is that? That is the best in this world. No happy, no sad is a peaceful mind, is the best. That's the base. Otherwise, that's a white sheet. Otherwise, you won't be happy. Your inside won't be clear. That's the main point. Why we won't understand our mind? Because our mind is the everything given us. Sadness, so happiness, so everything. What is this mind? Especially this sense of creation, no? What is this mind? You know, the little baby in the cot. We are not talking about the mind. The little baby don't know anything. Little baby haven't anything. How we can say the little baby in the cot? Why we are teach this little baby after that 2 years, 3 years kindergarten time, red, yellow, blue, so colors now. Why we are teaching? Because the little baby have a radiant mind. They're like a blank sheet. No defilements, no craving, no dirties. How we are talking about? Don't know what is this word, girl or boy or no thoughts there. That is your first beginning, your story. What is this after? After what happened? You know now. I think you realize. You know now. Our eye is the colorful world. No, it's okay. I given you to colorful world. No. Otherwise, creating or there's a systematically natural phenomenon. No, it's happening this. colorful world. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. It systematically is coming. Otherwise, the sound also, your ear creation, is a sensor. Are you also sensor? Sensor given this colorful world. Otherwise, this sound world, who given this sound world? Is your ear, sensor. Creation is the word, sound word. Same thing is other, feel, smell, taste, and body feel. These sensor creations, no? This one thought we can realize. Chair. Teacher given the picture and given the sound. Chair. What is this chair? It's a thought. Mother, father, red, yellow, blue, sun, moon, everything. Like a program. Simple. You see, this interesting thing is the consciousness. You know, light is perception. No power is there. Sound also perception. No power is there. Otherwise, the body feel also perception. No power is there. Existent feel, how is coming? That existent feel is very important. This theory is rapid speed. Given this, like a quantum theory, no. Simply, the quantum theory. You see, the science is here. How is I creating? You know, firing ball circling, you can see the circle, but not circle there. It's a consciousness. Word is we are using is a mirage, no? It's a mirror. No. It's a miracle, no? No, it's a mirage. No, it's a Marupa Mancha Vijnana. It's a Maya. It's not true. But circle is there. But circle not there. What's happened there? Circle in the firing ball. There is no circle. But you can see the circle. That is the consciousness word we are using. Perception, how converting the consciousness. Perception is light, is speedily sparking. That example is lighting. Rainy day, you can see the lighting. Speedily lighting is happening continually. There is a light. That's your eye inside is a mechanism creating. Speedily spark is happening. That's the light is there. It's very important, this science. A tuning fork, one is touch. What is that? Same tuning fork is other side. Is automatically is happening. Vibration. You see that example is your eye, and somewhere what is the spark is like a tuning fork. It's the same vibes, no, same waves. Your eye also vibration is same, spark is same. That's the you are looking. It's a waves, vibrations. No, we are talking about the light, so we can see, but we are not out looking the any light or anything. It's the spark speedily happening. It's a science. It's a deep meaning is that one is spark have the power. You know, different end somewhere. The spark, that's the power. You know, drop in the water, something, stone. There's a waves are happening. Why? There's the power. The spark somewhere, power is there. Because different end is spark. That's why power is there. This power is the existent field. That's why light is existent field. Existent field is the alive field. That's a living being feeling. It's okay. That's a light. Very important this point. Because this is the first stage. First step. It's very important. I create, I conscious. Understand is very important. Conscious how is coming is the speed. Speed is the skanda. Because it's spark more than sparks here. How is telling about rapid speedly happening? Rapid speed is here. It's spark is happening. You know this is a quantum. This is a quantum theory. It's a packet. Yeah. How much this spark is there? That's together coming, that's spark combined in one by, but millions of spark together coming. 1 second, this moment. That's you see. Skanda meaning is this one. 5 aggregates. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara. It's not a theory. It's a practical you can experience. It's okay. The existent field is there. How is the existent field is coming? It's very important. That because that one is the living being. That's the experience of LIFE. Otherwise, first step is this one. Light, existent field is the LIFE. This light is okay. It's happening. It's a sound also same. Sensor is sound. Existent field is there. That's the sound conscious. Ear conscious we are talking. Eye conscious is the ear conscious. Sound is existent field. That's a living being field. It's a power. Like a solar power system, like that. Magnetic power, electric power. These are different ends given this magnetic power. It's a rotating, it's a spring like that. It's happening. This is okay. That's a electricity power, so different and creating. That the huge magnetic is there. The rotating the water falling down, no? That's power is there, electricity power. Otherwise, this mind power also same. Because this spark is speedily happening. These 5 senses creating like this. That's the mechanism inside. So, what's kindergarten time happen? How his thoughts are coming? What is this thought? Eye conscious and the ear conscious and the other 3 conscious. Smell, taste, the body feel. These 5 senses, 5 consciousness together coming, that's the mind conscious happening. The one is spark is here. Mind conscious, one is spark. That is spark. What's that is spark? One time, speedily this happening, together coming this sound and picture, together coming, that's the thoughts. Sound and picture, not only the other body feel also there. But we can see sound and form, the mainly. This thought is the everything after that. Your store is the thoughts. But thought have value. That's sadness and happiness. That thought, this system is working. The system is we won't continue. No, this spark won't be continue. That's the existent field. It's a continuing field. But how is continuing? It's not happening. There's the sadness. Happiness is there because continuing is this. That's the life field. We won't continue. That's why. That's the Buddha's word is Abhisankarana. Is a word is here. We won't continue. That's why that field is existent field. That one is the life field. That life field, the existent field is the same. It's a power. That's like a sprint won't continually. This sprint is happening. That who nobody is doing this sprint. An example, Is systematically power is generating. Yeah, that's the style of our LI field. Is systematically won't be continued. That is why is again and again and thought is coming automatically, not doing. It's coming. That's a mind sensor. Automatically it's working. The systematically is working. No doer is here. Who is this? Body is not you, mind is not you. You are the power is every second. Stimulus have the power. That's you. The power is the your field, alive field. That's you. That's your soul. Nobody is here, no one is here, power is here. We are thinking. Chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon. You are going to mirror. There's the sister, there's the brother, there's the mother, and I'm here. Look at me. You are looking the mirror. This picture is sound is given. Nimalo, Kamalo, someone. It's you. It's a thought. You also thought. Mother also thought. Otherwise, everything is thoughts. That's a thinking bird. Nobody is here, no one is here. You know, somebody understood this Dhamma. Everything is over. Blank sheet is coming, radiant mind. Because everything is not real. It's normally everything is happening. It's okay like a mirror. You can see everything. But mirror, there is nothing. No. Mirror have something? No. That is the illusion. Someone getting this really is an illusion. Misconception. So normally, lay people, normally living being, animal also, everybody. This world is real is getting. That's why they are in the pain. They are in the sadness and suffering. They have the pain. They have death at birth. Because they are in illusion. This truth given you to peaceful mind, happiness. After what happened finally? Your inside is silence. Everything is silence. That is the final. It's understand what. It's understanding. Everything is coming silent because nothingness is coming. Nothingness stage is coming. But everything is here. Normally happening is lifestyle is going on. But you are not editing anything. You are not added anything. You are in free mind. But it's not easy because a long period you are in the world. But world is not real. How is understanding? How is understanding? It's not easy. You won't do this. You won't understand the truth. You don't know the truth. You are like a blind guys. You can't see anything. But you know everything. You are. Someone understood this truth. No problem anywhere. Because fasting is given you to sadness or suffering, or happy or sadness. Because you are thinking. Future also given you to sadness or happiness. But what is this past? What is this future? This present moment, only the thought. But this thought is not real. This tranquility is here. That's you want happy now? It's okay. Finally, you can be happy. Why you are sad? Because what is this? Finally, you are not anywhere. You can control your your path. But you can't control your path because you are in the mind. But you live in your mind. How is telling your freedom of mind is coming. You are not in the mind. You are in the awareness. The awareness is not the concentration meditation awareness. This awareness, everything is here. Everything is here, no problem. You are also here. But not inside pain. It is unbelievable. Do you understood what I said? Yes. Your question is coming. The sound, no? Silence. It's okay. Inside silence is coming. Outside silence, oh no problem. Because your inside is silence. Your inside is silence, outside everything is okay. Your inside not silence. Outside, how? How is everything is upset? Because your inside not silence. You think outside is the case, but not outside, it's your inside. Outside is no problem. You know, many Dhamma discourses, thousand Dhamma discourses. How I did inside silence, not the outside. Outside, many noise is there. But my inside is silence. That's everything is okay. We can say this simply, but its deep meaning is there. But otherwise, the experience is not simple. I know that. It's okay.
Yes, there was Saranai. As Aranahasi explained, if you understand the mechanism of this, how this mind is functioning and how these thoughts are formed, that is where the solution is. And also, Dr. Kokila also explained earlier that it is the nature of your own mind. It is the mind where this creation of sadness or irritation or anger or whatever is created. It is a part of the thought process, or it is a part of the mind sensor function. And you may have heard just a sound. You may have just had a vibration of your ear and a sound was created. And you may have had a creation at the eye level where something was seen, an act of seeing was happening. And as a result, as Aryan has explained, the thought, that is where the thought is born. And the nature of the thought will vary because it's a product of this telepathization from a previous thought, which are all vibrations actually. So if you turn the camera to the on system, you can recognize the system will identify the thought pattern and in response to a sound that was created, there will be some form of thoughts occurring, and these thoughts will give rise to the burning feeling or some discomfort. That is what is explained in words as angry. But this is a process that no one can change, and there is no authority to this pattern. It's happening and it is a part of this system occurring. So, as you mentioned, Joel, you cannot control this mechanism. Only thing is that if you understand the mechanism, how it is happening, that there is no me in that, you are not getting angry. There is no me at all. It's a part of this mechanism, part of this system where the end product is this so-called heavy feeling, which you describe as anger, or if you feel, if you can name it as irritation or anger or sadness or whatever the name given, but it's a form of current created within the system as a result of this natural process. So if that is more you recognize that pattern, that is the only way to bring down the intensity of that fire. So it's not easy, as we say, I know. I mean, because this is something that has been happening over a long time. So it's not easy just to identify and just put off that fire or put off that current. But only way is, there are no shortcuts actually. Only way is to identify how it is happening, the mechanism, and then more you are capable of identifying it, the intensity becomes less and less. I would like somebody else also to add something to that. Teruvan Saranai.
Sarangika? Or anyone? In, I don't know whether Suranka is free to talk, but anyway, so Sudharma also can add something. Sudharma. So Aranwansi clearly explained beautifully that how actually this works. It's very important to understand who this, self view we have, that if someone is telling something bad about you, why you get hurt? Yes, Aranwansi, Theruvan
Yeah, Kokila, sorry. Your inside is our inside is okay. Everything is okay. No, our
Everything
inside is
is
not.
okay.
Yeah, our inside not.
Inside is like ice, then no
Yeah,
problem, but the
no
outside
problem.
fire is, yeah.
That's the case is inside. I think it's a jewel. I think jewel. I know. I feel jewel have some problems. That's why inside is going upset. That's why Joel upset in. I think Joel won't open the. I think uh, everything. Joel is open everything. We know what's the case. Joel, can you tell your problems? I think you are in the problem. You have some problems. You won't verify. You won't clear. No, you won't clear it. Sometimes it's okay, no problem. You are something. My feel is coming because this our mind is duality is here. Uh, Mind always is like a magnet like that. Mind want to something to hind. So mind wants something. Every time binding somewhere. How is telling Kogia? Mind every time mind in something. Mind
You
in,
told it correctly, Aaron. Answer. Mind always get binded. Like it's like
yeah, that's right. That's right.
attached to something.
Yeah. It's not
Like a
happening. Mind upset is
magnet.
going.
Magnet effect. Yeah, Aaron. Answer. And that's that. And this, if you really understand this Dhamma and you feel Dhamma, only you realize that internally the ability to, we talk about internal, I don't know the word, solidity? No, not solidity. You never can live alone. Yeah, you need people, you need things, you need at least the phone, you need something. Because of that, this entertainment of the sensory functions as well as the mind wanting the entertainment, actually, basically the entertaining of the mind. So this binding effect or the magnet effect or the glue effect, or it's always there, and never even has had the because some people with high ego can actually handle alone, but they are with the very highest ego. That is not what we are trying to say, because when the ego is very high also, they are like, oh, I don't need any help, I can manage. That's what it is. But this is the other way around. We are trying to tell, when the ego is not there, when the burning is not there, there's no need for no need for the attachment, no need for the binding, no need. So it's pure super happiness is there, pure tranquility is there, without anything, basically. But you can become the other person easily. You can become the flower. You can become the you can, but it's just there's a singular word that Anansi says. I can't remember it but it's very interesting. If you can understand how this mind works, automatically, just by understanding how mind works, this glue effect or the binding effect is slowly, the power will reduce. That is the beauty, and there's no need of binding then, isn't it, Aranas? Yeah. Aranas says that in singular word, the ability to live alone. That's not the word he uses, but I can't remember. But that's the beauty. Do you remember, Suramika?
Is it you're saying ability to be alone means hudakala?
On that one, what is the word for that? Like, no, but
Like
he
solid.
says something in front of that, not just
Abhyantara
Hudakala.
hudakala.
Yeah. How do you say that in Sinhala?
In
So
English?
sorry, not sing Sinhala, English. Sorry.
Well, the plain English word is solitude, but that doesn't apply here. You have to find some new way of.
Yeah, because solitude again, with higher ego also you can be
have solitude in other ways. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here it is the.
Maybe we can say internal solitude.
Internal solitude, yeah. after internal transformation. Yeah, we can use the words.
Doctor, I think their Aranwasi uses internal tranquility. I'm not quite sure. That's whether
Yeah,
you're talking there.
yeah, internal solitude, internal tranquility. Yes.
Tranquility can be abhyantara avadiya. No?
Yeah. Yeah.
Uddakalava is a different thing that there is a
Because there's
feeling
no need of binding.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because the that level itself is pure super happiness. So there's no need of binding. There's no need of affirmation like from outside, you know. Yeah, it's beautiful. I hope
because always this human psyche is that the mind, as Anand once said, is always wanting to latch on to something, always wanting to kind of paste itself, bind itself to something. It needs a purpose, it needs an object. That is why the stimuli is like stimuli is the mind sustaining itself, keeping the momentum going, isn't it? So, in order for the current to be alive, there should be some stimuli. If there is no stimuli, the mind is lost.
Yes.
But when the internal transformation happens, the mind loses its power. Why? We have seen the truth behind the thought, and every thought is what we collectively call the mind. There's no such thing called the mind, and therefore the mind loses the value. And when that happens, with that the power diminishes, and when the power diminishes, the latching on, the binding also is non-existent. Or gradually loses its value. So for Joel's issue, now that is the fact that he got hurt is also, I mean, if you go back to the basics, Joel, again, the contemplation of the sensor faculties and the functions is very important at this point, the points of contemplation, the first point of contemplation. Because if you understand how the light is formed, if one understands how the sound is formed, and we keep on applying that in our day-to-day practice, then the understanding that, how do you know a person scolded you? That is also coming from the mind, isn't it? What is scolding? What is praising? Praise is a thought. Scolding is a thought. Chastising is a thought. Someone cracking a joke. How do you know a joke is a joke and a statement is a statement? All this is also learned, isn't it? These are also thoughts. So, and then if there is only a sound, and it is the mind that says that this person is scolding or using hurtful words, isn't that something that the mind has put a concept onto that? So that basic, what shall I say, contemplation of how the sense faculties work and how the mind interprets is also important. So these are things that don't diminish in a couple of weeks or months, Joel. So, don't try to get upset or beat yourself about it. These are things that gradually over the months, through the understanding of this beautiful Dhamma, the philosophy, and the more you practice by putting it into your day-to-day life. I think we've spoken of this so many times in your daily routine. When you go out in the park for a walk, when you hear a bird chirping, is it the bird chirping or is it a sound and the mind saying that it's a bird chirping? And so on. When one does that over and over again, the understanding that these are all just vibrations, and it is that manifestation that makes it a sound, makes it a light, makes it a car horning, and all that is then understood.
No value is
process.
coming. Yeah,
As a
understand.
process, yes.
Yeah, Suranka, no value is not coming.
Yes, as a
Inside not,
result.
no, inside not any vibration is coming. Normally, you can see, you can hear, everything is normally happening. It's okay. Thoughts also there. That's okay. But no inside any pain or anything. No, it's a simple no. It's a tranquility.
Yes.
There is tranquility. It's okay. But understand is the best thing is here. It's understand Dhamma. No, how what is this thoughts? No, so someone understood this thought. How is coming? That's a yatabhutam pajanati is the Buddha's word. It's somewhere you know. What is this yatabhutam pajanati? How is creating this mind? How is this thought is coming? This what is this thoughts? Understand is the first one. After is no value is coming. Automatically internal transformation is happening. Automatically. It's understand is the inside meditation is understand what. After is everything after is normally happening. No, not we are doing. This Krutajnana is not we are doing. It's happening. It's a internal transformation. It's a converting inside. Is how what is this? I think it's a defilements of heading we are talking. Yes, okay. What is this defilements? The power is disappearing. No, everywhere is a ego is here. It's a power is here. No, it's a thinking power. Thoughts have the value. That is why thought have the power. No, thoughts value is gone. It's okay. Normally, uh, only the incident. No, everything. We are not talking. We are not telling anybody, but we know this. As our inside is cool mind. It's a cool. Our inside is cool. It's okay. We are we are living normally. Others okay. We are not telling anything, but our inside is not any uh, pain. But we are living normally like others. So in our inside is changing is happening. It's good word, no? Changing. Inside changing.
So Aryan Mahansha's example, the Iron Dome, is also very
Yeah. I know like that. Like that. I think this we can say this, but our Joel, no, what's the name? Him?
Joel.
Joel. I think Joel have problems. It's a personal problems. That's he won't he won't open this because the problems you know someone you have experience, no? Suraka also have experience, no? You have some money problem, you want money, no? It's okay. That's problem is the problem. It's a money problem. It's okay. You want money, so it's you have the money. That we are what we are talking. No, it's not used here because is a debt. No, that money is the money he want. No. Otherwise, is someone in hungry. He wants foods, but we are talking about the Dhamma. But he
Yeah.
wants foods. Like this case is here. Joel, I think you have some problems. That is why I asked, yes, what's your problem? Yeah.
Aryan, so what you told, certain problems are related to me.
I, yeah.
I have never told my personal problems, but for now, like I need a job, so you were telling what I was feeling, and also, you know,
Why
um,
you are not in happy? Why you are not smile? Because you are hiding something there. Something there, no? Why you are not in happy? Your inside is a clear. You are in happy, no?
sorry, Aryan, say, can I tell something?
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm listening to Dhamma, I'm listening to everything. My ego is killing me, Aryan, sir. Please help me.
What's your ego? What's your ego? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Uh,
I think you're suicide. No. It's okay. Tell me. What's your ego? How you are looking your ego? Tell me.
I can't
What
say that,
type of
Aryan,
ego
sir.
you have? I think you have more ego. You have some type of I think it's a mindful mind case. Something there, your mind. What is this word? Nothing, no. Everything is your thinking. No. Nobody is here. No one is here. Mother or father, everybody is your thoughts, no. It's a thinking world, no. It's okay. Someone have girlfriend or the boyfriend, no. It's okay. Mother's loving or so something there. That's the binding there. It's it's okay. Something happened that connection. That's okay. Problem is coming because the power is there. That because how is telling Kokira, we are living binding the no. This mind always bind somewhere. It's happened something. So how tolerate that? Not easy that we know, but understand is the best here. No, you know the what happened to Patachara, what happened to Kisa Gautami. Kisa Gautami have a baby. Baby is die. Kisa Gautami full upset. Why? he he think baby is outside, but not Kisa Gautami not thinking baby is a thought. It's okay, that's the problem. Yeah, after what happened, is normally normally there's a Dhamma is here. Baby is not outside, baby is your thought. But you are thinking outside everything. But outside, not any outside, we can't we haven't experienced outside otherwise. Because I have the sense experience. You see? The sensor given this. It's thought also sensor now. Mind sensor now. The Patachara also same. Patachara's babies are die, otherwise the husband also die. Patachara's mothers also, parents also die. The no home also. It's a collapse. So after what happened for Patachara's mind can't bind in anywhere. That's why it's full of set. So mind won't bind is somewhere. Mind wants something to living. Because mind is like a sprint. It's a spark is happening. Mind is getting existent feel. No, mind is getting something. Mind all every time mind is something. It's okay. Something mind want to living. Mind won't living. So we understand what is this mind. Mind won't living something. That is why girls and boys are loving affairs. So everything is happening. You know, babies, so colorful erasers and bottles, and why they are loving? Because mind is connecting. No, mind is combining something. That is the existent feel otherwise. That is the living also. That's the craving also there. Everything, the defilement was also that like that. Because the magnetic power like that, electric power, this is a mind power. You see, magnetic power, you know, is a how is that magnetic power? You know, how is this electric power? How is this mind power? It's same, no. Different in have a power. This mind also creating speedily this spark is happening. Same sprint is a magnetic power also. This is speed given this power. You see this? This is the attaching power. Otherwise, that is why we are talking about the craving defilements. Thought somewhere, defilements also there. Thoughts power somewhere, defilements also there. That's otherwise that is the existential field, living being field. That is why death and birth is here, because we are our field is coming. We are here. Everything is existent. No, there's a field is there. There's a power is there. Otherwise, this is the magnetic power like that. Mind power. It's a combining power. It's a glue like that. It's thoughts. Not only the thoughts. Thoughts have the power. That is why. We won't understand. We won't understand what is this mind. How is mind creating? After it's okay. So someone have so it's okay. We can given the answer First, you are doing the counseling. How are you doing the counseling? You want counseling, no? Otherwise, it's okay. You want this science otherwise. You want this dhamma otherwise. Because you want help somebody, it's okay. Counseling you can do. Or you know the mind, it's okay. You can do the counseling very, very well. No. After that, it's okay. You can do that. What do you think about Kokila?
Actually, Aranasa, when Joel joined, he was much worse. He got really better. He was really sad, and he has improved a lot, and I think he continues to improve. And that's the beauty of this Dhamma. I think everyone will agree about that, and Joel will agree about that too. I think Joel is actually understanding this Dhamma and just trying to, handle the defilements at the moment. But I think he's getting there. I think he's all the, the burden. There's always some burdens in our hearts. I mean, it's really, we try to keep it to ourselves because it's my problem. It's kind of my problem. So it becomes, more and more and trying to explode. So one day he will, I think, feel like talking about it really, because when it becomes a problem, not my problem, it's easier to talk about it rather than it's my problem. When it's my problem, it's really difficult to talk about it. It feels, you feel embarrassed. You feel like, talking about it can aggravate the problem. So many stuff, But I think he will be able to talk about it very easily, very as if it was someone else's experience. Really beautiful. I think he will really understand this. Aranas, I think he has come a long way, isn't it, Joel? What do you think?
Joel is the main part. Is nobody is here. No one is here.
Yes.
You also not here. The system is working. No, that's the main. This truth here. Truth is very important. Otherwise, this 31 world also. This 1 second here, one thought is a power. You know what is this human? What is this human world? What is this other? We are talking about 3 world, no? Censoring world and the formless world and the form world. These 3 world also here. These thoughts, no? The thought, how much thought have power? That is the world. So it's very interesting to realize this, understand. It's not believing. You can realize this.
And problems will never end. Problems will be there. It will be there forever. But you will be cool as a ice cube, as Aaron once is saying, and it will happen because you actually has been able to listen to this for so long, and has been joining the Zoom discussions, keen to change, and yeah, it's really good. And I think it will happen eventually, and we all could feel his change day by day. And to talk about the ego even is beautiful, but I don't think it's an ego problem. I think this is a pattern. So you have to detect the pattern, how this mind works, and then you don't really care about then after that, like it's just how mind works. And take it easy. To take it easy, you need to know the truth, and you know it now. It just has to sink in a little bit more. It has to be confirmed to yourself. Yeah. What do you think, Joel? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Yes, I'll listen.
Yeah, that's good. And even ability to listen to this Dhamma is really random, beautiful thing, because you randomly heard this. I think through Dr. Chandani, you just got to know about this and started listening. You never gave up. You didn't understand some of our words even. But every little thing we were like trying to say, you got it. So don't be don't discourage yourself. Just try to feel the truth. Feeling the truth is different. Understanding the truth is different. So first we understand the truth, then you feel the truth. And when you feel the truth, you understand there's no one here. So how come it's my problem? It's not. I mean, problems never end. So even each one of us, we have problems. I mean, if you expect the problems to go away, even Lord Buddha had problems. You know, there was at one time some people tried to accuse Lord Buddha of adultery by, hiding a corpse of a woman who used to come for worshipping. Well, I forgot the name. What was the name, Suranka? So she used to come to the monastery where Lord Buddha was, and they killed her and hid her in the temple, so that, and accusing Lord Buddha of adultery. So what happened? Nothing happened. It finally, I mean, everyone stopped coming to the monastery. Everyone stopped giving alms to the monastery. Lord Buddha had and whole Dhamma, the monks had a very bad time. And Ananda Thero asked, shall we go away? And Lord Buddha said, no, nothing is going to change by just going away. And but there was no burning inside. It just problems will never end. The accusations are not going to end. Insults are not going to end. But the inner happiness, super happiness, inner tranquility, that is going to get more and more, and then doesn't necessarily mean anything. The worldly things are not going to be an issue. You are tackling them. Yes, if someone is telling you something, you listen to that and see whether you can change anything in order to help people. Yeah, that's fine, because you are actually trying to help people. So if you understand that this person likes to be talked in this way, you talk in that way. It's not a problem, because you're trying to help that person. So it comes automatically. You don't have to do anything. Just understand Dhamma, as Aranamsa said. It's pure truth. And if you understand the truth, there was never a self here, never a, the center. That because we feel like a center, we feel that everything is happening to me, or I am doing stuff. I am talking, I am doing actions, or something is happening to me. They are blaming me, or they are finding faults about me, or whatever. Or someone might say good things about you. What about that? Well, we can start saying good things about you, but again, it's the same thing. Same thing. If there is a good thing, you feel happy, that's fine. If it's a bad thing, you feel sad, that's okay. But it's not happening to you. That's the basic understanding. It's a system of mind. Mind has this happiness, sadness thing. Emotions are there, but there's no ownership. I think Joel gets it, because we have been talking about these things a lot. I think a lot. And we can feel this. I mean, we worship Aran every day for actually giving this insight about this Dhamma, about this mind, how mind works, how consciousness is forming. Consciousness is forming because of the sensory function speed. That's all. And when you keep understanding that, the self vibration has no place. When the ignorance is not there, what can self vibration do? The power is not there. So the suffering is not there. We can talk as if it's really easy, but this takes time to sink in, because this is the new thing for us. Because we kind of get the ownership of the happiness, ownership of the sadness, ownership of the vision, ownership of the hearing, ownership of the taste, ownership of the smell, ownership of the touch, temperature, everything. Yeah, anyone else want to add something here? Araman is also here. You also can talk, Joel, if you want. I mean, if you feel comfortable, that's fine.
Yeah, I just want to add something very simple. The people, whoever is making some comments like that, definitely have a stronger current, stronger fire than you. That is what they are trying to express, perhaps. So actually, their currency must be more. So if you make a simple comment sometimes, I mean, if they are saying that you sound rude or whatever it is, you can have a smile and just jokingly you can say that, sorry, I cannot change my voice. What can I do? I mean, if you return something like that, that's simply because they are having a stronger fire than you on that side. So maybe you might feel sympathy towards them rather than being angry with them. That is especially when now in your side you are cooling down, your fire is less. You might be able to understand their situation better. So just try returning something like that. Maybe you can add a smile also and then say, sorry, I cannot change my voice. What can I do? Or some form of joke that you can think of at that time. Just I thought of adding.
Okay, Asuragika, are you there? Are you talking? Oh.
Yes, sir. And answer.
This is Dr. Chandani, no?
Oh, this is Dr. Chandani.
Yes, I don't know.
No, what is this? Joel's voice is upset? What is that upset? What is that upset? Oh, Joel's voice is very nice, no? What is going wrong? What is wrong here? Joel, are you voice is upset? What?
Aryan answer. No Aryan answer. Now, when I when somebody can't hear, if I raise my voice and talk in this voice, they take it as very rude. So they say I'm rude, but I'm not initially rude. This is my voice. So that's why I asked what's wrong in my voice.
I think. What do you think about Chandani? Have any case? Yeah.
No, I don't see any rudeness in that voice because different people have different levels.
He's thinking, I
Right.
think. Oh, it's not.
Yes.
What do you think about Surangika? Joel problem, what do you think, Surangika?
Answer. Yes, I think I explained earlier also. So then, I mean, there are different people and they react to different ways of the way people talk. I mean, that apart from the Dhamma contemplation that I explained earlier about trying to look at it from the Dhamma viewpoint, because some people react in different ways. If some people can say you're rude, some people can say your voice is nice. Different people have different reactions, but all this is in the mind, isn't it? It's a thought. Someone calling the voice rude or calling you rude is also just a thought. Rude is a thought. Pleasant is a thought. All these are just thoughts, different types of extreme ends. And now if somebody praised you you're not going to come and say that in the Zoom, right? Because generally for human beings, praising is like a good thing and a normal thing. But we are not used to, the human mind is not used to negative things. So suddenly when someone scolds you, or does say something hurtful, that is very difficult to bear. So what happens now? Who got hurt? Now you are feeling this big, like a stress, isn't it? There is a burden. There is a burning that you're feeling because somebody said that that you raised your voice and you are being rude. Now, how did you detect that you got hurt? Because you are feeling this heaviness, isn't it? This kind of burning sensation, as if you're really feeling bad about it. But now you have understood to a certain extent the Dhamma, Joel. So you know how we have spoken about how this thought gets formed and how things that are heard, things that are seen are then taken to be real in the mundane world. And if one takes those things to be real, only that exist and feel, and the fact that I am existing here, the wrong self-view, also emerges, also arises. So when one understands that burning sensation is, we know, the underlying power of the thought, if it is taken to be a thing. If the mother and the mother saying something is taken to be a thing, or someone else is saying something and you take it to be a thing, without understanding it's just a sound and it's coming from the speed of vibration, everything will then be mistakenly, through ignorance, considered to be real. And as long as you consider something to be real, then you attach value to it. And when you attach value to it, the I is born, the self is born from here. So moment something negative is heard, immediately if you take it saying, somebody said something rude and they said something rude to me, then the I has become real there, isn't it? So if one analyzes, look, the hurt doesn't go away immediately. Even people listening to this Dhamma, if you happen to listen to the Sinhala Zooms, you will see mothers who have listened to the Dhamma for 3-4 years still come to the Zoom and say, that thing happened, Aryan Mahansa, this thing happened, Aryan Mahansa, I am feeling so sad, I can't get over it, I have lost the path, and things like that. So it is not easy. But what is the process in the Dhamma? In the practical way we contemplate it, first we apply the Dhamma. Immediately one cannot be the cube of ice in the midst of the fire. That is right at the end. When one transcends the mind and the defilements start to fade, then that internal awakening will happen. But till then, there is still the path. And in the path, one can still contemplate the Dhamma, Joel. And when you contemplate the Dhamma at points like that, when that burning arises, turn to yourself and say, how did this happen? Didn't I just hear a sound? Wasn't that a sound? And how did this thought arise saying that was someone saying that I'm rude? So start to analyze at that point, and gradually, when you apply the Dhamma in those incidents, then gradually when that occurs again and at another time again, the importance, the value that is attached to it, and therefore any kind of sorrow that arises from something negative or positive, depending on whatever it is, that starts to diminish. And that is where the fading of the defilements happen. Immediately one cannot get that feeling of being completely calm no matter what people say. That will come eventually. Make no mistake, it will come whereas you understand the Dhamma. But at the beginning, just say, I have the solace of the Dhamma. The Aryan Mahansa and these Zoom discussions have helped me to understand how to, analyze this thought. How did this thought arise? What is this power? Why did I get that burning sensation? That is because the self became true, isn't it? But is there a self here? There is no self. This is a process. So, yes, Aryan Mahansa, if Joel can contemplate like that, gradually, I think it can dissipate the sorrow and the hurt that he's feeling, because ultimately there is no self here.
And also, I would like to add here, there are patterns in childhood too. Sometimes some children can get criticized. How do I say? There are some scars from childhood. I'm not just talking about Joel, I'm talking very open discussion here. There are experiences that can affect a child or in the young adult life where you question all the time, whether I'm doing something wrong, whether I'm doing, you're scared about the criticisms. You keep judging yourself. So this becomes very, it becomes a habit, because everything that we try to interpret slowly becomes a habit. So there are, childhood trauma or early young adulthood trauma. We call it trauma, but it's not actually trauma. It's just patterns of things that happen. So our mind gets into a pattern of rejecting stuff. It's normal. It's actually normal. So you kind of reject the situations. So, if someone keeps criticizing you, you might run away from that situation because you can't handle it. But it may be the repercussions or the repeat telecast of the past. So there are patterns you can understand about this life. Everyone is different. So Suranika is different, Dr. Sapnala is different, I'm different, Joel is different. So there are patterns we can understand. The patterns, there was never a self. But there never a self. But there were patterns which became a habit, and habit became like a real thing. So everything is real to us now. So you have to actually understand how hurt you are when you are told something. Some things make you emotional, but to someone else, it's not that emotional, and they are wondering why you are emotional. But then to this system, this is very important, and it makes them emotional. To another system, what's the big deal? Why are you emotional? So it's different, the system to system, person to person. The experiences are different. The exposure is different. Mind thoughtful patterns are different. Parents are different. Friends are different. The things that happen in life is different. So the way you think, the way you look at the life is all keep happening according to those patterns. But there's never a self. So this, if you keep understanding this, how mind works, you don't really get into this trap, because the trap is really a big trap. It's not easy for you to get rid of that trap, because it's very thick trap. But if you keep understanding how this mind works, how this system works, how consciousness works, we just feel alive because of this system of illusory nature of the sensory functions, actually the speed. So you keep understanding these things, you're not going to get surprised by anything, like nothing can amaze you, nothing can surprise you, nothing can make you really like anything. And because there's no self, because there's no internal burning, that's all. I just wanted to add that. So there was never a self, but there are patterns. If you understand the pattern, there are some experiences that has molded us into what we are now. Those experiences are just, some incidents. Now we can say that, but at the moment, when it happened, it was so big to us. So big to us. It felt as it's happening to me. But after understanding Dham only, we realized that nothing like that happened. There were some incidents. There were some experiences. Actually, what happened was stimuli. That's all what living was. But we have a story, we have a film, and we have so much, emotions in the film. And it's okay. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be happy. Because this system works. So take it easy is the main message here.
And sometimes it's actually not that particular incident.
No, it's just something close to that, yeah.
It is something, and that is triggering a bigger issue. Like, for example, if that happens, and I think out of my own experience also, like you said, Dr. Kopika, in these countries also, they are used to people talking in a particular way, very subdued and in a very mediocre kind of way and all that. Even when I was in Sri Lanka, or even here also, people, there was that considering the fact that one is very blunt or direct, and people don't like that. So that type of thing also, they can have a bit of an allergic reaction too. But what I was trying to say in the case of Joel's example is that that particular person said that you were rude, and then there was that hurt. But what does the mind sometimes say? The mind telepathizes every other thing to that little incident. And finally, it is not the fact that, you will know this for yourself, Joel, but this tends to happen. Finally, it is not that little incident where one person misunderstood you and thought you were being rude. It's about, then the thought comes saying, why is everybody misunderstanding me? Or why isn't anything coming right for me? Or why are people not liking me? Or, it just, the mind has this way of ballooning it, isn't it? It expands and expands and expands and telepathizes all kinds of things that potentially you might have had issues in the past, and maybe you have even forgotten about some of those.
Excuse me.
Isn't it?
Hello.
Yes, Joel.
That is my problem, what you said. These are the questions that I'm having. Whatever you said before this, why are people not talking to me? Why are they ignoring me? Why are they not talking or just rejecting me? This is my problem that I have a lot. Please help me. That's all.
Yeah, but these are things that I think all of us on this Zoom, Joel, have gone through. As human beings, the way this mind works is, every thought is destined to make us suffer. And when I say that, that is because we have ignorantly, before having access to this true Dhamma, thought that there was a person here. And then the suffering is so much greater, isn't it? Because there is a person suffering. So moment something like that happens, everything from childhood, from the teenage years, from the school going days, if you have been cast aside in the classroom, if you didn't have friends, if you were not taken for sports games, if nobody gave you any attention, all these things. And this is not, just like the story of Atachara. There are so many patacharas in this world. There are so many jewels in this world because these problems are human problems. Human problems means everything has become a thing now. Everything is real. So when everything is real, we have a person here that we have created, an I and an ego. And then everything hurts. Just like things can make us happy in the mundane world, there are things that can make us unhappy because we have created the duality. We have created these extreme ends: happiness, sadness, wealth, sorrow, poverty, and so on and so forth. So when these things have been created and there is a person experiencing it, naturally the suffering will happen. So the mind only needs a little trigger. So the little trigger for you for today, or whether it happened yesterday or day before, is that little thing when you raised your voice and somebody called you rude. Then, like this small, first it starts like a little wave, and the little wave becomes a couple of waves, and then it's like a tsunami, never ending, isn't it? Well, I mean, look, I'm sure all of us on this call have had these similar experiences, but when one understands this Dhamma, you start noticing what is the way the mind works. Isn't it the more you consider one thought to be real, the binding nature that Aryan Mahansa said, it keeps binding, it keeps binding. You give one thought and believe that to be true and think, oh yeah, that happened. They thought I was rude. Next thought, yes, they thought you were rude. Why did you raise your voice? That's the next thought. I shouldn't have raised my voice. That's why she said, next thought. This has happened to me before. Next thought. How many times people have said this to me before? Next thought. And then it expands and expands and expands. And before you know it, all the things under the sun that possibly would have happened to you come streaming in from various parts of your childhood or whatever memory experiences, life's experiences. But if at the beginning, in that first thought, the second thought, maybe you didn't catch it in the first thought, maybe you didn't catch it in the second thought, but with the access to the true Dhamma, if you keep observing, keep watching and thinking, what's happening here? Isn't this just a thought? Why is it coming over and over again? And then apply the Dhamma there. Just the mere seeing of the thought, the truth behind the thought, the fact that this is just the way it's telepathizing because of past perceptions, that power that it has over you, that power that it is saying that, no, you are the problem. This happened to you before. Why aren't you a good person? Or why aren't people why aren't people kind to you? All that is just thoughts. It is the mind that is playing this massive trick all through ignorance. If one actually understands the mind, that whole momentum, the power that comes with those telepathizing, everything starts to slow down. And when it slows down, the power diminishes by itself. The ability to activate that all those perceptions with those negative connotations itself is put to an end, because every thought that comes, you're applying the Dhamma. Every thought that comes, you're applying the Dhamma. First through active contemplation, and then automatically the system, not Joel, the system starts rejecting those thoughts. So it is incredible, Joel, but true, there is no easy remedy. But the Dhamma and the application of the Dhamma to the fact that how this thing happens and that this is a process, if one understands it's a process, it's not happening to you, Joel, as a person, one can see a way out of it gradually. Dr. Pofida, maybe you can add something.
Yeah, actually, it's even, I think Joel is really doing well because he is understanding it already. I mean, where the problems are. So it's really good. I mean, already he's in the track because he understood that these are the triggers. So the triggers are triggers because you were hurt before. It's fine. It's just fine. just understanding this, how this synchronicity happens. Synchronicity, the same sadness popping up again as a pop-up. That's how it works. That's how it works. But when your burning goes down, Joel, the self-vibration, the self-view, the main important factor here is the right vision, I would say. Because right vision, or the absence of wrong vision, that there is a self, is the main problem here. Because who is hurt it is me who is hurt. So the criticism is taken so badly. You know, in child psychology, especially nowadays, they don't criticize the child. But I think in our time, kind of our time, I don't know, it is happening still in Sri Lanka. They openly criticize the child. Oh, you can't do this. Oh, what's the problem with you? Why can't you do this? You know, so they are kind of, even the parents can do that, and teachers can do that. So they kind of put so much trauma into that little mind, which is a kind of a radiant mind, and that heaviness is going to get like telepathized all the time, because they kind of got traumatized by those things. And nowadays it is like a fact, especially in these countries. You know, even if the child is the last in the class, they would be appreciating that child so much. So they are not felt anything, and they are not feeling as a failure. But especially in our countries, that tradition is there. Like, you know, they don't really. They just vent their feelings. They don't really think about the other person, even if it's a child. Children are, I think, the most damaged level. Or young adults, you know, when young adult is trying to do something, and even the parents might say, oh, you can't do that. And obviously that is going to get registered in that mind, because there was no Dhamma at that time. Nowadays, with Dhamma, with the truth, children might actually wake up with the whole thing. But everyone, if everyone is in right vision, this world will be miraculously better. But it doesn't happen like that. But understanding this system, how this system works, how we telepathize to each, you know, even the sadness, it's just how it happens. You know, each time that vibration happens, whatever the outcomes that happened before is going to telepathize here. Like it's a synchronicity. Even this, the alive field is there when there is existent field. The same thing. Synchronicity. If you understand this synchronicity, it's going to become like not important, you know. Yeah, synchronicity will happen. You will feel that, but the power is going to slowly reduce. And definitely whatever the you know, the times that you synchronize that into those emotions are not going to give the same effect as before. You know, Joel, you're not alone. Everyone is the same. Everyone has different things, you know. Sometimes parents are too strict, sometimes teachers are too strict, sometimes your friends are bullying you, sometimes relatives are bullying you. There's so many things that can happen. Sometimes, you know, children give up, just give up, and it's in vain, because there's no true Dhamma there to, you know, to get this properly. But true Dhamma is here now, and Joel has listened to that, and Joel can understand how this synchronicity works, and you will be like, oh, wow, it happens again. And one day, when your self vibration is vanishing, you can feel how cool the inside would be. And even 1,000 people are shouting at you, you'll be very calm. And actually speaking, you won't even raise your voice. If they can't hear, they can't hear. You know? And they might have to lower their voices to listen to you. And mind you, not everyone is going to appreciate you. Don't expect that. That's not the usual. World will continue. And it's only you changing here, your internal vibration changing here. Your internal burning is slowly going down. Everything else will be the same. Seeing will happen normally. You will hear things as normally. You know the person is shouting, that's fine. Taste will be the same. Smell will be the same. Touch will be the same. Temperature would be the same. Thinking would be the same. You know what it is. You definitely know that what other people are going to do. It's okay because you're not burning inside. Yeah, it's beauty. This Dhamma is beautiful actually. It's really beautiful. And anything else to add? Are you okay, Joel? Did you understand? I think you must be. I mean, truth is going to help you.
Can I talk to you tomorrow? I'm a bit emotional, so give me some time, please.
Yeah. That's all good. That's all good. Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, all good. Yeah, anything else you all want to add? Yes, sir. Anika, do you have anything to add a little bit? I think we have only some time anyway.
I think any system needs time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is something that cannot be hurried.
Yeah, 100%. And, some experiences can bring tears to your eyes. Mm-hmm. And if you're thinking it is different to us, no. It's just the right vision that is changing us. Everything else is the same. So it's okay.
And even understanding it like in a theoretical way also still brings the suffering, because why? You know it through the mind, but the transformation hasn't happened, the realization hasn't happened. So until such time the realization happens also, these type of incidents can bring sorrow because of the fact that it is still being applied, isn't it? The wisdom has not arisen completely, so to a partial extent even, that external world can be true, and then the mind goes on its big adventure, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very important to understand that how this system works. And when you telepathize into some situation, how the tears would come is just the system. The tear glands have the some kind of neurotransmitters work in there. So everything works as a system. So it just works. Body is not you. Even mind is not you. So this vibration, which is the actually the stimuli. If the stimuli is taken as a thing, that is the vibration that you felt. And when we keep understanding this, I mean, body will continue to work in the same way. Mind will continue to work the same way. You know what, when we are little, whatever the people shouting, we don't know. I mean, definitely my sister used to tell me that I don't understand usually people, because even if they say something, I don't get it. I mean, I don't usually get it in that angle. But she gets it in that angle. And she says, oh, that person meant this, do you know? And I'm like, no, I don't know. So it's really weird, the way we pick up things is different. Not that it is right or wrong. It's different. It's completely different. So the experiences are different. Telepathizations are different. Emotions are different. But this can telepathize again and again as well. But that doesn't mean there is a self. So the word you use, Joel, that there is a high ego, I actually refuse that. No, I don't think that is the case. That this is a misunderstanding, that it is ego. Actually, what happens is, this system is taken too hard, like too real. That's all what has happened. So every stimuli is taken so much real that this system has become a real film now. So we are acting in it. That's all. So if you keep understanding this, your burning will go down, and happiest person in the world, even though the problems are happening around you. And we can take an example. I mean, how much problems are in our tickets? People. I mean, in the beginning it was so bizarre. I mean, we even haven't. I mean, I have never seen him. Now only he has come out and started going to places. But before that, everyone was like trying to say things against him. Well, that is how it is. But what is important is not the person. What is important is Dhamma, the truth. The truth itself is what is important. Doesn't matter. And when you telepathize to this, the Dhamma, the truth, your burning will go away and system will continue to work. You can feel the telepathizing happening, and you will be like, ha, here it is. And and one day will come, you are awakened from the film, and you can see the system working. It's okay. I mean, until the respiration happens, this system will continue to work. In a way, it's a beautiful system. And you can see how people are suffering, and you will be trying to help people. Whether they take it or not, it doesn't matter. Not all people understood Lord Buddha, not all people. I mean, one person actually tried to kill him so many times. Devadatta tried to kill Lord Buddha multiple times. He didn't succeed. But this we can never say that this is not a bed of roses. But we continue to understand Dhamma. And this beauty of truth is, what is going to happen is, the flow will happen, the film will go on. You will be just awakened from the film. The dream will continue. You will be awakened from the dream. problems will continue. You are just awakened from everything. And it might not happen today, but it is going to happen. Definitely by understanding that this system. It's a very scientific way of understanding that. So when you know the science, ignorance will not have a place. Yeah. So we worship Ayanase as our, we are so grateful for his guidance, noble guidance. Thank you very much, all Dhamma friends. And thank you, Joel, for coming and discussing. Don't take it too hard. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Look after yourself. It's a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful truth. And when you synchronize to this truth, even if it's a bad day, internal burning will not be there. It will be beautiful anyway. The bad will be good. So don't worry. There's nothing to worry. Take it easy. Everything will fall into line. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Gopilan, friends. Friends. So let us continue with the Zoom discussion. For those of you listening on YouTube or any other channel, you have tuned into the Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom discussion, which is a channel to impart the truth, the true Dhamma, under the guidance of our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada Vahansa, who has uncovered the truth that was long hidden, that was exposed almost 2,500 years ago by Lord Buddha. And it is that true Dhamma that has been taught to us in the last 5 odd years by Aryan Vahansa, and is now being imparted to you through these Zoom discussions. So the Buddha, when he went in search of the truth, the main purpose of it was he wanted to find a way of putting an end to suffering. If we turn for a moment to the life of the Buddha before he gained full awakening as the Prince Siddhartha Gautama, as he was called back in the lay life, he lived as a prince in the lap of luxury, basically in castles from childhood, not knowing anything outside the 4 walls of the castle or the many castles that his father owned. So basically in the lap of luxury, there was nothing that he needed because everything was provided. But as he grew into a youth, and then he ventured out with his attendant out from the palaces onto the outside the walls of the palace, onto the world, onto the roads. There came upon him a couple of scenes. The first one was the sight of an old man. Now that shocked him to the core, because he had never seen an old person before. When inquiring from his attendant, he asked the attendant, "Who is that?" And the attendant replied that is, sire, an old person. Now for Siddhartha, who was in the glow of youth at that time and had not seen an old person, bent into, hunched, carrying a stick, barely able to walk. That whole scene brought a lot of sorrow to him. He couldn't believe his eyes. So he asked the attendant, does this happen to everyone? Or rather what he said was, if I'm trying to recall, he said, "Will I also grow old, Chanda?" And Chanda replied, "Yes, sire, we all will grow old." Meaning that fate was inevitably going to come to everyone. Another day, so that was a point to ponder, and disheartened, the prince returned to the castle without ending his journey, without continuing on his journey. Another scene some other day was an equally disturbing one. The second scene that he saw was that of a sick person. Again, he was disturbed, and again he asked the attendant, "Channa, who is that person?" "That, sire, is a sick person." And his body was completely covered in some ailment, some disease. It was a very hard scene to look at. So the next question was, "Will I also get sick, Channa?" And Channa replied, "Yes, sire, we all get sick. It is inevitable." That was another cause of reflection to the Siddhartha Gautama. The third scene on another day was that of a corpse being carried on the road. "What is that, Channa?" was the question, and Channa replied, "That, sire, is the body of a dead person being carried to the cemetery." "Death? Dead person? Will I also die, Channa?" "Yes, sire, you will. Death is the fate of everybody." So in this manner, three disturbing scenes, and with this, Siddhartha Gautama finally saw what suffering was out there. He got an inkling, a notion that what the suffering was, which was non-existent in the palace where he grew up in. The final scene was that of a person which was quite different from the earlier three. In the fourth encounter outside the walls of the palace, he saw a person donned in robes with a tranquil disposition, walking slowly, calmly, with a bowl in his arms, and with a look of serenity on his face. Intrigued by this scene, intrigued by this sight, Siddhartha Gautama, the prince, asked Channa the attendant, "Who is that, Channa?" And Channa replied, "That, sire, is a monk in search of the truth." "In search of the truth?" "Yes, sire." "Channa, Is there something called the truth? Yes, sir. There is something called the truth. And there are monks like him who have renounced worldly possessions and gone in search and is in search of this truth. The way forward was suddenly clear to Prince Siddhartha Gautama. He could almost picture the suffering that all mankind felt and the fate that was going to befall everybody who eventually reached old age or became sick and then finally died. And that with all this, that there was inevitably suffering. Suffering was the common thread that was going to befall mankind, indeed all living species, which is why that fourth scene was so heartening to him, because having understood that there was suffering, he knew that there could be an end to suffering if the truth was looked for. That there was something called the truth to end suffering. Then he decided and determined then and there that that was what he was going to do. And with that noble endeavor, despite having a young wife who had just given birth to a baby boy, Siddhartha Gautama embarked on a journey to find the truth. And this 2,500 years ago, this was the journey that he made. And in that journey, this ultimate truth that we are sharing with you now, that our noble spiritual teacher has himself realized, is being imparted. And it is that same truth that the Buddha realized under a bo tree 2,500 years ago. So there were so many different ascetics back in the day who were in search of the truth, but they didn't know, or they couldn't find ultimately anything that would put an end to this suffering. There were various rituals and sacrifices that were performed in the bid to find out where this suffering lay. Some people thought it was in the body, and that it was the body that was bringing the suffering, the physical body, and therefore lots of things, lots of pain was inflicted on the body through various rituals, but to no avail. Despite all that being done, the suffering still prevailed. Then some other ascetics thought that the suffering is coming from the mind, and that they thought by doing concentration meditation that this was going to be eradicated. So they sat for hours and hours and tried to achieve various states of jhanas, higher meditative states, in order to be able to alleviate this suffering. But what happened? However long one is in meditation, once they came out of it, once the meditation ended, the old defilements came creeping back. And this was the same thing that Siddhartha Gautama, in his quest for the truth, also discovered, because he first started by going to the great teachers of the day and following their various modes of practice, including concentration meditation. Very diligently he followed their teachings, followed that path, and undertook these various meditational practices, being so diligent, it didn't take him long to attain various high states of jhanas, of concentration meditation. But even going to the very zenith of those concentration meditation practices and the jhana states, he realized that once that meditative practice is over, the defilements, the clinging, the desire, the aversion to various things, all these start coming back. And that was the suffering that one was trying to eradicate. But the realization came that these meditative practices didn't have the solution to end suffering. So, with firmer resolve, the prince, who was at that time, who had gone away from the palace and in the jungle now in search of the truth, decided to leave his teachers and pursue a path of his own, a journey of his own to find this ultimate truth. And then under the Bo tree in Bodh Gaya, he embarked on a journey deep within the mind and realized that the cause of the suffering was stemming from nothing else but this mind and this so-called thought process, which was having or giving rise to a wrong self-view due to taking the so-called external world to be true. And with that sense of self manifesting, just like an external world manifesting through the mind, he realized that if one sees the truth in the mind, that it is the mind and the thought process that is creating this grand illusion, then with that deep penetrative insight, he was able to completely unravel and understand this working of the mind, how the mind consciousness takes the manifestations or the perceptions of the other sense faculties that a human possesses, and how these sense faculties manifest things due to a sheer vibration, but that these vibrations and the sense perceptions arising out of it is then taken and combined into what one calls the mind consciousness, and gives and gets the notion or the feeling that the things exist and that there is an external reality called the world. All this was well understood by going back and forth, by understanding how this thought process worked, the mind consciousness worked. The Buddha realized that the vibration triggered was the cause for the manifestation of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, occurring in every organ, sensory organ. Even that too was only because of the vibration happening at speed that gave the notion, the manifestation, the perception that there was sound, the perception that there was light. But he went back to see, why did this stimuli, why did the thought of Yasodhara back, his wife, back in the castle, gave him this sense of yearning, gave him this defilement when he's out of these jhanic states? Why did certain thoughts give happiness? Why did certain thoughts give sadness? where did this yearning, the clinging, the desire, the defilements come? It was all stemming from the thought. And what was in the thought? The thought that these were believed to be real in an external world. But going deeper and deeper into it, the realization occurred that these were only the thought of Yasodhara, the thought of the son Rahula, the thought of various things that was bringing clinging and aversion were just thoughts arising in the mind. He saw that one thought arose, and even in the moment that it arose, that it ceased to be. A thought arose without any notion of that thought earlier or prior, and in the rising itself, the ceasing happened. But then another thought arose, and the cessation happened. Another thought arose, and a cessation happened. But in that one thought, he realized that an object, mind object, was formed. The mind object was considered then to be real. And the feeling of existence, the feeling that that mind object, the feeling that Yasodhara existed in the prince, in the palace, that notion of existence, the notion of her being there, or whatever other object that was thought at that moment, the notion that that object existed, all became real. But where did it become real? In that thought, in that single thought. And then to confound things further, with that existent field of that stimuli or the mind object, the wrong self-view that there is a person here, there is an I here who is experiencing that object, experiencing that person in front of my eyes and so on, became real. So the Buddha saw that the notion, that the duality occurs in the mind, nowhere else. And that happens only when the thought is taken to be real. He realized that if this whole thing was an evolution from a point of vibration, how did it ever get to be, to come to the point of a self or an identity? If all there was color and sound, touch and taste and smell, and these are also there only if those physical sense faculties work. If one is blind, one cannot see, and therefore the light consciousness doesn't happen. The feeling that light exists also doesn't happen. And then the I, in relation to the light, also doesn't arise. So he realized that even without the physical, even when the physical sense faculties also are not there or malfunction by any chance, the experience, the manifestation that is occurring in those sense faculties also changes. But it is the manifestation that is occurring there that gives rise to, extends itself to something called the mind consciousness. When the vibrations occur, there is a sensation. Again, due to the speed of vibration, one gets a sensation. There is no sensation, but the speed brings upon the notion of a sensation arising out of the bodily functions. And then that sensation is given a name, a perception, symbol, and the speedy occurrence of that then gets interpreted by the mind consciousness to form what we call a tree house, or the car, or your house, and so on. So this is how the whole aspect manifests itself. The Buddha, in looking at that, realized that if a stimuli or something is taken to be real, then there is attachment there, then there is craving there, because of the past perceptions, telepathizing in this moment, everything in that manner that is seen or appears to be seen from outside is taken to be real, without understanding that this was only occurring in the background. And with the value that is attached to a stimuli, a sensual world is formed. Even if one transcends the external world and understands that there is, and considers that there is a perception of something outside or perception of something which is a thing, then the form world is there. And if yet, even if all that dissipates or is replaced, if there is a notion that such a thing exists, then the formless world also is there. So the moment a chair, for example, becomes a thing, all three realms, the sensual realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, become real. So with this great realization, when he penetrated the workings of the mind and the thought process, he realized that the suffering is caused through ignorance. Ignorance that this stimuli that is arising in the mind, rising in the thoughts, is projected outside to make this external world a reality. And if there is no access to the Dhamma, this was the fate of all mankind. This was in fact the fate of all living beings. Despite different animals having different sense faculties, whatever that is experienced through manifestation, through vibration, to those animals or living species via the bedroom, we had becomes real. So with that profound understanding, the Buddha transcended the mind. And with that realization, the truth was finally revealed to the world. The Buddha realized the cause and effect Dhamma, that the initial cause was the vibration, and then light, sound, color, touch, and taste would be the effect. Then the cause would be the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, the basic sensory perceptions, and the effect would be, for example, mother, chair, and so on. But that all this was a process, and if the mother chair became real, then the notion of these things existing outside also becomes real. So the chair, and then the effect is that these things exist, one gets an existent feeling. And again, as an evolution of that, as an extension of that, what happens, the more the value that is given to the stimuli, the more the belief through ignorance that these stimuli exist in the form of mother, in the form of house, car, and so on, exist. The experiencer, the person here, the self-view gets stronger and stronger. But Was there a self there in the first place? Wasn't this just an evolution, a magnification of one single thought? The car is only a thought. Mother is only a thought. We go back to our childhood days, one understands that all these are concepts that have been learned. Whether it is mother, whether it is father, whether it is school, everything that has made up one's lived experience has been learned as a concept, as a name of a person. There is nothing that is experienced without it being learned. The feel that is felt is arising out of objects and the external world being considered to be real. That was all there was to it. But with that alive feeling, the existent feel gives rise to an alive feel. And in that alive feel, there is this sense of being alive. And it is that feel that mankind, humans and species alike, tend to maintain, tend to sustain. Because without that, there is no notion of living. The desire for life is still there, but there is no notion for living. The Buddha realized that all this was arising out of the sense of faculties and the world that was experienced by each and every human being was a world that was created through this same mechanism. It was nothing else but a process. The vibrations occurring in the sense of faculties gives rise to sensory perceptions. Those sensory perceptions combine to form another perception called mother, father, sister, brother, and teacher, and so on. And then finally, those sense perceptions, I was going to say, the sense perceptions will then give rise to the object of a chair, table, mother, father, and the external world becomes real, and the self-view becomes more and more dominant. And the urge to nurture, the urge to protect, the urge to gain material wealth, the urge to even become a good person in society, to get qualified, to reach the highest point in one's career ladder. All these dreams, ambitions start to become real when this external world becomes real. It's a chasing after a dream that the mind is capable of. But do we do that by knowing that this is what the mind is doing? No. Because 99% of the world's population has no access to the true Dhamma. It is only that handful of people who have access to this pure truth who would understand that it all happens in the mind, and that the feel that is there, that comes about through super awakening, is not something that arises out of the mind and the mind experiences, but something that occurs from within, that arises from within once these worldly realms, the sensual world, the form world, are surpassed. So when you think about various things that you associate in your life, consider how they came about. How did your car become of so much value to you? How did, not missing a meeting at office become easier to you? These perceptions are the things that have been, we don't call them perceptions, we call them all kinds of fancy names, different terms that have been given by the conventional world so that we can all speak a common language and communicate with each other by giving every object a label. But what is known as, for example, tree is not known as a tree, or not called a tree rather, by, say, a Chinese person. If we take food, for example, one type of meal which is delicious for one person may not be delicious at all for another. Some particular smell of a fruit or something. In Sri Lanka, we have something called durian, which is very smelly, so that's a good example that people take. Some people might be completely cool with that very smelly durian smell, and they will hold, but some people will close their nose and move away very quickly, probably scolding the person who brought the thing to a place of, to a public place, to that extent. So how did this happen? How can this sense of smell, sense of the food tasting, and various things feel differently for different people? Again, that is based on the different perceptions that one encounters as the system, and the timing being different, the system encounters that are occurring in these senses is well understood. The deception is well understood, but that is only if one has access to the true Dhamma. Initially, the Dhamma has to be understood almost like theory. One has to know the basic aspects of it. The philosophy of the Buddha is not something that can be learned like a syllabus and then put aside. And then you going around and saying, oh yeah, I know how the light is formed. I know how the perceptions occur. I know how a thought comes about. So, that's fine. I know all that. Will that work? No, it won't. In order to eradicate suffering, this wrong self-view has to be dissipated. One has to go behind that veil of ignorance and see, how did this concept of a wall clock or something form? How did that thought form? And then one can go back and say, when did the baby in the cot know the concept of a wall clock? No, they didn't. Was it at 1 year old, 2 year old? Probably not. And then the realization comes when you keep going backwards. This is what one calls the Arya experimentation, the Arya contemplation. This journey that Prince Siddhartha Gautama embarked on with regard to the mechanics, finding out the mechanics of the mind, the ins and outs of the mind, is something that every person in this world should be doing. But obviously that's not the case. But to you who is happening to listen to this true Dhamma, this might be your chance. This might be the time that everything in this universe, so to speak, have aligned to provide you with this unique Dhamma that you have come across, and will give you the opportunity even more to come to these Zoom discussions and listen to and ask a question. If one is intrigued, just like Prince Siddhartha was intrigued by how this whole system works, and if one is suffering, if one is having a personal problem too, and one wants to get out of it, there are people who I have heard saying, all my life I have had problems, something or the other. When I got married, this thing happened. When the children, this thing happened. When I was 10 years ago, when I went to look after my mother, this thing happened. Always something is happening. And they said, I am fed up of problems. I just want to live in peace. Some people, I have heard some people say that. But what are they trying to find? What are they trying to gain salvation from? Suffering, isn't it? And how does this suffering come about? Through these sensory perceptions, the trickster that is the mind that interprets and gives various notions. Your children, the fact that they have not got the education properly, they haven't got a job. Somebody is married, but they don't have a job, they've lost the job. All these things our mothers and fathers are worrying and stressing about. If you listen to the Sri Lankan Zoom, these are common issues. How does it happen in these other countries? Same thing. Whether it is only the object changes. If for every object one needs, if for every object one doesn't realize how it comes about, then invariably there is suffering. So the true Dhamma is of enormous benefit to open your eyes to this external world and the reality that you have considered it to be, and then with the Dhamma show you a new reality through deep penetration of the mind, deep spiritual reflection, to understand that this is just a process, that no one was here to do anything. No one was here to experience anything. The I, the self-view, is understood as something that has been completely made up, a complete construct. There was never a self here. The vibration and the power that was underlying the vibration has given rise to this caricature of a concept called the I and the self view. So realizing this Dhamma, one understands the process is all that is there. It is like just a program. Data is input into the program at various stages. Primarily, we can say is during our childhood days. And then these stimuli, these perceptions, then gradually become more and more. And every time the trigger happens, whether it is happening through the body sensor or if it is happening through the sound sensor, one trigger of any one of these sensory perceptions is sufficient for that whole thought process. Example, conflict of interest or something. Just take an example of something. and understand what that is. Go behind the concept. Go behind that and see whether that is of value too. How did that become of value? And then there, slowly, the truth will help one unravel this deception, this illusion called the mind. In our Zoom discussions, particularly in our native tongue as well, Sinhalese, there are so many followers who are trying to understand this true Dhamma message in the same manner that you are, as you have tuned into this channel at some point. If you have tuned in, it could be either randomly, or it could be that you are in search of something to help alleviate your pain of mind, help alleviate your suffering. Or it could be that you're just curious. You want to know what is the truth in this universe. How do these things happen? Why was I born? What is death? You can have questions like that. True, you might have learned through education about science and this and that, and medical, the medical jargon, the medical reasons, how you were born, all that is understood. Yes, but you have a curiosity far beyond that. You have a curiosity that you can't even explain within you, where you think, no, you don't think, you feel that there is something here behind all this. And there is this urge that each time a suffering occurs, each time you get hurt, each time you get worried, each time there is a burdening sensation, or every time a dear one departs, a relationship breaks up, there is immeasurable sorrow, immeasurable grief. And there can come a time when you think, I can't handle this anymore. This is nonsense. Is this actually what life is? Surely there is an end to this suffering. Surely there is the truth out there. Surely, what is it that is causing this suffering? These can be questions that will come into your mind. And if you are one such person in search of the truth, come and listen to this Dhamma. Come and listen to this pure truth that we are trying to impart in little doses through these Zoom discussions. Instead of looking outward and expecting everything, or believing that everything that is discerned to the eyes is coming from outside, everything that is discerned to the ears is something coming from outside, that the touch is also through an external contact, the taste is also through something external being put on the tongue, that everything is outside and you are experiencing these from here. The duality that we call it is happening. This whole thing is then well understood, and in doing that, in doing that, the power of holding things as of value to you starts to gradually diminish. Things that have caused you stress and worry will start to diminish. Why? Because the object, which is the cause of the suffering, cause of the stress and the worry, begins to dissipate. For example, your child getting late to come home from school. Immediately there is this burning sensation. The worry, the anxiety, is he all right? Has he caught the bus? Has something happened to him? Has he fallen down? Has he been abducted? All these things run through mothers' minds. If the child doesn't come home, say child comes home at 4 o'clock after school, and the child is not home by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that's it. The mother's gone completely almost mad. She thinks the worst has befallen the child. Now the child could be all well and good somewhere. For some reason, the child may not have been able to get home. Or he may have given a message to, say, somebody else to pass on to the mother, but that person either has forgotten, for example, or that person has given the message and maybe left it in a form of a note in the post box, but the mother has not seen it. So what happens? The child is not at home. The mother is now beside herself in worry and has now even gone to the point of either going to the police and reporting it, or is wailing away at home, thinking that this is it, something's gone wrong with the child. Child has been kidnapped, and thinking the worst possible things about the child. But can you see all those things are happening because the mother is thinking? It is a thought. It is the thought that says that there is a child that is missing and has not come home. It is the thought that says that the child may be kidnapped. It is a thought that says that the child must have got lost. Or it is the thought that says that the child must be sick and has fainted somewhere or collapsed. It is incredible the number of things that, extreme things that can go through mothers' minds. But maybe at 6:30 the child comes home. And can you see that all that suffering for the 2.5 hours preceding that point was because the whole concept of a child was so real in that mother's mind. But with the true Dhamma, the analyzing of the thought gives us the realization that this concept of a child, the concept of late, school, abducting, kidnapping, whatever you call it, all these things are learned concepts that have been learned at a certain point in time and then keeps telepathizing each and every moment when a thought is born. What is experienced is only this moment. There is only one thought that can be experienced in any given moment. Nothing else. Even if one thinks about the past of some issue that happened yesterday, it is a thought that arises in this moment. If one is considering what one will do tomorrow or next week, that thought is also occurring only in this moment. So it is the concept of time is actually something that is conjured up only in the mind. But this moment, the thought that occurs in this moment, is also not true. But if one understands through this true Dhamma that what is experienced always is just this one thought occurring in this very moment, not in the past, not in the future, not yesterday, not today. Thinking about yesterday is also happening now. If you're thinking about yesterday, you're thinking about it now. There is always only one present moment. There is always only one thought. And in this one moment, in this one thought, if nothing becomes a thing, if there is no object, no stimuli that becomes a thing, then that's it. There is nirvana just there. There is awakening, there is non-vibration just there. Our noble teacher gives the example of a white sheet of paper with representation of a nirvanic state of non-vibration. So if nothing becomes a thing in this moment, there is non-vibration there. And the non-vibration there. And when we say that, that means the whole self-view has dissipated and the self-vibration is also non-existent. But unfortunately, when a thought occurs in this moment, 99% of the time in the mundane world, what do people think? The thought is translated to mother. The thought is translated to the child who has got late. The child has got translated to, oh my God, I have to go and tell the police. Where is my child, my precious child? That is the thought. But is that thought real? If one can penetrate that thought and understand it for the true nature that it has no substance. It is only a formation of color, sound, touch, taste, and smell in varying combinations. And that too, if you keep drilling further and further, deeper, and understand that it all arises, emanates from the speed of vibration and vibration alone. The underlying power of that vibration, which has then got translated to a thought, that has then got translated to the son, to the mother, also disappears or dissolves. And when the Buddha said, awaken to the moment, that is when the thought that occurs in this moment does not become a thing. And in the state of Arahat, the fully awakened ones, that awakening to the moment is for each and every thought that occurs in the mind, because thought would still occur as a natural phenomena even for the Arahats. The sense of faculties continue to function. Things are seen to be things, objects are still, they don't all turn to ash or they all don't turn to stone. The world and the way it gets perceived through the sense of faculties remain the same. And they get about their normal ways. But the ignorance and the delusion that arises by not seeing the truth is no longer there. So the thought that arises in this moment A thought arises, but there is no underlying power. A thought arises, but there is no delusion in that thought. There is no consideration that any of the object of that thought is real or is of value. And there is the perception, but the perception has no underlying value, no underlying power. The self-vibration has completely been eradicated. The non-vibration is not a thing, but it is the vibration, dissolution or the dissolving of the vibration that happens, which we call non-vibration or non-self vibration, the state of Arahathood where it is a permanent state. So there is the Buddhist philosophy, the truth that needs to be understood. There is a path that needs to be traversed. The thought when an object comes to mind, if one is applying the true Dhamma, one would go back and see to the beginnings of where the object became an object, and then there is an understanding that it is nothing but a learned concept. And if that was just a learned concept with the combination of color, light, sound, and so on, then when that thought arises in this moment, the realization of the truth by going back and seeing past minds and past perceptions then can get applied here. When a thought arises in this moment, Buddothpado jnana, the wisdom of seeing this moment, the truth in the thought that is occurring in this moment arises. One will no longer be deceived by it because the object does not become real. The external world is not real that the thought projects, that the thought epitomizes, and therefore if the world is not real, the I and the self is also not real, and that is also realized in that moment. So there are those two types of wisdom that arises from within. The ability to see past minds or past perceptions, the ability to see the truth in the thought that is occurring in this moment. And then with those two wisdoms, types of wisdom, comes the fading of the defilements, the greed, the clinging, the aversion, and so on, and the delusion. It is these defilements that keeps living beings stuck in this samsaric cycle of birth and death and suffering. So if that belief and if the delusion is eradicated and the defilements start to fade, the inner transformation gradually occurs and the inner awakening happens, where everything will still look the same, feel the same, and you get about your normal ways, but there is an internal transformation. There is an internal solitude that cannot be shaken whatsoever. A beautiful tranquility that can only be experienced, which is why Lord Buddha said, one can teach the Dhamma to a certain extent, one can show the way. And indeed, the guidance of the spiritual teacher is the only way forward. That guidance is required right till the very end. But ultimately, one has to go on the path oneself. One has to do the contemplation, do the vidarshana, practice the insight meditation, not concentration meditation, but insight meditation, seeing the truth in this moment, seeing the truth behind the thought. That penetrative type of thinking has to be done. by oneself in order to experience this inner transformation. So thank you, Dhamma friends. I hope some of that was of value to you, and you will be able to get some motivation to consider and reflect on some of these principles and some of the things that were mentioned, and try to apply it to one's life and one's own experiences. If one is having some point of depression or worry or just curiosity even about the truth, listen to this Dhamma and to other discourses that are happening 24 hours through these Zoom discussions. And we do have an English Zoom discussion from 3 to 5 Sri Lanka time. And you're more than welcome to join in that Zoom discussion and ask any question. And there are advanced practitioners in that Zoom discussion, as well as our noble spiritual teacher who occasionally joins us. And you will be able to gain answers and responses to any question that you have, so that you can start traversing this path yourself to the ultimate state of nirvana. So may the Triple Gem bless you and Thiruvang Saranai.
Thank you very much, sister. Thiruvang Sarana Dhamma friends. First of all, I would like to pay my respect to Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskar Karami Aryan Wahanse Avasarai. Now I'm going to start book reading. This is the awakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. The True Dhamma has awakened, volume 3. I'm going to start with page number 27. Aryan Wahanse, your question was about the Buddha Sasana. That means awakening to the moment. When this happens, you do not get a knowledge of it. This is the first one. The mind of the worthy layperson has been arising and passing away. The mind of the person who sees the Buddhakshana also arises and passes away. The world person may tell that when he sees the wall, the mind appears and disappears, and then when he sees the book, a new mind arises. The mind which sees the book also disappears. Then he may ask whether this process is the wisdom of arising and passing away, Udayavajnana. Then we say that it is also some kind of arising and passing away. But it is not the ultimate truth. It is not the end, even though it is the start. This Dhamma is going deeper and deeper. When you go deeper, it is getting opens more and more. The wisdom of arising and passing away is the knowledge of the appearance and disappearance of the form.
The person who sees the truth of form and who sees the appearance of form also sees the disappearance of the form as well. Samudayattangamaya, formation, rupa, is the object of form. Rupa arammana, which are the form of a sound, form of color, awakening to the moment called nirvana. We have been asked the way this can be seen. This is how the answer starts. It is very long. Through the rising and passing away is only through words. It is the origination and the cessation of the form, rupa. Iti rupang samudayo, iti rupang attagamatya. When we go deeper, looking at these two words, it is the knowledge that these two words are called to the origination and cessation of this form. What has originated? Appearance. It is a mind. Rupa. What has been ceased? Disappearance. It is also the mind. Rupa. What has been ceased? There is no cessation unless the truth is seen. That is why it is called iti rupa. This is the form. Therefore, you need to learn the very way form is getting originated. For this, you need Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana. The one who sees the mind and how it started and realizes how the form originated. Same, he has realizes the termination of the form. Until then, the form is not disappearing and no one meets the path to nirvana. This happens in the object of mind in this moment. Iti rupa means the object of this mind as at this moment. This entire Dhamma is based on this mind object in this moment. In short, it is the object that appears in the mind in this moment. Shana Sampatti is the formation of the mind in the moment. Awakening to the present moment is the Shana Sampattiya. Durlabhancha sadharmang sravanang durlabhang Shana Sampatti durlabhancha patirupa desavaso. Not everyone heard this rare Dhamma. What the Buddha has preached was to see this rare instance. What is this instance? This is the scene of momentary mind object. What is this object? This is what this object of form. This is a long explanation. Most of people are of the view that this form, iti rupang, means the knowledge of 28 groups of forms in Abhidhamma. This is a completely misleading concept. You are totally helpless. You will get a syllabus and knowledge to become like a bhikkhu potila. But you are not seeing the path to Nibbana. This path to Nibbana is so simple and pleasant. Even a child can understand this Dhamma because of its simplicity. The child can be told that there is only a mind within this one moment. When it is told to a person who knows Dhamma, iti rupang samudayo, This is the origination of the form. It becomes a question. There are no questions for such a child. Elders call forms to different kinds of things. If not solved iti rupam samudayo correctly, he never sees this Dhamma. The realization of the form Rupa is not easy. Rupang nichato anichato anichang bante. The Buddha asked, is this form permanent or impermanent? Bhikkhus replied, impermanent bante. Iti rupang means entire Dhamma. It is deep understanding. One has to understand only the form. If this is not understood, no one ever makes path of Nibbana. He can jump on or walk on Dhamma, but he never gets to the path. He might go somewhere else. It is something like sitting on Nibbana and looking elsewhere to find Nibbana. He thinks that this is the perception of form. Then he just goes over it and looks for something else. He has to look for the object of the mind again that he had thrown out before. This is where the Nibbana is. This iti rupang means the form object. We are coming back to the same point after going round and rounds. But we have to realize this is the form iti rupang. Third discussion, awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment does not take place without having the Buddhist philosophy. Aryan Vahanse, it means you are talking about the object of mind, Rupa Rammanaya. As you say, we have to look at this very carefully. When this mind object surfaces, we need to see this is the form, iti rupa. This can be done by the person who is having the wisdom acquired from listening and reading the Dhamma, Suttamaya Jnana. With the wisdom of practice, Krutya Jnana of what learned from Suttamaya Jnana, followed by the wisdom that completed the process of realization. Krutya Jnana. This is the gradual direction of the path to Nirvana. The Suttamaya Jnana is the philosophy of the Dhamma. It's the wisdom of Buddhist vision. This is the Buddhist philosophy. We need to understand the vision, philosophy that the Buddha unrevealed to the world. In this philosophy of the Buddha, we do not see the world externally. We do not meet the form, Rupa, and the self, Atta. This leads to the consolation of ourselves, and it is the path to the realization of the ultimate truth. The wisdom of practice, Krutya Jnana, is there to practice the path, but none of this is meditation. We would to leave it aside for a while. Completely, this process is a relation of the dependent origination. Only it's possible to realize the truth of the mind through the keen knowledge of dependent origination. We know that there were hermits such as Alara Kalama, Uddakalamputa. They were the yarns of form Rupa, the non-form Arupa, and they did not find the ultimate truth, the Nibbana. Therefore, the hermit of Siddhartha had to leave his teachers because he realized that practicing under them not leading to the cessation of the self. He understood that until the cessation of the perception of I, the cycle of birth and death would not be stopped. Then he looked deeper inside to understand how this self had been created. Then he realized this perception of I was created in the mind. Knowing this, he tried to understand how the mind is being creating. Then he saw the mechanism of creating the mind in the dependent origination. Dependent origination is the way of making the mind. Though it is said that ignorance is caused the violation avidya pachya sankara, here we realize how the self is created by the mind. In real speaking, if we take that there is a thing outside, such as a book, table, bed, etc., that same knowledge of which there is a thing is also the self, Atma. Accordingly, the book is also the self. Here, when we take this in the form iti rupang, then the origin of the form iti rupang samudaya is also emerging. We see the perception of sound, color, smell, taste, and contact. When we asked whether the form rupa is the perception, we told it was one step. The form of sound, color, smell, taste, and contact. After that, contact, which are the perceptions of sound, shabda, color, varna, smell, jhana, taste, rasa, and contact, pottabha. This is another step. Then it comes from the gross nature of sound and color to the most subtle nature of perception. Now here the point is not that and to realize a different thing. If you see very carefully, this Dhamma is not the one in the books. It is a practical philosophy. It can be seen by the one who follows it. The person who follows this Dhamma can realize it himself and it becomes his own experience. Every moment, this Dhamma can be experienced. We talked about the wisdom of knowing how the mind was formed in the past. Ubbe nivasanusati jnana. The mind and perception both are the same. The perception is the mind and the mind is the perception. The object, Aramana, coming to the mind at the moment is also the mind as well as the perception. In a deeper study, it can be found that the mind is a creation due to certain factors. To see this, we need to go to the beginning of the mind of a small child. Then we reach the point of this is the origination of the form. Iti rupang samudayo. Now we recognize what is the form, rupa, which is the object of the mind. The perception, a perception of form. The next thing is we need to see how this form, rupa, has been created. Iti rupang samudayo. We know now that perception is also the mind. Therefore, we need to know how these perceptions arise. To understand this, it is important to go to the point where the infant is born. We see that the perceptions like a book, table, and chair have come from a past memory. These books, tables, and chairs are also forms, nimitti. Then there is a question of how this form came into effect. It cannot be disregarded by saying that it is merely a perception. To see the mechanism of how the mind has been created, one has to understand the point of this is the form, iti rupa. It is the wisdom of origin, samudaya jnana. If not known how the mind is formed, it is called samudaya anganan. Now it is understood that seeing the mind means seeing the perception. The mind and perception both are the same. When one sees the formation of the mind, he is of the view that the mind object has come from the past memory. Then we know that it has been talking about the object, Arammana. Now we can get our common example of the book, which is the object. Therefore, this form rupa has to be realized. The realizing of object, Aramana, is also the realizing the forms, rupa. All the questions getting solved here. Knowing the form, rupa, explained in the Dhamma and realizing the perception are not two different kinds and both are the same. Then he wanted to know how this has been taking place. Realizing this process is the realization of the dependent origination. Paticca samuppadaya. One knows that the object came from a past memory. For example, the perception is a book. How does this book appear in the mind? Then we say that he recognizes the appearing object as a book due to past experience or memory. Upasaka. To come to the forefront, when the necessity arises, the past memory has to be stored somewhere, aren't they? Aryan Vahanse. Where does the past memory come from? There is nothing such as. As the layperson cannot understand this scenario right away, we explain this to a certain level, saying that this mind originated from a previous memory. This is the way it is explained to a person who does not know anything. But when he reaches the next level, we say there is nothing as such past memory. Then he is getting confused about the origin of the mind. Upasaka, Venerable Sir, you say that there is no past memory. It disappears at the same moment when it appears. Aryan Vahanse, yes, at the same moment. Past has gone without leaving any trace. Future hasn't come yet. Present is not existing. Only when there is a cause, there is an effect. Moment to moment, this truth has to be seen. Atitang nata gamaya nampatikko anagatam. Pachupannachaye dhammang tatra tatra vipassati. Seeing the moment is seeing the true Dhamma. Upasaka. To experience the sound, it has to be in the empty universe. Aryan Vahanse. There is nothing as such, even a place, an empty sky, a sound or a previous sound, nothing of that sort. It is only the unknowingness, not knowing of the thing, is also unknowingness, isn't it? For example, a bird is watching the mirror, not knowing that nothing inside the mirror. He thinks the mirror is solid ground and that whatever is in the mirror truly exists. This bird never understands that there is nothing inside. Somehow, the bird is able to see the other side of the mirror. He would understand that the pictures seen from the front side of the mirror are not really existed. You are also in the same ground. You said that you have meditated for so long. Do you think that by meditating you can understand this truth? Upasaka, I thought that enhancing mindfulness, sati, and concentration, samadhi, would be the path to nirvana. Aryan Vahanse, mindfulness, sati is merely a word of the materialistic world. Worldly, materialistic wisdom and otherworldly wisdom are different from each other. When Dhamma is seen in depth, it is called Abhidharma. The wisdom, jnana, becomes deep wisdom, abhijna. As the deep wisdom of Dhamma, Dhamma abhijna, has been built up within, we are able to realize the truth. That is what we are trying to give others also. Most who listen to this message are becoming closer to the reality. Once they reach to this realization, they are becoming a stage of not meeting anything. That means the materializing world becomes irrelevant. Nirvana is the extinguishment of all defilements. Nivima. Upasaka. My question is whether the perceptions are relevant to nirvana. Aryan Vahanse. Nobody realizes the Nibbana without having the wisdom of recollection of the past minds. Ubbe Nivana Nusati Jnana. Also without having the three deep wisdoms. Not a big thing to acquire these three deep wisdoms. Some small children also get these wisdoms without effort. It is impossible to become a stream enterer, Sotapanna, without gaining these three wisdoms, Ubbe Nivasanusati, Chutupattana, and Asavakya. We tell you that nothing in this Dhamma is harder. The path to Nibbana is very simple one. One is trying hard and careful to climb a mountain, but after the climbing, he doesn't scare because he knows that he is in a plane which is safe. Until he reaches to the top only, he has fear, hardness, and tiredness. This type of example can be related to the journey to Nibbana. These three deeper wisdoms mentioned above are the vehicle which carries one to Nibbana. The wisdom of passing and arising, Chutupajnana, is also known as the awakening to the moment. This mind does not awake to the moment without having the wisdom of recollection of the past minds. Ubbe Nivasanusati. This wisdom of the recollection of past minds is not the one that written in the texts. Understanding the wisdom of the recollection of past minds is the understanding the mode of creation of the mind. For this, it is necessary to go to the point of a small child. By the time we were born, we didn't know anything. We noticed that many got confused with Mahanibbana Sutta, whether the consciousness enters into the womb or not. But we have shown that there is no such thing taking place. Therefore, we expounded the Mahanibbana Sutta and explained that there is no such thing happening there. Consciousness is the feeling when cells are growing. The Buddha never talked about the last mind, Chuttisita, and first mind, Pratisandhisita. There is nothing mentioned in the Abhidhamma as well, and these two words are additions of authors who wrote books. The Buddha used the words of Okkanti, Gabbanti, Gabbaseyan. The meaning of these words differ from the above two words of Chutti and Pratisandhi. If the last mind, Chuttisita, enters to a womb as first mind, Pratisandhisita, according to these authors, it depicts that the same consciousness travels from a dead to a newly born. The Buddha explained this as a wrong view. Nitya Ditti. The Buddha asked the bhikkhu Sati whether he ever preached about the consciousness that travels after the death. In the Kevatta Sutta, it says that if there is no surface to reflect the consciousness, it would become not traceable. Vijnanam Anidassana. The consciousness arises and passes away at the same moment. It is the truth. This explanation will benefit for you, therefore, please be mindful. We know that as far as you have issues, doubt will not go away. This Dhamma to be understood in a clear mind. This is a deeper point of what we are talking about. We know that The infant, at the time who comes from the mother's womb, doesn't know anything. Does he have perceptions, formations, anger or jealousy? No, he does not have anything as such. He will get an attachment if he does know that this is gold. Still, the infant coming out from the mother's womb, how does he know this is gold? Most think that the infant gets to know these things when he is in the womb. If this is the case, when the mother eagers to gold while the infant is in the womb, he has to bring some gold while he is coming out. Then why do these small kids throw their gold ornaments and run? That is why all vibrational formations, sabbe sankara, cannot be placed on the small kid. What we talk about here are whole formations. Sabbe sankara had been explained by the Buddha in Jati Dhamma Sutta. Skandhanam Patibhavo, Ayatanam Patilabho, origination of aggregates, formation of faculties, Ayang Uchati Jati, are called birth. Monks, the birth is the birth of the eye, birth of the faculty. Ayatana is the birth. What we are trying to do here is to find out the beginning of this mind. The previous memory is not coming from the last life. Does the memory of the chair come from the last life? No, not at all. If so, why then in the preschools, the kids are taught like yellow, blue, red, etc. If this knowledge comes from the last life, they should have known yellow, blue like that. Upasaka. How about the children who talk about their previous lives? Aryan Hanse. It is some kind of telepathy. It is a different object. We should not get mixed up with everything. We will explain it separately. After explaining all the relevant things, we will come to that point. This is a frequency system. It is some sort of tuning like tuning Sirasa TV. If the memory comes from the last life, it is no need to send the child to the preschool. Just he can be made the pilot and offered the pilot seat. This is not practical. Please understand the core of this Dhamma. You can find their only perceptions available. These are explained in the lectures on deep wisdom. Abhinya. Without getting mixed up at first, we will learn the way this mind arises. If we take this moment's mind, which sees the book, the mind which sees the wall, when is the beginning of this mind? To do this inquiry, it is necessary to go to the beginning. Then you recollect the earliest incident. what still you can remember. This may be not in the smallest stage, maybe not in the age of 1 year. During the time of preschool, you learn slowly colors. Maybe not at that time also. But in this inquiry, slowly but surely, you are coming to a certain place. This whole exercise is the recollection of past minds. That is where the place you have come from, which the Buddha has shown, from where the birth jati started. The birth jati is the birth of the book. This is the jati. Then how this jati originated. The scene is the eye. The eye is not one made out of flesh. Through the dead body also has the flesh eye. It cannot see. The ability to see is an activity of a faculty, chakku faculty. Tinnang sangati passo. Three things meet together. Contact. 6 faculties have to be formed. Then there is a question of how do these faculties originate? When the light, tree, and ground are there, then the shadow will appear. We come to the point of Tinna Sangati Passo. Passo means the contact. Here the contact is the book. The contact occurred with the book. Then contact Passo is the feeling, Vedana, perception, Sanya, formation, volition, Sankara. Consciousness, Vijnana. These are the aggregates. Here, contact and passo both are called to the book. Upasaka. If the aggregates are the book, the form Rupa, eye reflection, Chakku Prasada, and eye consciousness, these three do not know it is a book. Is the addition of these three the contact? Aryan Vahanse, eye consciousness does not know it is a book. What three kind constitute the contact? Passo. Upasaka. The contact is the collection of the form, Rupa, eye reflection, Prasada, and eye consciousness. We don't get knowledge of this as a book at first instance. Only we know it as a color formation with the help of the eye consciousness. Aryan Vahanse. The gathering of three things is the contact. Tinnang Sangati Passo. When contact happens, the mind's consciousness will take place. This contact occurs in the mind. It is also the creation of aggregates, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness. When all these happen, the outcome is the knowledge of the book by the mind's consciousness. Also, contact occurs means the faculties come together. The mind consciousness is the collection of the color to the eye, sound to the ear, and cold, warm, and hardness to the body all come together at the same moment due to the speed. The observance of arising and passing away of aggregates is the Aryakanta Silaya. The object here is the book. When seen, the truth of the mind object, which is the book, is also the seen arising and passing away of the aggregates. The contact is also the same thing. The self, the view of self, is also the same thing. The self is also another name for the mind consciousness. The system which creates the book is also the creator of the self. That is why the Buddha explained here as Skandhanang Patibhavo. The thing is created for the mind. The faculty is called the point where the place of Tinna Sangati Passo. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body all are faculties, ayatana. These faculties are like a factory which proceeds style. This means the factory does not have a single task. It has a series of productions. Here the tile factory produces the tile, and according to your example, the aggregates come into operation and the mind consciousness generates, produces the book. Then the faculties, ayatanam patilabo. Profit is the book. It is the birth. Ayang uchati jati. This is where this is the origin of the form. Iti rupang samudayo. This is also called the wisdom of origination. Samudaya jnana. Before this, the wisdom of recollection of past minds, Pubbe Nivayanusati jnana, has to be known. One has to inquire that, come to the knowledge that how this mind originated and where this past memory comes from. This is where the mind object book comes into place. This is ignorance. The creation of the thing as a book is ignorance. This is a formation of color and sound. It is only a thought, chitta. It is not anywhere on the outside. Taken as the book on the outside is ignorance. Nothing is there, nowhere. These all happen in space. The eye reflection is chakku prasadaya, also a space. Without light, there is no vision. Don't look at the vision seen with self-identity. There is no self, only nature exists. Then all are confined to the light. Light doesn't have individuality or self-story or sound either. Also, the heat, warm, and cold do not have self-story. We need to clearly understand the Dhamma here. Then we will come to the wisdom of origination, Samudaya Jnana. This has to be acquired through the listening to Dhamma, Suttamaya Jnana. This Dhamma is not the only somebody can see from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta in one line, that is, Skandhanam Patibhavo Ayatanam Patilabo. To understand this, someone should have great knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutra, Sanchetana Sutra, and Jati Dhamma Sutra are like rings of the chain, cannot be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutta, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understood all as one block will be able to explain all for one destination. The Buddha has explained these sutta in different ways, in different situations to different people. But what the Buddha explained in all suttas is one thing. It is the ultimate truth. We need this Dhamma in these suttas to realize the ultimate truth. This is very important. Here all explained how arises of the form, iti rupang samudayo. Now you should not have any doubt regarding the wisdom of recollection of past minds, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana. Then the wisdom of the recollection of past minds is the ability to see the past minds according to the order in which those minds have taken place. Like what is happening now, what happened at that time as such. The little child doesn't know anything when he was born. The Buddha said that the birth, jati, is the birth of the eye. When something is seen, an idea is coming as this is gold, this is a gem, this is a book, this is a table as such. Theruvan Saranai, I think now the time is up. I have read up to page 45, volume 3, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So I will stop my book reading here. I would like to pay my respect to Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami Aryan Wahanse. Avasarai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Good evening, everybody. Everyone, everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 3, page number 42. Upasika. If the aggregates are the book, the form, or rupa, eye reflection, or chakku prasada, and eye consciousness, these three do not know it is a book. In addition of these three, the contact is the addiction of these three, the contact. Aryan Mahansi, eye consciousness does not know it is a book. What three kinds constitute the contact or passo? Upasika, the contact is the collection of the form or rupa, eye reflection or prasada, and eye consciousness. We don't get knowledge at first instance. Only we know it as a color formation with the help of the eye consciousness. Aryan Mahansi, the gathering of three things is the contact. Pinna Sangati Passo. When contact happens, the mind's consciousness will take place. This contact occurs in the mind. It is also the creation of aggregates, which are feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness. When all these happen, the outcome is the knowledge of the book by the mind consciousness. Also, contact occurs means the faculties come together. The mind consciousness is the collection of the color to eye, sound to ear, and cold, warm, and hardness to the body, all come together at the same moment due to the speed. The observance of arising and passing away of aggregates is the Arya Kanta Sila. The object here is the book. When seeing the truth of the mind, object which is the book is also seen arising and passing away of the aggregates. The contact is also the same thing. The self, the view of self, is also the same thing. The self is also another name for the mind consciousness. The system which created the book is also the creator of the self. That is why the Buddha explained here as Sandhanam Patubhava. The thing is created for the mind. The faculty is called the point where the place of Tinnan Sangati Passo. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body all are faculties or ayatana. These faculties are like a factory which produces tiles. This means the factory does not have a single task. It has a series of productions. Here, the tile factory produces the tile, and according to our example, the aggregates come into operation, and the mind consciousness generates or produces the book. Then the faculties or ayatana patilabo, profit is the book, It is the birth. Ayang Uchanti Jati. This is the origin of the form. Iti Rupang Samudayo. This is also called the wisdom of origination. Samudaya Jnana. Before this, the wisdom of recollection of past minds or Pubbe Nivasanasati Jnana has to be known. One has to inquire and come to the knowledge that how this mind originated and where this past memory comes from. This is where the mind object or the book comes into place. This is ignorance. The creation of the thing as a book is ignorance. This is a formation of color and sound. It is only a thought or chitta. It is not anywhere on the outside. Taken as the book on the outside is ignorance. Nothing is there, nowhere. These all happen in space. The eye reflection is Chakku Prasade, also a space. Without light, there is no vision. Don't look at the vision or seeing with self-identity. There is no self, only nature exists. Then all are confined to the light. Light doesn't have individuality or self-story and sound either. Also, the heat, warm, and cold don't have self-story. We need to clearly understand the Dhamma here. Then we will come to the wisdom of origination or Samudaya Jnana. This has to be acquired through the listening to Dhamma, which is Suttamaya Jnana. This Dhamma is not the one somebody can see from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta in one line, that is, Sandhanam Patubhavo Ayatanan Patilavu. To understand this, someone should have greater knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutta, Sanchetana Sutta, and Jati Dhamma Sutta are like rings of the chain. They cannot be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutta, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understands all as one block will be able to explain all for one destination. The Buddha has explained these suttas in different ways, in different situations, to different people, but what the Buddha explained in all suttas is one thing. It is the ultimate truth. We need this Dhamma in these suttas to realize the ultimate truth. This is very important. Here, all explained how arises of this form or iti rupang samudaya. Now, you should not have any doubt regarding the wisdom of recollection of past minds or Pubbe Nivasanasati Jnana. Then the wisdom of recollection of past minds is the ability to see the past minds according to the order in which those minds have taken place. Like what is happening now, what is happened at that time as such. The little child doesn't know anything when he was born. The Buddha said that the birth or jati means the birth of the eye. When something is seen, an idea is coming as this is gold, this is a gem, this is a book, this is a table as such. For all this, according to the usage, likes and dislikes will arise. This nature varies from one another. This is not good. It doesn't work for me. Just throwing it away. Accordingly, aversion arises. Otherwise, the object is good. It is valuable, and I need to keep it. Then desire arises. This is how desire, aversion, and delusion come into play. Therefore, this is where the defilements or pleasure originate. Then he gets angry when he encounters an undesirable object, and he gets rejoices when he encounters a desirable object. That is where jealousy, anger, and stinginess all come in. It is the natural nature of a small child's behavior. He grabs what he likes and does not allow anybody to take it away. This is called the nature of taints or tendency to become attached. This nature of the taints has been inbuilt into the cells since the time of mother's womb. The cells have the nature of a tendency to attach. This is how the system is maintained by Mother Nature. These are all governed by the nature of speed. For example, when rotating two fireballs, we can see a ring of fire. But in a real sense, there is no ring. There are only fireballs. The speed of nature is illusory like that. When someone's childhood doesn't have an idea to marry, he doesn't have the feeling of love. These ideas are coming to his mind when he is getting young. The reason for this is the continued build-up of, of volitional formations again and again. Rupang Rupantaya Sankadang Abhisankarati. What happened was the child took the addition of color and sound as a thing. Taking this process as a thing is ignorance or avijja. The combination of color and sound is the formation or the sankhara. Showing a thing by adding sounds and colors is the task of formation or sankhara. It is itself ignorance. It is not possible to say whether ignorance or formation comes first. These both come together. There is no descending or ascending order in dependent origination. When writing it, there is no other way other than writing it in order. In an actual sense, it cannot be written like that. The reason for this, the formation, sankhara, is also ignorance, that taking as a thing. The formation happens due to names and forms, which is also known as nama rupa. The combination of colors and sounds is the names and forms. It is ignorance that causes the formation, and the formation that causes the consciousness, which is the knowingness. This knowingness also the formation itself, because here it came to know the thing as the book. This book itself is the formation, name, and form. This book also ignores 6 faculties, the contact, and the aggregates. It's also the desire. When the thing is there, the clinging or upadana comes in. Then clinging leads to existence or bhava, followed by birth or jati, decay, jara, death, marana, sorrow, dukkha, and lamentation, parideva, all come into operation. This happens because form has been taken as true. Here, the book was taken as a thing. The existence here is also the book. There is the book. There is the table. There is the bed. All these, the existence. Attachment or desire comes considering there is a thing. This desire also leads to clinging. That is the reason we said that the dependent origination or paticca samuppada has to be written on top of another. These are all same. Everything is a mental object or arama. The mental object here is the book. Then everything here is the formation of the book. The realization of this process in the moment is the Shana Sampatti. This happens at the moment. When one realizes the truth of the mind, object, or aramuna, he sees everything momentarily. This is the Shana Sampatti. Without the wisdom of recollection of past minds, or Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, the wisdom of death and birth of the mind, which is the Chutupata Jnana, will arise. In other words, this mind ceases only knowing its way of origin. This cessation of the mind is called Itirupang Attagamancha. One who sees the origination of the mind, Itirupang Samudayo, only would be able to see the cessation of the mind, which is Attagamancha. Upasaka, what is the Sinhala meaning of the word Attagamancha? Aran Mahanse, Attagamacha is the wisdom of cessation. Vayajnana. It is the detachment from the mind. If it is taken with the Four Noble Truths, the Noble Truth of origin of suffering or Dukkha Samudaya is the book. The book has become true. If there is the book, then there is the origination of suffering or Samudaya. Then there is suffering. If there is a book, then there is desire, aversion, birth, decay, death, sorrow, and lamentation, all come into play. In this example, one sees the book outside and thinks it's true. It is the noble truth of the origin of suffering, or Samudaya Sakka. Taken this as the book is the noble truth of suffering, Dukkha Sakka. If he sees the truth, how this book originated, Iti Rupang Samudayo, he sees the cessation. It is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering, or the Dukkha Nirodha Sakka. Seeing this scenario is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering, or Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Sakka. All these happen in the same mind object or aramuna. This cannot be realized through meditation. A bhikkhu asked the Buddha whether it is necessary to reach the fourth jnana to do vidarshana, which is the development of insight. The Buddha has replied that any kind of mind concentration is sufficient for this. Fourth discussion, awakening to the moment. The true Dhamma has been awoken. Aryan Mahanse, it is easy to explain this Dhamma to a youth who is new to Dhamma, but it is difficult to make someone understand who is already bogged down in the learning Dhamma. Like a five aesthetics, they could not give up their prejudice knowledge. Like the five aesthetics, they could not give up their prejudiced knowledge. If one has experienced then only he comes to know the detriment of it. After meditation for a long time, we realize that the realization of the truth cannot be achieved through meditation. Now we come to Dhamma. We saw this form, Iti Rupa, and how this form is originated. Iti Rupang Samudaya. Once one sees the origination of the form, he sees the cessation of the form. Iti Rupang Attagamacha as well. Then he realized that the form is not true, and he eradicates the attachment to the form. It is the wisdom of origination and cessation, also known as Udayavaya Jnana. This cessation of the mind does not happen until the Dhamma is not seen, until the wisdom of the philosophy of Dhamma is not seen, until the wisdom through listening and reading of Dhamma or Srutamaya Jnana is not acquired. That's why the Buddha told Bhikkhu Ananda, if somebody realizes the philosophy, his defilements would reduce. The magnitude of receding defilements like the Himalayan mountain. The Blessed One asked the Bhikkhu Ananda, showing a little stone in his hand, whether the Himalayan or the stone both speak. The Bhikkhu Ananda replied that the stone on the hand couldn't even compare with the Himalayan. Now we can understand if somebody acquires the wisdom of philosophy, he is left with only a small amount of defilements or impurities. These defilements are completely eradicated only through realization. What we do to help make understand the philosophy. Noble friends, O Kalyana Mitra, task is to make the listener understand the philosophy. Then he starts to see the unreality of everything he encounters. It is called seeing the truth of every object coming to the mind or around. A gentleman earlier asked us how the mind could be seen. Then we told him that before seeing the mind, the Dhamma has to be seen. It is the Buddhist philosophy of Dhamma. The mind can be seen through this philosophy. Then he asked us how the philosophy could be seen. For this, listening to the Dhamma is necessary. The person who saw the philosophy is one able to preach. After explaining the philosophy, the listener gets the understanding that nothing in the world is true. After that, he starts seeing all the objects come into his mind as unreal. Then he may try to see the mind object. That is what we call seeing the mind. A Muslim or a Christian may say that though he doesn't know Buddhism, he can hear the word of seeing the mind. Then it is possible for me to attain nirvana. We say them having the Quran on hand and seeing the mind not leading to attain nirvana. The reason for that is your belief of God has created the world. What happens here is awakening of the eye of Dhamma or Dhamma Chakusaya. It awakens within. Then he sees the truth of everything he sees. It is the wisdom of truth, the wisdom of actions or Krutyajnana, is there for those who already have the wisdom of truth or Satyajnana. The one who doesn't have the wisdom of truth not be able to see the mind. It is impossible. When the realization of the truth has taken place, the wisdom gained through listening and reading or Suttamaya Jnana is getting experienced. Here, learning Sutaya and wisdom Jnana are different from each other. It is something like our earlier example of sharpening the knife. You will realize that something is happening inside. You feel that you are getting relief from the world. It is the reason the Buddha has told that defilements like Himalayan get receded with the deep understanding of the philosophy of Dhamma. It cannot be done purposely. It happens itself automatically. These defilements, like desire, cannot be eradicated forcefully. But if you see the truth, then the desire, aversion, and delusion gradually diminish. This is the start of the total eradication of ignorance. Avijja asesa viraga nirodho. If ignorance is eliminated completely, it is nirvana. It is the reason ignorance comes to the last of 10 fetters or dasa samyojana. Upasika, Aryan Mahansa, in the dependent origination or Paticca Samuppadaya, it is said that desire comes first. Aryan Mahansa, you see, now a small child doesn't have those types of questions. Even if you give him gold jewelry, he may throw it to the ground because he doesn't have the attachment or desire for it. Why is that? When an object is seen as a thing, it becomes valuable. Not knowing only colors and sound are there. Then attachment or aversion comes into play. This is called desire or tanha. If one realizes the truth of this, what happens? Like that small child, he sees everything as usual, eats, drinks, and does the basic necessities as before. Nothing is going to stop everything as before. But knowing that, like nothing is in the mirror, what is seen inside. Likewise, he realizes that nothing in the appearance world. Upasika, just like that mother plays with kids in the playhouse. Aryan Mahansi, yes, we have understood that there is nothing inside of the mirror as the previous example. As such, we are getting realized that there is nothing in the so-called real world. It is seen as the truth through realization. Sankitena Nipidaya. But he has lost. He sees and hears like before. For those things, seeing, hearing, the state of attachment and aversion has been lost. Desire has been lost. The colors and structures are all same. Those things are seen as pictures. As before, colors are seen. Sounds are heard, but no burning inside. Not going to steal, not going to murder. It becomes a state of no value. Here, you need to do only one thing. It is to realize the philosophy, vision. Then whatever is left is the perception. These perceptions getting updated again and again. Rupan, Rupantaya, Sankatan, Abhisankaroti. After being seen again and again, numerous times, they are so common to appear before us as things. Now, when we start to see other way around, these would gradually be getting diluted. This is called the wisdom of practice or Krutya Jnana, Patipada Jnana. That is the reason we set this process was a sort of vibration, a wave. Aryan Mahanse, now you have come to the path up to a certain extent. Then the rest of on your hand. For this reason, the Buddha has said, monks, there were no made rafters. You have to make it for yourself to sail to the other shore. You need to compare this Dhamma with experience and practices of day to day. If you do this, you are acting in the wisdom of practice. Krutyajnana. The wisdom of practice is the way of doing things day to day. If you practice this way, what will be your end? The wisdom of practice leads to liberation. You will feel this gradual revelation. This is very pleasant story, isn't it? Now we know Vishaka at the age of 7 realized the truth. She was a daughter of a big businessman, and she was also a big businesswoman. See, this realization did not hinder her household life. Instead, it helped her to lead a successful household life. If there is a mind, there is also a liberation from it. It is not relevant to the clothes that he wears, whether it is yellow, white, or black. These all become irrelevant when he is getting liberated from the mind. Whether living in a cave or a palace like Jetavanaramaya is immaterial when the mind does not have feelings over them. Upasaka, then Venerable Sir, whatever is done, there is a feeling that I am there. Even when we walk through this path, we are to use the word I am. Aryan Mahanse, even though a word is uttered, there is an inner knowledge that the word is meaningless. Therefore, the word which was uttered is not forceful. Maybe it is true for others, but not for him. Nirvana is in this moment. Nothing is later. The Buddha has preached Tatra Tatra Vipassati, noticing the mind arising in this moment and seeing the truth moment to moment will lead to Nirvana. According to the Buddha, the realization happens at the same time when listening to the Dhamma. This Dhamma is realized by the self. It is understood by the self, and also it is eternal or timeless. At this moment, one realizes that the liberation from the mind occurs. It is Nirvana. After seeing Nirvana, all the minds arise, followed by seeing the Nirvana, are also seeing Nirvana. It is called Patinissanganupassi. Upasaka, is it necessarily to practice frequently at the beginning? Aryan Mahase, it doesn't happen overnight. The mind is getting scattered. Once he realizes the truth, he will enter into the path without a doubt, not getting into the lower lugs, as he doesn't have other perceptions. He will be a definite stream entrant. All the perceptions are not true for him. Through all the perceptions coming in, he sees the world as unrealistic. He comes to know that the world is not existing outside, and it is the creation of the mind within. These all mean the stream entrant does not fall back into the ordinary or Pruthakshana world. The reason is he has already a stream entrant. He sees the unrealistic nature of the world. For the worldly person, this is not true. If he is told that the world is not true, he doesn't accept it. He will tell what you are talking about. This, see this, touch here, all there, this is the world. But if he tells, see and touch a person who has realized the Dhamma, he would say that he can't feel that there is a world outside, and in turn he may ask whether does the other person have a world. He can show a world outside, but the person who realized the truth cannot show that there is no world. It is the difference between the one downstream or Anusota and upstream Patisota. Both sides get changed. Upasaka, if we talk like these people would think that we are mad. Aryan Mahansi, if we talk, otherwise nobody knows. Now where we live, nobody knows. This is a better way of living. We have great freedom over here, very pleasant. That's why the Buddha frequently walked into the Andavana. The Andavana is the place within where there is no thing in. If we explain this, it can be taken from the wrong side. Now we are talking about the present moment. There is nothing in this awakening stage. Even though everything is there, he doesn't feel any value in them. What he sees or hears, because he has an insight like he is awakened from a dream. This is called awakening to the moment. When you realize this Dhamma and get used to it, you will feel that you are entered into a monkhood. The bhikkhu or the monk is the one who experiences this truth. These were the ones the Buddha offered instant monkhood, ehi bhikkhu, and also higher ordination, upasambhada. These have been asked to bear the robes. This is the real monkhood offered by the nature. In the Bhikkhu Sutta, the Buddha has shown that the bhikkhu was the one who sees the truth of the object coming to the mind. Also, the Buddha explained in Sattatthana Kusala Sutta, the one who sees this is the form, iti rupam. This is the origin of form, iti rupam samudaya. Is the cessation of the form, iti rupam attagamanka. This is the pleasure of the form, this is the pain of the form, and detaches from the form is called a bhikkhu. The Buddha has said that one who does not see these 7 things of the form is not a bhikkhu. Taken as a thing itself is the pleasure, asada, pain, adinava, and the detachment, nisarana. If it is a thing, it is pleasure. If it is seen as nothing, it is the pain. Seen as nothing is also detachment. This is the whole Dhamma. This also is called seeing the truth of the mind, object, seeing the origination and cessation of the aggregate, and getting liberated from aggregates is observing precepts by nobles, or Arya, also known as Arya Kanta Sila. Then one who sees this philosophy is called the noble or Arya. The one who is clever to see this Dhamma is called Aryanan Dasavi, Arya Dhammesu Kovido. The discipline here is getting rid of every mind object while seeing its true nature. It is called Arya Dhammesu Vinaya. Discipline comes from within. Sangvarattena Sila, Arya Dhammesu Kovido. One who acquired this ability is called an Aryan. Now, if you realized and see the things as explained above, you will become an Aryan. This is the real highest ordained, the real bhikkhu. According to the Shramana Sutta, he is the actual clergyman. That is why the Buddha offered instant monkhood and asked him to bear it. This is the Buddha Sasana. When the self-nature of the mind has been shredded, it is the state of emptiness. Whatever object comes to mind, it is empty, formless, and not pleasant. Shunya, Animitta, Apranita. There are no things, nimiti, such as the book, table, and bed. It is the place where there are no forms, animitta, and empty. Here there is no idea of self, apanita, non-self, anatta. It is the liberation of thoughts, ceto vimutti, liberation from the mind, chitta vimutti, becoming the state of freedom from the mind. This state is Buddha nature. When the state self disappears, the Buddha nature starts to appear. One can experience Buddha nature when his view of self becomes ready. This state cannot be called simply emptiness. In this emptiness, everything is there. Nothing is lost. Able to see like before. Able to hear like before. This is just a wisdom of realization, and this wisdom is called Buddha. Upasaka, not getting deceived from this moment onward, nothing is getting accumulated. Aryan Mahansi, what is needed to see the Buddha's nature? Natti me saranang annam, Buddho me saranang varam. As the thoughts have been considered true, suffering is inevitable. When the truth of the thoughts is seen, it is the realization of the truth that is where the Buddha nature is met. Therefore, there is no refuge other than the Buddha. Here, the Buddha means the realization of the truth. There is no other refuge. To see this, one needs to see the Dhamma first. The Dhamma here is the nothingness. Ida Pachatave. Imasmin sati idan hoti. Imasmin asati idan nahoti. Imassa uppada idan uppajati. Imassa nirodha idam nirochati. Patisamuppadesu Dhamman. Understanding the dependent origination is the realization that there is nothing outside. There is nothing outside of what we think. Dhamma is the scene of nothing outside. Therun Sana, everybody.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Let us begin by paying homage with deep gratitude to our noble friend and Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Mahanse. Having transcended personhood, he guides others to see the Dhamma within themselves, enabling an inner transformation that leads beyond the notion of self. Through this rare guidance, we are invited not just to believe, but to observe and realize the truth through our own experience. For more than 5 years, he has tirelessly served by expounding over 12,000 sermons for the welfare of those seeking liberation. We offer our heartfelt appreciation for this compassionate effort to illuminate the path shown by the Buddha. May he be blessed with a long life and good health. Aibo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So, we've been talking about how this mind is created moment to moment. Mind is the thought you have right now. Whatever the attention lands on right now, that is the mind, that is your world. In that thought, in that single thought, it assumes the so-called world exists and the self observing it exists. So when a baby was born,
he or she had no idea of who he or she is, the name, who the mother is, who the father is. As the baby is introduced to these labels in the forms of sounds, whatever the images the baby was able to see. The baby was able to see, hear, smell, taste, touch, all right. But baby didn't have the mind, the thoughts to identify things with. Baby couldn't identify anything. That's why every baby, we have to teach them who their mother is, who their father is, what the colors are. Like a blank sheet of paper. Everything needs to be taught. And as the baby grows, even about his or her own birth, we have to tell them. A baby has no idea where he or she came from. If you have children, if you have nephews, nieces, you know, they would question, Mommy, where did I come from? And then the mother will say, the God gave you, or you came in a basket, or whatever you tell your babies about as the story, or you were brought from the hospital, you came from your mommy's tummy, whatever the story you tell about the birth of the child. And the baby doesn't have any idea about a death either. So if you have, as he or she is growing up, if you have neighbors, if you have family who passes away, then you would take the child to the funeral and the child has no idea what's going on. They'll be like, why is that uncle in a coffin now? He walks, or why is he sleeping like that? Then you have to explain in the form of, you're giving more labels. A label called death, and based on what the baby sees, the coffin, and then baby learns what a coffin is, another label in the form of a sound, an image entangled with sound, like we've been discussing. And there's a mental image for the death now, and the sound, death. Sometimes when the parents pass away at an early age, at a young age of these children, sometimes they play in the funeral home or at the service. They just play. They have no idea what happened. They have no idea as to the gravity of what happened as we think of death. The baby doesn't know her own mother passed away. You've seen in Sri Lankan funerals, the children of the deceased play under the same coffin because they have not been introduced to these ideas and labels, the thoughts. So let's say a child's mother passed away, and with time the child realizes that the mother hasn't come, she hasn't seen the mother in a long time. Now more ideas settle in. Death means something after which the person who dies doesn't return. And the child looks for the mother, try to call them, asks if we can call them. So child learns there's no place that they went, they were buried in a coffin. And people tell, you usually get sick and die. It's a painful experience. And now more ideas about how painful the death is. And with slowly but surely, everything is attached to death. Every kind of pain is attached to the pain. If you don't take care of it, illness, sickness, injuries, wounds, accidents can lead to death. So the mother never returned after that day, after the day of the funeral, which the child learned newly about. Child learns they're never going to return. You're going to lose them forever. And it's a painful experience. And this too can happen to me, the so-called me. The child learned about the so-called self. Now the child has a self. We talked about that. If that's a thought that's been taken, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self in here to whom seeing happens, hearing happens, smelling, tasting, touch happens. Now this self was born, brought from the hospital, that is what the birth is, and can also die at an unexpected moment. Any pain, any accident can lead to death, and after that you never return. So there's an enormous, as children, I remember thinking about death, contemplating about death, what kind of a place it is. There's like dark kind of mental images of a place of no return. And thoughts about it as something that you should be scared of, worry about. So everything. And then now death is a mental image now. The birth is a mental image. In other words, death is a thought. Birth is a thought. The so-called self is a thought. Whatever we do in between, they are all thoughts, not just thoughts. A single thought that comes alive, that arises in the moment, in this moment. We talked about there's no other moment. The past, you think about in this moment without ever having to leave the chair you're sitting on. The future is another thought you're thinking about while sitting on the same chair without even having to leave the chair. We are assuming these places exist. Past as some sort of a location, some sort of idea of a place in the past that you can revisit through thoughts. Future as something in a distant future. These mental images shape the experience and the expansive experience. As you understand that these are and were nothing but a single thought in the moment, the grip it has on you, it loosens, because that grip cannot be held, just like the magician pulling a dove from his sleeve was magic to you, was astounding to you. Now when you learn there was a hidden pigeon somewhere, and by misleading your attention to somewhere else, the pigeon just appeared. Same way, you were thinking there's a place called death, there's some birth that happened, there's some place called past, some place yet to be arrived at called future. When these mysterious ideas, these mysteries are explained, well, you take it in the form of knowledge first. Intellectually you understand it, but it goes far beyond being an intellectual knowledge. It becomes your experiential knowing as you pay attention to your own thoughts, to investigate how your own thoughts work. If you can remember, now as we talk about these things, if you can revisit your earliest memories about death, your earliest memories about birth, you will see that it had nothing to do with the real birth or real death. There's no thing called the real birth or real death, but whatever, the demise, a person ceasing to exist and person coming to this world, these two incidents, the thoughts about it has nothing to do with it. Now, when we started talking about death, you had thoughts about death. Before this moment, you had no thoughts about death. So the death did not exist for you prior to the moment we started talking about the death. Death could be accessed anytime by a thought. Birth could be accessed anytime by a thought. Before this moment that we started talking about birth, probably for the entire day you must have not, you probably didn't talk about or think about birth. However, after learning about death, now the child's mind associate every major incident to death, all kinds of pains and disasters and dangers to death. So when there's a disaster or danger or an accident, the fear arises because now this child is aware of a death as a fearful thing, as a thing that you should be afraid of. And this mind now starts thinking it learned about its own birth, death. In between, I need to do something with my life. I need to be someone special, someone different. Everyone does the same thing. What's the point? Oh, there are many doctors, there are many engineers. I need to do something that no one has ever done. That's how I make my mark in this earth. I'm going to be a I don't know, whatever the unique field that you choose to be in. I'm going to conserve marine biology in the Pacific Ocean, or whatever it is that you choose to, however the way in which you choose to differentiate yourself. That is why the self becomes so special. And at an early age, this new way of thinking kind of makes children feel like they're so special, they are unique. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's also adding to the very powerful sense of self, very unique. Anyways, people think of them as unique. They have to make themselves unique. The survival in this life depends on being unique. Not to be unique and special is devastating, because how are you going to survive? How are you going to make your mark? How are you going to win the competition? Because there's so many people, 7 billion or 8 billion people in this world. You have to be something additional, something more, something special, something extra to survive. That's why from the time the baby learns these ideas, the self, the birth, death, thought by thought, what he or she does is making a unique being, thought by thought. So when we say ego, in this particular context, we do not mean ego in the sense that I have too much pride, or someone has too much pride, someone has too much egos, someone thinks highly of themselves. But whatever the thought that defines the uniqueness of the so-called self, whatever the thought tells that you are different from the rest of the world, that is ego. Whatever, you probably have heard this saying in spiritual contexts. They say, if the wave thought it's any different from the ocean, that would be a lie. Same way, now this wave with thoughts thinks in ways that makes the wave different from the ocean. So if you think, you know, I like natural things. I don't like plastic. Yeah, there's a sense of change making you different from others. I'm not saying that you shouldn't use natural things. Plastics, they're not good for our earth. We're completely supporting the idea, but the fact that it is used to create a separate self, that truth needs to be understood, and you will still continue with the way in which you buy, use different kinds of materials to the preserve in order to preserve the earth, in order to be helpful towards that bigger idea, but to use it as a factor to make you identify you differently from the rest is ego. That you need to see that for what it is. You must have heard many people giving all sorts of different statements to identify them as differently. I'm a woman, I'm a man, I'm a transgender person, or however however they identify themselves, with their sexualities, with their sexual orientations, with their nationalities, with I'm Indian, I'm Sri Lankan, I'm Chinese, I'm American, I'm British. When whatever that term is for you, when you say that, there's a certain kind of pride that people can detect. Underlying is that thought that is identifying you any different to the rest of the world. I'm a human. That identifies you as differently from the rest of the nature, from animals. I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist too is an identification. We think not belonging to some group is non-identification. No, it too is identification. Identifying yourself as different to the rest of them, that too is ego. Not in that sense, he has too much pride, but in the sense, I'm different to you, I'm different to the rest of the world. Other labels, I'm smart, I'm compassionate, I do stupid things. There's some, there may be some truth to these statements. We are not disputing that. But to think of a non-existent self, this truth runs much deeper than that kind of truth. Because if you think you're smart, that's with respect to the absolute truth. Being smart or not smart, or this is whole part of the process, part of the system. Some animals are smart, some animals are not. There are stupid deers and smart deers, stupid cats and smart cats, stupid dogs and smart dogs, whatever. There are different brain capacities, intellectual capacities amongst humans, no doubt about it. But to identify a self and make it the identifying factor is creating an ego using thoughts. Thoughts do not exist. Where do thoughts exist? Whatever you think about yourself, do you look around, what can you see? Do you see walls, roofs, floors? Whatever you think about yourself, Are they in the walls you see? Are they in the roofs you see? Are they in the floors you see? Are they in the furniture you see? Are they in the air you see? It's a mental construct. You cannot attribute a physical location to it. The mind cannot be given a physical location. That is the most beautiful thing about the mind. That's why a lot of people have difficulty explaining the mind, because mind is whatever you hear is the mind, whatever you see is the mind, whatever you smell is the mind, whatever you touch is the mind, whatever you feel is the mind, whatever your thoughts that run through your mind right now, that is your mind. Whatever you think about the past right now, that's your mind. Whatever you think about right now in the future, about the future, that is your mind. So there's no form, there's no shape, there's no location, there's no physical appearance that we can attribute to. Mind takes many forms. Yet, the thoughts we think with belongs to a duality, and it always expects a duality. So when they say mind, we won't, because why we can't understand the mind is we want it for the mind, our idea of the mind, or whatever we learn new about the mind, to fit into some box we expect, fit into some shape that we had from how the mind should be, what the mind should be. Mind has the quality of duality, meaning what you call the chair. The baby didn't have a chair. Baby only had the visual image of the so-called chair, visual image of what an adult would call a chair. That image, baby was given the sound chair, 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 chair. That sound got entangled with that image, and baby now has a thought about a chair. Now, even when the baby leaves the place where the chair is, baby can now think about the chair. Baby takes a mental image with him or her about a chair. The moment when we say chair, it means there is a chair. Also, the fact that there is no chair is also, both of them are options now. The existence of a chair and non-existence of a chair, both those options are created by labeling something as a chair. That's why Buddha said, if you say something exists, it's wrong. If you say something that doesn't exist, it too is wrong. When the causes and conditions that are required for the existence of something is present, they appear. When the causes and conditions are not met, they're not there. That is the absolute truth. That's why Buddha defied annihilationism and existentialism. Something is there, something is not there. Both being defied by Buddha. That's why Buddhism is a cause and effect, or cause and condition Dhamma. When the conditions are met for something's existence, they appear. If not, they don't appear. Meaning, when the so-called image of the chair is present if the label is being given previously, even now, the chair appears. When you don't think about a chair, when you don't see a chair is no longer there. Then probably a table is there, something else is there. Then the table is the one that's existing in the awareness of the person. In Sinhala, in the language spoken in Sri Lanka, we call it Hetu Pala Dhamma, cause and condition Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. So, and that is the middle path. If you say something exists, it's wrong. If you say something doesn't exist, it's wrong. The middle is the cause and effect. So whatever the sermons that were delivered by the Lord Buddha and the sermons delivered by Buddothpado and Mahanse, they're delivered from the middle path, meaning the words are used to not say something exists, neither to say something doesn't exist, but it talks about how they come into existence with the necessary conditions being met, by the necessary conditions being met. So now the child has if we come back to what we were talking about, the child has a birth, death, fear of death, has the need to create a unique self, invent a unique self, define the unique self using different thoughts. So this belief system, self-identifying view, followed by a fully fledged, very comprehensive system in which this child looks at the world, this thinking is embedded in everything he or she does. As the child grows old, he or she sees people walking. If she's a girl, she sees girls walking, girls who are older to her in school. They walk with different ways. You know, some walk like models, some don't. So the mind compares different walks and says, this one is a beautiful walk. So that walk is followed. Sees different ways in which people talk, detects one as a good way to talk, nice way to, smart way to, pleasant way to, beautiful way to talk, and it's followed. We have seen now our own children, they go home, they come home, they start talking differently all of a sudden after going to middle school, at high school. They say different things that he or she is not exposed to at home. You know, so we think we identify them as, you know, their personality is being developed. They're maturing, they become matured, all of that. Yes, true in some surface level, but underlying what's happening is the self-identifying view is maturing. That unique self is taking shape. They talk about the world, the relationships, kids at school, love, sex, the governments, the political systems, all these things they talk about. They talk about their neighbors, newer strengths in school, new slangs, all these things. Now, that initial self-identifying view, there should be a self here. That self is Paul, Mary, whoever it is. I'm such a person, I'm this kind of person, I'm that kind of person, I walk like this, I talk like this. I am a sensitive person. I need to make something out of myself. I need to be a doctor, I need to be an engineer, I need to be an activist, I don't believe in any religion, I'm an atheist. Or there are like more and more terms coming into our language to define more and more thoughts, more things, more sophisticated, more complicated, more complex things. Now we have come a long way from being the ape or being in the Stone Age or being that hunter-gatherer. Or yeah, we have evolved into a really complex being with so many ideas. Most of them we talk about, think about, they do not exist even in a physical sense. We go through our days thinking so many things. There's an alarm that goes off. The sound, as soon as that sound is heard, there's a thought that comes. Oh, the alarm. I have to get up. I have to go to work. I have to get ready for this meeting. I have to go to the bank. The list comes. The body wakes up. I need to get ready. I need to brush my mouth. The body goes into that activated mode, brushes the teeth, goes to the shower, take a bath, come out of the shower, get ready, get some breakfast, make some coffee, get some breakfast. The body, makes the coffee. The breakfast is taken while scrolling on the phone. Take the keys, go to the car, take your bag, drive. While driving, thinking about other things that needs to be done. How the day goes. Underlying all that, all these activities, there's a thought, I am doing this, I am doing that, I am going to work, I'm going to go to my car, now I'm going to go drive to this location. I'm going to go from there and drop my kid off, whatever you do. That thought, I'm doing this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to get there, I'm going to talk to this person, I'm going to make a call. This is now that has become a habit now. That self-identifying belief system is reinforced every time these thoughts are created through this thought generator called the mind. If you take another step kind of back and start contemplating, the alarm goes off, there's a thought, oh, it's time to wake up, I need to do this, do that. And the body walks to the bathroom or washroom, restroom, whatever it is. Meanwhile, there's no thought as to I should keep my first foot, then the right foot, and then the left foot. I should move my hands a certain way. It goes to the body consciousness goes to the bathroom, takes the toothbrush, put a specific amount of toothpaste onto it. There's no decision-making process involved, active decision-making process involved. I should squeeze this much, I should stop now, should I squeeze more, or should I squeeze less, I should have squeezed less, or whatever it is. There's nothing like that. And the brush is put inside the mouth, and there's no thought process or decision-making process as to how much I should brush. Should I reach that corner or should I stop halfway through? You're thinking about, the mind is thinking about something else sometimes. You have no idea you are even done brushing your teeth. You're like, oh, last night the movie I watched or the fight I had with my wife. The mind is in that. The brushing happens. Nobody does it. It's just a process. It's how this nature unravels through the so-called self. But the thinking says, I'm brushing my teeth. So if you can see this clearly, there's a clear distinction here. Whatever we think we do throughout the day is something that's happening through this so-called self. Just like flowers bloom in the jungle and pollen, there's pollination that takes place. Nobody's doing pollination. And then the flower matures into a fruit. And the fruit matures and it falls on the floor or taken by the wind to a far location, and that fruit deteriorates, the seed becomes another plant, and that grows, that takes nutrition from earth, grow towards the sun, so it gets more sunlight and there's more food for the tree, there's more photosynthesis. Nobody is doing it, yet the tree knows how to bear flowers, how to bear fruits, how to be proper so that, properly mature so that pollination take place. And how to take the seeds farthest away from the tree so the existence, the propagation is ensured. Nobody told the tree how to do it. There's a certain kind of an intelligence, but even that is a term we give. That is how the nature operates, making sure it's survival from one generation to another. That's visible in the trees, that's visible in the animals, that's visible in the humans. Survival, existence, propagation, they're all basic biological qualities about life on earth. Because we have this sophisticated mind, we label it as, I'm doing this. When we know especially women have a hormonal period, a cycle, there's a fertile period during which the hormones are more active, and that system is there to ensure that there's the conceiving of a child happens. So there are certain feelings around this cycle to facilitate that process. So they find a suitable partner. It seems like they're finding a suitable partner, but it's nobody's doing. It's like how pollination happens. And suitable partner, and in this sophisticated kind of life we have, we've defined marriages and all these things. So based on how this system works amongst humans, the activities are manifested through the humans that are required for the mating process to ensure the life moves on, the next generation, to ensure there's a next generation and a next generation and a next generation. Is there any... If you see this, you will see that all the humans are in one unique way or another. This is what they're doing. They're born, they grow up, they become adults, they find, so they date, they love, they get married, they have kids, they take care of their kids, they make sure the kids are old enough to find their own partners and start a family and have more kids. So you could have the grandest wedding, you could have the very low profile wedding, you could have your children going to the best schools, or another person could have their children going to not so privileged sort of a school, but the function is the same. How it's sugar coated is the difference. How you sugarcoat it, how you look at it, how you operate, is this the difference is the self-identifying view. How unique, how ambitious, with thoughts, how you have set, how you have created, how the self is created with respect to the rest of the world. Other than that, we are still the same animal. One would see through this, but would not have any means to understand and realize the absolute truth. But he or she will throw, okay, what's the point in this life? We're born, we become older, we get married, we have more children, we get into, get loans, buy a house, buy a vehicle. And our children do the same. What is the purpose of this life? Someone might think. And that person might be like, okay, I'm not going to get into this rat race. I'm going to do something good for the world, or I'm going to dedicate myself for a bigger purpose. Even then, that's also differentiating the so-called self using thoughts in a different way. Okay, there's some intelligence as to not fall for this trap of reproduction, but still that person is not out of this cycle of birth, because just because he or she understood the reproduction, how the reproduction cycle works, and it takes you to kind of a trap, keep you keep you kind of entrapped in one kind of a cycle. He or she is still entrapped in a different kind of a cycle that all of us are entrapped in, cycle of birth and death. Everybody is entrapped in that. Unless you understand this absolute truth and transcend the personhood, everybody's entrapped in the cycle of rebirths. We call it sansaric cycle, samsara, cycle of rebirth, cycle of death and birth. All these words are there. But you are born, you're reborn, you're born, you live a certain period of time, you die, you're reborn. We don't know who or how. But some people say, okay, reborn part, you can't see. When you're dead, you're dead. You don't know. We don't know. Nobody can come from death and tell us, okay, I was here and now I'm born again or whatever. We don't know that for a fact. From time to time, we would hear somebody would talk about something and we're not ready to listen to that. We've heard lots of scientific experiments about near-death experiences. We are not ready to hear about that. We've heard a lot of psychologists talk about and using regression therapy, deep hypnosis, to go to past life, past regression, and that this kind of area. There's research about it, but we are not ready to listen to it. But we are not ready to question our beliefs either. Just because we reject some account, some details, some scientific evidence, doesn't mean we have a better solution. We are just as helpless as people who are confused by these accounts too, without knowing the absolute truth, because all we have is some relative truth and bunch of beliefs that we believe about ourselves, how the world operates, beliefs about how the political system, societies, and birth and death and after death, how they operate. So when we say circle of rebirths, circle of birth and death, you probably don't understand. Probably it seems like some mystical thing, some superficial thing. We understand where you're coming from. We have respect for that, but just bear it in a corner of your mind. Do not accept it. Do not reject it. Let's go through our investigation and our exploration. And if it sits with your own direct knowing, take it. If not, you don't have to. We are not trying to add another belief system to your shelf of beliefs. This has to be your own truth. Buddha said, come and see for yourself. If you can see, good. If you can't see, good. Not every flower blooms at the same time. Some flowers bloom in the summer, some near spring, some near end of summer. So every flower has its own time. So this probably isn't your time yet. But if you see it, then you can continue with this. You will see for yourself how cycle of birth is a real thing. So now we have pseudo self. We have a self-identifying belief called a self, and every experience is attached to that self using thoughts. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm such a person, all that. But in reality, what is there is just a system in operation. Because of the mind, that system has a whole story. If you're watching a baseball match or a cricket match or whatever it is, you will hear the commentator explaining every move of every batsman, every bowler, everything. You probably have listened to her. You probably have heard people saying voices in my head. People think voices in the head are different to yourself. They're coming from some external entity or something. But these voices in the head, it's also that same mind. If you keep quiet and if you can say your full name in mind, I am so and so, no words uttered in the mind, you will hear a sound. A soundless sound. A signpost. We discussed about signposts, otherwise known as perceptions. Sanya. In Buddhism, we call them perceptions, or sanya in Pali language, in which Buddhism is talked about during Buddha's time. In general, we call it Pali, but the written language is called Pali. The spoken language is called Magadhi, I believe. But that's a different thing. In general, we just call it Pali because everyone can relate to it. Pali word is sanya, or in English we call it perception. We said how a signpost directing you towards New York, that is New York, green and white board on highways you will see, or whatever the name of your city is not the same thing as New York itself. A board about New York is not the same thing as New York itself. A thought about myself is not the same thing as myself. A thought about an elephant is not the same thing. It's not the same thing as the elephant itself. So you say, so these are all signposts. Elephant is a signpost. Perception, sanya. You say, I am so and so with your mouth closed. There's a sound. So that your name is a signpost. Perception. You will see this perception, the word we use here, perception, is not the same perception we use in general conversational English. This has a different meaning to it in this context. So try to understand it in that sense. So the perception, there are different kinds of perception: sound perception, image perception, smell perception, taste perception, touch perception, mental perceptions or thoughts. So the sound perception, when you kept quiet and said your name in your mind, that sound perception didn't have sounds, but you heard a sound. Nobody uttered a word. Similarly, image perception, when you think about democracy, you have some sort of a mental image, a perception, image perception about democracy. And that's a visual, probably like a parliament, image of a parliament, bunch of people, well-dressed people, politicians, making decisions. Everybody's given an equal chance. That sort of, some sort of mental image that you have. That doesn't have democracy in it. It's a signpost. So, smell of a rose, when you smell it, imagine you're smelling a rose, sniffing a rose. There's no rose in it. There's no smell in it. It's just the experience. So it could be extended to smell, taste, touch, everything. So we are thinking, just like the commentator, we have a bunch of perceptions with which we think about whatever the activities that happen, take place throughout our days, from morning to night. There's a commentator thinking with these perceptions that doesn't carry the information it is meant to carry. This is a huge illusion. You think you're thinking about what happened last night with, the fight you had with your wife. You're thinking about that. Everything is replayed in the mind while driving to work. The act of driving happens. There's no thinking as to, there's practice, you would say there's muscle memory and all that. But even that being, even the first driving lessons, when you were given the driving lessons, when your father or whoever your instructor gave you driving lessons, he asked you to do something that was heard through sounds. The response was given. Instructions were followed. Nobody did it. But artificially, these thoughts were attached to the process. Oh, I am driving. I am taking lessons. I am learning. I'm doing better. I'm not doing good today. I did a poor job today. I have to do a better job yesterday, whatever it is. So everywhere it's just like how when wind blows, how the leaves of trees goes in the wind, nobody does it. So someone says something, the so-called you get upset, says something. In between, you're not planning your words. In between, you're not like, even when there are thoughts like, how dare he talks to me like this? There's no self in those thoughts. Those are just signposts. It doesn't carry the meaning you think it does. Just like the perception of an elephant doesn't carry an elephant. So this, if you can see this, what we are trying to communicate here, how there's only a system and a bunch of thoughts attached to it, claiming ownership, claiming doership, if not, and those thoughts itself, the meaning it's trying to convey, it doesn't contain the meaning itself. And if you can see through the illusion, you will see even this delivering of this sermon, there's no continuous thought process as to which word to use next, which word to use next, which way to structure sentences. It just flows. Whatever we do just flows. Even when we're like, you would say, oh, yeah, it flows now because I've been doing this for years. Even when you were learning that, it just flew through, it just flowed. Yet, with thoughts, this claiming of ownership, claiming of doership was given. That is why I feel like I am doing this, I am doing that. So I think that's a good point to stop today and extend this contemplation to our day-to-day life, to investigate if this is your own truth or not. And let's meet again tomorrow. Thank you for joining in. And Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Teruvan Saranai, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. Before I begin today's explanation, as usual, I will pay my humble worship to our spiritual guide, Buddothpada Aranwanse. So, as Ms. Harshi said, we used to claim an ownership to each and every activity. Or you might have not noticed it yet, but even though, other than the activities that you carry out, whatever the object you see, you deal with, you engage with, also has some kind of an ownership. What does that mean? That means, so we'll take an example. So right now I'm seeing a chair in front of me. So I'm sure that there is a chair. It is called a chair. So my internal feeling is that chair is really existing. If the chair is really existing, who perceives the feeling of the existence of the chair? There should be someone to perceive that particular existence feel of the chair. That's why I said earlier, even with the materials that you deal with, they also have some kind of a ownership for that. And also, for the person you know, you have that kind of a ownership for them also. This is my mother. This is my brother. These are my friends. These people are my enemies. You put some kind of an identity of yourself to whatever you perceive. So can you think as something that you don't assign ownership in this within these worldly objects? You won't be able to find out. What does that mean? That means everything that is recognized as the world will be created, has been created around you, around this self identity, around this I-ness. So, but what was the Buddha's message? Simply, we can say there's no living being, there is no human there, and no living being either. So, if it happened to be the message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha, that has been communicated by Lord Buddha, but we still feel there is me in this world. So that particular message does not tally with what we really feel. But Lord Buddha said, it is very difficult to be felt. The state of non-soul is not very easy to easily be felt. It is rather difficult. In order to feel that particular non-soul feeling, you have to see this Dhamma, see this system first. Then you will be able to feel that particular feeling. But as we are the set of people who live in this conventional world, we have never felt such a thing. So that's why we do not feel the exact feeling of Nibbana yet. So once Buddha guarantees, Buddha gives a guarantee that once you start feeling this non-soul feel, you definitely will end up in true liberation. with your mind. So, if it is the end point, so we are starting from the self-perception. These two are the two ends. Starting from the self-feeling, ending up with non-self feeling. So if you talk about this non-self feeling, actually there won't be a self to be felt. That would be the non-self feeling. But as we are coming from this ordinary conventional world, mindful world, we can't imagine the state of that particular feeling. But Buddha said, there is such kind of a feeling too, but you have never felt it. In order to feel that particular feeling, you have to follow the Buddha's word. So, what is the path? How we do it? Only through the understanding. Dhamma. Ekayana maggo ayam bhikkhave. There is only one way to see this, to feel this particular non-soul feeling. No two ways. Ekayana maggo ayam bhikkhave. That means Buddha has told there is no several ways. There are no several ways. There is only one way of going to that particular point. What is that point? Understanding the truth. How you understand the truth? You should learn Buddha's words first, Buddha's message first, at least for the knowledge. Then you have to incorporate that takings into your day-to-day life. Then gradually you tend to feel the feeling. That is the journey. That is the path. So you will feel that you are liberating from your mind little by little, gradually. Then ultimately you will end up in the feeling of the non-soul state. It is, for a beginner, it is a little bit difficult. Seems like it is difficult, but it is not that much difficult as well. Because we talk about these things past few days, during past few days also. So there is a kind of a research that has to be conducted by you. The sample frame for that research should be your mind. The research question is, feeling of the non-soul state. So you have to know certain Dhamma facts prior to start this research. So once you start applying this Dhamma to your day-to-day life, you will tend to feel that your defilements will are fading. So that ensures that you are in the path. So that's why it is a self-convincing. That self, yeah, it is self-convincing because you know that you are in the correct path. You will get to know that you are on right track. So how you get the proper message of Lord Buddha? Saddhamma Sravane, listening to pure truth. So from where you can get the pure truth? At this time, only through the Buddothpada sermons. In this era, you will hear this pure truth only through these Buddothpada sermons. So we welcome anybody in this world. Come and listen this Dhamma very attentively. Then try to analyze what it says. Then you will realize, yes, this Dhamma is true. If you don't feel that this Dhamma is not, don't feel this is these sermons are not correct, just leave it aside. No matter. Do whatever you used to do. But we invite you all to please have a look. Just listen 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 sermons. Even though you do not understand at the very first attempt, you keep on listening. Then I'm pretty sure that you will start understanding it gradually. So that will convince you that this is the Dhamma that has never been heard before. You have, if you live in Buddha era, I'm sure you will hear these things. You heard these things, but now it has gone. The era has gone. But past few decades, you couldn't hear this kind of Dhamma. This is so unique, so straightforward, so clear and logical. Anybody can understand. Anybody. Even a 7-year-old child can understand this Dhamma. Age is not a barrier for that. And the level of education is not a barrier for that. Because this Dhamma is not another kind of a syllabus. It is the life. It is the reality. It is the truth. Being a human is utter waste if you don't know, if you do not get to know this Dhamma before you die. So please get this chance. It is a very rare chance. Lord Buddha once said, the people who understands this Dhamma is a very limited proportion when compared to the human in the entire world. Maybe a few hundreds, but there are 8 billion people in the world. But the proportion which understand this Dhamma is very limited. So you hear the Dhamma truth now again, and this is your chance. So I invite you to listen this Dhamma very carefully, very attentively. Maybe you won't understand first few sermons, but if you keep listening, I can guarantee you, you will start understanding little by little. So that is enough. Then you will realize that you can realize on your own that this is the truth. So what were the sermons I heard before? So then definitely you will start listening these sermons again and again. So that will clarify the truth more and more for you. So just keep on listening. So that is the message that we can give you. So anyway, so what is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha? What should you do? What would you do? What should you do in order to understand this Dhamma? You have to first listen the cause and effect Dhamma. Dependent origination or the Paticcasamuppada. Paticcasamuppada is the Dhamma that have been understood every Buddha who has born so far. Otherwise, there won't be a Nibbana. People who only understand this dependent origination will only excel the world, will only get the true liberation from their mind, will only attain Nibbana. The people who only understand this cause and effect Dhamma or the dependent origination would only attain Nibbana. So what is this cause and effect Dhamma? This is not the action and effect Dhamma. There are two things. There are two different things. So what you hear these days from so many temples is action and effect Dhamma, not the cause and effect Dhamma. So we'll explore some about from the action and effect Dhamma. What sort of a thing it is? Action and effect means every action has a reaction. That means if you do good thing, you will get good results. If you do bad things, you will get bad results. That is the action and effect Dhamma. But Lord Buddha said is not that. Buddha revealed to the world the cause and effect Dhamma, the dependent origination, Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. So, what is this Paticcasamuppada Dhamma? It clearly says how these worldly perceptions get created. So we have been talking when we start this sermon about any worldly perception has an ownership. That is me. The owner is me, myself. I'm the one who belong. I'm the one who owns this house. I'm the one who owns this car, my family. So this chair is mine. Likewise, we have been dealing with the worldly perceptions. Underlying every perception, we have some kind of a ownership or doership. But what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is through the dependent origination, how this ownership or doership got created. That means if you start studying this cause and effect Dhamma, you will realize how these worldly perceptions have been built. So, in order to do so, you have to understand how your faculties get created. Faculties in the sense, basically we say the senses. Senses are responsible. Your senses are responsible of capturing each and every stimuli. So you need to know about your senses well. You have to study them. How my senses work. The way, the mechanism, how they have formed. How my eye creates the light. Through that, how the vision takes place within my eye, eye within my eye. Similarly, how my ear creates the sound, or how the perception or how the pressure is felt through my skin sensor, how my tongue works, how my nose works, how my mind creates the thoughts. Those things have to be studied in depth. So then you will realize they have a similar pattern. Every sensor or every faculty has similar kind of a pattern process of so they undergo some kind of a manufacturing process. So the result will be a light. So if some faculty, if some factory generates light as a result of its activities, for that we call the eye. So what is the purpose of the eye? Giving you the vision. Production of light will enable you to see. Likewise, production of sound will enable you to hear. See, the production of heat or cold sensation will create you the skin sensor. Production of the bitter, sweet or salty taste, that will create the tongue for you. So the same principle can be applied to the nose as well. So if you analyze, if you take one by one, you will see a similar kind of a pattern. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you just need to analyze this one faculty in depth. Then the same pattern can be applied to the other senses as well. Similar kind of a pattern is there. Similar kind of functionality is there in each and every sensor. So how this sensor works? Sensor has some kind of frequency. So if some frequency happen to tally with that sensor frequency, sensor will feel that particular frequency. The vibration occurs simultaneously. So similar vibrations vibrate simultaneously. For that process we call resonance or the telepathization. If the eye faculty starts resonating with some kind of a frequency, it will produce the light. So it will produce a perception of light. Through that, you will be able to visualize that particular frequency. That is the mechanism of seeing the objects around you. So we'll take it as an example. So if your eye faculty has a similar kind of a vibration with a book which sits they are on the bookshelf in front of you, the book is visualized to you because the frequency of the book and the eye become equal, become same. So that gives the same kind of a feeling. That feel makes you to visualize this book. Visualize means produce colors, produce light. So this feel of the sensor give rise to some kind of a visualization. That is light. This is the perception. So perception is the product of the initial vibration. Cause is the vibration, product was the effect is the perception of light. Then what happens? The same thing happens in your eye as well. Same thing happens in your skin as well. The firmness of the book, the solid nature of the book will resonate. That frequency will resonate with the skin. So the skin get the solid feeling because it starts resonating each other, telepathizing each other. So then skin sensor will generate that kind of a signal, perception. Patavi, the solidity, the hardness of this material. So both come together now. Visual signal, the light, and the hardness of the book will come together. Then create another perception. That is the book. So this perception, the so-called perception is having both these qualities, the hardness and the colors. So, but it is a different perception. It is not the light. It is not the solid perception, but it is now it's a book. The cause is the causes are the solidity and the light. Now the new perception is the book. That is the result. So likewise, this cycle continues to happen. So this is the cause and effect Dhamma. It is so logical. Anybody can understand this. Very easy, very straightforward, and it's very logical. So ultimately, we deal with the book, but it is only a perception. But perception, that particular perception has a unique vibration for it. Because the vibration that has been there in the senses are also there in that particular perception as well. So each vibration carries kind of a power in it. So when they amalgamate each other, when they combine each other, it has more power than the initial perceptions. So that power gives rise some kind of a feeling of the existence. So we tend to feel, yes, book is there is the book, that book is on the, this book is on the bookshelf. It's really there. That kind of a feeling comes because of that power. If we happen to feel that the book is really existing, then on the other side, who feels, then another perceptions come, who feels that existent feel of the book. Then comes the me. That perception had been there for long before. Because once you start seeing your own reflection through the mirror, from that day onwards, you know that there is a person here. So that perception comes and combines with that particular book. Then you get a feeling, I am the one who is seeing this book. I am the one who is seeing this book. So that is the way how your ownership, the so-called ownership, combines with each and every worldly perception. But you can understand only these are only perceptions, just signposts. So you deal with the signals that are created within our own senses. That signals may be different. The strengths of signals may be different. But you still deal with this signal. So once you see a book, do you ever think that you deal with a signal or a perception? No, because it has some 3D nature, three-dimensional nature. So you can touch it, you can feel the hardness or the solidity of that particular object. So you can smell that smell. So you can, if you taste it, so it has some kind of a rusty feeling, taste also. So from the, but you still do these engagements through your senses. Senses, if there are senses, so they only perceive the electrical impulses only. So these electrical impulses will generate you different perceptions. Taste, rusty taste, bitter taste, and disgusting smells. So from all these things, you feel kind of 3D nature of the object. But even though it has a 3D nature, you still deal with this, with the perceptions, which comes through your 5, 6 senses. Can you imagine any kind of an object existing in this universe beyond that? No, you can't. Only in the theoretical hypotheses you will find those things, but you haven't felt it anymore. The people might say there are 2D, 3D, 4D, 6D, 9D, 10D, and 11D, but we are unable to visualize, or we are unable to touch or feel that exact nature of that objects. But you can well feel the 3D objects because your senses have very limited kind of capacity. If you have more and more senses, definitely you will feel more than that. But you still deal with these electrical impulses. These electrical impulses will collectively create you different kind of perceptions. These perceptions come together, then they form a 3D or 4D or 5D or 6D objects or whatsoever. So then you think this that is the same way. In that very particular same way, the concept of you, the way that you have been built, has the same similar kind of mechanism. So you capture your figure through your eye sensor. It is an electrical impulse. You hold one hand from the other hand, then you get the touch sensation. It is an electrical impulse. So you might feel, you might taste of your sweat. So it triggers your tongue sensor. It is an electrical impulse. So likewise, all these things are electrical impulse. You figure out yourself through these perceptions. So yourself is also a set of perceptions. The worldly objects as well as yourself are perceptions. So from the time we have born, think a little bit further. From the time we have born, we have been dealing with those perceptions. So if you are a blind person, you have never seen a color. You have never seen the light, because inability to production of the light is the problem there. If you take a blind man from birth, his eye faculty is not capable of producing the light for him. Instead of that, it might create something else. That's why from that they will perceive in that impulse in different way. So that's why some blind people are so sensitive. They can feel. They can feel. So their electrical impulses might produce different kind of perceptions, but other than usual people. So that they have some kind of a different feelings, but they are lacking producing light. So the vision is not there. But even in the absence of the vision, we can't say they can't really feel the external world. They might feel the external world from different ways. So that's why we are, from the time we are born, we are a set up group of animals that we perceive always a perception, that we deal with only perceptions. Perceptions in the electrical impulses, from where these electrical impulses come from the senses that you have. So senses collectively create the worldly objects. So from the time they combine each other, when those signals combine each other, we take that point as the mind. So there is no such a permanent thing called mind. The mind gets created at the point where those signals get combined each other. So at the very instance where the book is created, book is formed through the light perception and the solid perception. So that is the point where your mind, the book is the mind. So as these perceptions, this due to the rapidity of the producing of these perceptions, so it won't stop suddenly. It keeps on coming again and again and again. Within fraction of seconds, millions and trillions of perceptions coming. So we tend to feel that book is there. And also we don't feel it is as a thought, electrical impulse. We tend to feel it is really existing. So likewise, myself is also an existing thing. We tend to feel like that. So this is the problem. So we have to identify this mechanism. We have to understand this mechanism of creating this worldly object. So then you will understand it is not a real thing. It is a creation. Those things are projections of your own senses. Mind is not permanent. Mind gets created then and there. But the rapidity of its occurrence will make you to feel that it is existing. So we can show it with a nice example. So we can see the river is flowing. But at what point you took out a handful of water, it is water. So water is everywhere, but water is flowing at a rapid pace. For that we call the river. So when the water starts to flowing rapidly, so we call it a stream. But still there is water. Likewise, you can see the rain. So water droplets are falling from sky to the earth. But when it happens very fast, we call it rain. Like same thing applies to your mind formation as well. Due to the rapidly creation of these worldly objects, we tend to feel that there is a permanent kind of mind within you. We tend to feel like the mind is as permanent, but it is not a permanent thing. It gets created once all these impulses get together only. So it's not a permanent thing, but it happens in a rapidly. So you can't figure it out one after another. So you tend to feel like it is a permanent kind of a thing. So that's why you think your mind is a permanent thing. But if you study this Buddothpada very depth, you will realize there is nothing called a permanent mind. Mind gets created then and there. So each and every mind has a thought of another thought which brings about the ownership for that particular worldly perception. That ownership makes you to feel that you are existing. So that is the reason why Lord Buddha said, birth of the I is birth of you, birth of self. The moment your I is born, that is the moment you also be born. Because when something is seen, that carries some kind of a energy to your sensor. That energy will propagate to the ultimate object as well, which is created after amalgamating each and every sensory inputs. So that makes you to feel that particular object is really existing. That makes you to feel that you are the one who is seeing this particular object. But everything is a creation. Your mind is a creation. So that is the moment you are born. That is true. Because once you take this I faculty is as real, then the perception that is created from that particular faculty will definitely be real for you. Then the ownership also comes along with that. That's why Lord Buddha said, "Ase upatai mahana obe upata." Your birth comes along with the birth of your own I. But when you realize this Dhamma, as you get to know that it happens into a certain system, there is no doer here, and it is the worldly perceptions as well as the notion of I is a product of our own senses. So you will understand that you are in a simulated world, not in a real world. So that understanding will contribute to comprehend this illusion. So once you understand this particular scenario, particular mechanism, even though you deal with the book, even you sit on your own chair, you know it is a perception, and chair is not real. Your understanding will be there within you. So it will bring about the liberation for you. That liberation is not a temporary one, because you definitely know that there is no actual chair here, as well as the ownership that has been created due to the existence of the chair is not there. It has not been there even. It is not there at this moment, but it has never been there. So that means you have never been born. So in the absence of a birth, will there be a death for you? No. So that is the way how you excel this world. You excel your birth and the death. Upata marana jagatta. In Sinhala, it is said like that. Lord Buddha announced this word. I succeeded, or I excelled the both birth and the death. So that is the most important thing, because I realized that the non-soul Dhamma, there is non-soul Dhamma. This non-soul Dhamma. So it contributes for me to stay away from this worldly, stay away from the suffering that is bring about through these worldly perceptions. Because, worldly perceptions are not real. So even absence of the self, absence of myself, even in the absence of myself, who is going to suffer with these worldly perceptions? No one. Because there is no one at this moment. There is no one in the past. There was no one in the past. There will be no one in the future as well. I have never been born, so I don't have a death as well, because there is no self here. There is no self here. So the entire things comes to the understanding only. If you are able to understand this cause and effect Dhamma very well, in other words, the system, the mechanism of which this illusionary world gets created, if you are able to understand that thing, that will lead to your true liberation. So that is the message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha about 2,500 years back. But unfortunately, in past few decades, it went under the sands of time. But see how fortunate we are. Now we hear this pure truth again through these Buddothpada sermons. That's why I told you, keep on listening these Buddothpada sermons. At the initial stages, you might not understand, but don't discourage. Don't be discouraged. You keep on listening. One fine day, you will start to understand what it says. So you will feel that this is the pure truth. So that will move you towards this will push you towards the path. So path is very clear, the Dhamma is very clear, and instructions are given very clearly, especially by our noble friend Buddothpada. There are some people also now explaining this Dhamma in English, Sinhala, and Tamil languages. So now it is available everywhere in the internet. So you can search these things. So search for Buddothpada Buddothpado sermons. So definitely you will get some of those. So you keep on listening. You will understand this Dhamma, and we are pretty sure that you can attain the state of Nibbana within this lifetime. This is the guarantee that we can give. If you keep on listening this attentively, it will happen. It will not happen in overnight, but it will take some time. Just be patient, and don't give up. Have an open mind, an inquisitive mind, so you will catch the exact what do you call, the exact feel of this Dhamma. So we'll meet again tomorrow, so we can discuss further. So Teruvan Sarnai to all of you. I pay my humble worship to our noble friend Buddothpada and was Teruvan Sarnai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's feet and welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. This segment, in this sermon, I would like to focus on the topic, what is Dhamma? What is this true Dhamma? So, we have been listening to diverse sermons. Actually, all these sermons are possible due to one special person. Actually, we should not introduce him as a person. He is none other than Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who has made a lot of sacrifices to reawaken the true message of Gautama Buddha for the benefit of mankind. So, actually, in the previous sermon, also you heard the uniqueness of these sermons. Why these sermons are so special? As we all know, 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddha, having fulfilled his perfections over such a long period, actually a large number of eons, revealed this beautiful message of true Dhamma to the world, that is actually the fact that there is no person in this body. Although we believe as if there is someone, there is no person as we believe, as we think. So today, as I mentioned before, let's try to understand the beautiful path recommended to relieve the sufferings of this cycle of life and death by Gautama Buddha, and this has been redefined and actually customized for the present generation by our noble teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So the path recommended for someone to achieve Nibbana consists of two stages, like preliminary practice and final stage of practice. That is Purva Bhaga Pratipada and Apara Bhaga Pratipada. So we are all born into human realm to realize the truth and attain Nibbana. This has been highlighted in all these Buddothpado sermons. So not to postpone your journey towards Nibbana. Try, and in all sermons, the beautiful reminder is made. And our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has, using different tones, he encourages the mankind to try out this beautiful path to relieve the sufferings that we all experience. Whoever born to the world, despite their achievements, despite their economic status, social status, one common thing that we all experience is the suffering. So, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Wahanse, first of all, I pay my homage at your feet for all your selfless service. So, actually, if you do not realize the truth, you will continue to experience suffering regardless of your wealth, status, or education that I mentioned before also. So it is not easy to liberate oneself from this illusory world in which we are entangled, because it is due to pure ignorance that we believe that we are born to an existing world and there is a self or a soul in this body. So you may wonder, how can this be? We can see, we can hear, we can touch. But what the eye perceives is merely a collection of colors. Eye doesn't perceive objects or people. The ear perceives merely sounds, not the sounds of vehicles, sounds of animals, or somebody's voice. Eyes, the ear only has the capacity to perceive the sounds. The nose, the smells, not the fragrance of jasmine, not the fragrance of pizza, nothing like that. The tongue, purely the tastes, not the taste of pineapple, not the taste of chocolate cake, not the taste of chicken. And the body, just sensations, not the coldness of the wind, not the softness of the grass, not the heat of the sun rays, just sensations. Through the combination of these sense experiences, the mind constructs an illusion that we discuss every day, that we explain every day, a false sense of reality. So to free ourselves from this illusion, we must listen to the true Dhamma. So that is where this beautiful message comes to play. We must guide the mind to see the truth. Mind is so illusory. Actually, mind always needs to get entangled with something. That is nature, that is the law of mind. So, by listening to true Dhamma, this mind power is naturally diminishing. When one listens to true message, through mechanism, when we prove to the mind that there is no one to be treated by your magic, it is just a system, everything is nature, that mind power gradually diminishes. So if we focus on Buddha's advice, actually the Buddha emphasized that those who worship him with offerings of flowers and lamps are not true worshippers. So true understanding of the Dhamma comes through following a practical path. Regardless of your age, occupation, or background, you can attain Nibbana if you engage in a practice that truly leads to Nibbana. There is a very clear-cut path for that. So, all of us are born to this world, human realm. In this era, are so fortunate because you are blessed with the true Dhamma and not only the Dhamma, the concepts, but a well thought out plan to achieve your destination or to minimize the thought power, to make it zero. Actually, it's worth investigating into why Queen Mallika, who offered great Asatrishadana, that exceptional almsgiving, and Emperor Ashoka, who built 84,000 temples and pagodas, still reborn in lower realms. So if we can attain Nibbana merely through meritorious deeds, these people would have attained it at once, soon after their death. But it didn't happen. It is because of incorrect practice of the Dhamma. Actually, they lacked the wisdom to see the truth. They could not grasp the deeper philosophy. The fact that the external world is not real and there is no soul or no self in this body. So a true Buddhist is not someone who seeks continued existence or bhava. If someone performs meritorious deeds, there is a tendency that he or she might be born in a higher realm, but it is always there is the risk of going back to a lower realm and face suffering. Even though we call it the higher realm, there is also suffering. Suffering which is defined in this Buddhist doctrine. But one who realizes the cessation of bhava or the end of becoming definitely is a true Buddhist. In one of the sermons, Buddha preached, Anto jata bahijata jataya jatitampacha, which means inside there is a tangle, outside there is a tangle. This generation is entangled in both. And also, Tantang Puchama Gotomi Ko Imang Vichako Jatang. That is, we have created two knots, one by making the external world appear real, and another by making the mind itself appear real. external world, on the other hand, mind, because we believe in the mind. Mind, in other words, the self. So monks questioned Buddha, so venerable sir, who is untying this knot? So the Buddha further said, Sile patittaya naro sapanyo chittan panyata bhavayan. It is through sila or virtue that one can begin to see clearly, either by freeing oneself from the five aggregates or by seeing the truth in each moment of stimulus. So the solution is nothing but seeing the truth of the stimulus. So such clarity leads to liberation from these inner and outer entanglements. So the only way to liberate from the this fake world or illusory world is to see the reality of the stimulus. So yesterday also we mentioned that the wise attention and clear wisdom to see the reality or yathabhuta jnana are vitally important to liberate from these entanglements. So the practical path laid out by the Buddha is specifically designed to untie these knots. The two knots, believing that there is a self or that mind is true, and believing that the external world consists of things and people. So to free the mind from illusion and bring about true understanding, one should practice true Dhamma. In the first phase, one should listen to the message of Buddha, then involved in the practical path recommended by Buddha. The Buddha preached the proper path to Nibbana in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra. Actually, we can present this path as consisting of the preliminary and final stages of practice, as I mentioned before, Purvabhaga Pratipada and Aparabhaga Pratipada. In the preliminary practice, one should first realize the philosophy behind the path, that is, wisdom of truth or Shrutamaya Jnana. By listening to sermons, actually, true Dhamma is available for you. Once again, it's worth reminding this message over and over again. There are more than 10,000 sermons completed by Buddothpado Aryan Vansi. All these sermons will lead you to come to this realization that there is no self or there was never a self, and there is nothing real in these formations of sensory faculties that we believe to be as an external world. So in the preliminary practice, one should first realize the philosophy behind the path. This involves understanding the correct message of a noble spiritual friend or Kalyana. Actually, to do this, one should listen to the Dhamma repeatedly. This is not new advice for Buddothpado Dhamma followers. If you talk to 100 of them, all of them would say, when we first listened to the sermon, a certain sermon, we went on listening. Some people say, I know of a lady, she has listened to these sermons, when she happened to listen to the first sermon, she said only to cook she came out of the room and just to do the basic things. Otherwise, she continuously listened to the sermons for 7 days, she said. When actually that is the story of most of the followers of Buddothpado's sermon, because it creates an intrinsic motivation, because we all uh, maybe we do jobs, we have family commitments, we have professional goals, family oriented uh, goals, but within us we all have the need to end the sufferings. It is hidden actually. It was the need, real need any human has, any being has, to end the sufferings, but it is clouded by uh, our thoughts basically, because thoughts creates this illusion that there is a person, there is a world. So when you get entangled in that, this anto jata bahijata thing, the two knots, you need some effort to find your way out of it. So in this path, actually, it is essential to understand the nature of the mind creation. Nature of the mind creation, how thoughts are created in relation to the sensory faculties or sensory bases. Then the mind is stimulus itself. One should understand there are no two entities, two concepts as mind and stimulus. Mind equals the stimulus. And also the fact that the mind is an illusion. It's not true. It should be self-evident. Then also one should know how to see the truth in stimulus. And the role of Trividya, three great knowledges, is extremely important here to understand the nothingness of the stimulus. So actually, through listening to sermons, one will understand the nature of the mind creation and the fact that mind and the stimulus and the thought are all the same, and they are just illusions. There is no substance in stimulus or mind or a thought. And also, he or she learns the strategy to see the truth in the stimulus. For that, these three great knowledges, that's Pubbē Nivāsanussati ඥාන, Āsavaksya ඥානය, and Udeva ඥාන. So these three great knowledges are vitally extremely sorry, three great knowledges. The Pubbē Nivāsanussati ඥානය, that is to go back to the first occurrence of the thought. If we take an example, the tree or the chair or the table, they are thoughts, mere thoughts. So Pubbē Nivāsanussati ඥානය is one of these three great knowledges that would help you to see that this thought is an illusion, because you go back to the first occurrence of that particular thought. In other words, to the moment that someone introduced this table, the concept of table or the tree or this chair to you. And then Chutupapata Jnanaya, the skill of the person, the ability of the person to see the truth of this stimulus then and there, to liberate from the stimulus then and there as it occurs. And Asavakshaya Jnana is when these two are fulfilled, gradually the diminishing of defilements will be self-evident to that particular person or the practitioner. So, similarly, Yoniso Manasikara, I mentioned before also, wise attention and knowledge and vision of things as they really are, Yatha Bhuta Jnana, extremely important. Through this Yathabhuta Jnana, one should see that there is nothing inherent in the stimulus. That is again emptiness. For that, the person should have the skill to understand how the stimulus arises through the sensory system. This we discuss every day in every sermon. The nature of or the functioning of sensory faculties, how the eye perceives a certain visual input, and then how all other sensory bases at once come to work and end up creating the thought, which is actually labeling something, this formation, and creates the illusion. So the practitioner should begin by contemplating the Dhamma in the initial phase of practice. So actually every day we discuss more or less the same. That's why we always say all these 84,000 discourses of Gautama Buddha revolves around the single stimulus. Similarly, these 10,000 or even more Dhamma sermons completed by Buddothpado Aryanwase, he actually always highlights the fact that they all revolve around a single stimulus. So actually, active contemplation of Dhamma is essential. After listening to true Dhamma, at the first phase, that is actually Savitakka Savichara state, which I mentioned in yesterday's sermon also. So the practitioner should involve in contemplation, active contemplation, and the person becomes Dhamma itself. So at this stage is known as Savitakka, the initial application of thought. And later it matures into Avitakka, that is in the first phase, the practitioner makes some effort to see through the stimulus or penetrate through the stimulus. In Avitakka stage, contemplation occurs effortlessly and naturally. That is, now, just imagine now let's take one of the sensory faculties, let's say eye is the commonest because it is the main stakeholder of this illusion. Actually, mind consciousness is number one. Then next we can say eye and the ear. So if we take an image of let's say, a colleague, someone who works with you, who used to work with you in the past. Now we are taking all these examples from a mundane perspective, believing that we live in an existing world just to communicate this properly. So, in the ignorant stage, vitakka vichara stage, that is where a lot of thoughts arise. When the perception arises, what happens is, now if your eye functions, I perceive certain image. At once the thought arises, identification happens with the person's name probably, or if the name does not telepathize, the fact that the person is the former colleague will be the label. So with that, lot of ignorance, if you are in total ignorance, lot of vitakka vichara arise, thoughts will arise like, oh, we used to work together, he used to help me a lot, we have organized events, we have done collaborative projects, we have achieved the targets together. He's a good colleague or someone who actually dominated over us, or whatever the thoughts, strings of thoughts will arise, and each thought will generate power as if a natural phenomenon, and it would energize the self-perception. That's the danger, because this happens since you attributed to power to that particular perception, that particular stimulus actually. Because when the identification occurred as the former colleague, the thought has become real. And since you do not Dhamma whatsoever, no Dhamma application will happen. So that is total ignorance, and lot of thought power will arise, and the self-perception will be strong. And next level, if you are like in the path, initial phase, what would happen is, now you know that thought is going to be real. Within, not you actually, that awareness, that awakening arises. And you, within, you contemplate, some contemplation happens. You may not talk loud or talk to yourself, but Dhamma, but still, this is the thought, kind of that magic, the mechanism. Now see how my eye perceive this image, and this is coming now for sound, color, some active contemplation occurs, and so that will reduce the thought power or the self-perception, the value attributed to it, because there is no value in the thought. Only when that image is entangled with this name identification, only this value arises. Value is also attributed. Value is power. Power is me. So, in the mature practitioner stage, what happens is avitakka, without any effort, without any active contemplation, the burning or the power would be very less or zero. Avitakka vichara, in that stimulus, you liberate fully from it at that level, because effortlessly you might talk to the person, you might do the needful, but still with lot of tranquility, inner tranquility. The power will not be there. the self-perception will be minimum. So that is the avitakka stage. Actually, it is the if this avitakka stage is continuous or consistent, that is of course the arahata samadhi, liberation from each and every thought without being deceived by a single thought happens. So one who is in the path may liberate from a single thought or so lot of stimuli, but once in a while the person might get deceived until we fully liberate from this. So this is a beautiful self-evident path, and we should not have doubts whatsoever about this path and about this beautiful truth, the message of truth. So by that time in the sense avitakka stage, all doubts should be removed, no doubts whatsoever. If doubts still remain, one should continue to listen to the Dhamma again and again until it becomes crystal clear. Now here the path is very beautifully explained, touching on all the pitfalls. So even though you effortlessly liberate from a stimuli, at times you may have doubts. That is also normal, it says. In that case, you have to go back to philosophy. And you must listen to more and more sermons until this Dhamma becomes you. That is without any single type of contemplation, you liberate from everything. Your tranquility becomes an integral part of your day-to-day activities or your so-called life. One should actually continue to listen to them. This clarity arises only through practical engagement. That's where the practical part begins actually. For this to become self-evident, you have to involve in practical programs, participate in practical programs. If one attempts to proceed merely with intellectual knowledge of Dhamma, doubts will persist. That is actually, it is so rational. So if you cannot see it through yourself, if you cannot see Dhamma through yourself, always doubts will arise. The practical part is vital for it because it resolves all doubts and issues relating to the path. So when one realizes Dhamma through direct experience, penetrative insight begins to develop. That happens. That is also a nature. It without any effort, without person penetrating through stimulus one by one, automatically the person, not as a person, liberation from external world will happen. And the beauty of this is this penetrative insight happens regardless of the four postures. It transcends the postures. I mean, in any posture, not a specific posture is needed to involve in penetrative insight. Even walking, standing, sitting, lying down in any posture, because this is seeing through the wisdom. This is just the wisdom, not a person focusing on a certain perception to see through it. Nothing like that. The more it is contemplated, the clearer the understanding becomes. So, in the initial phase, the active penetrative insight is important. It helps you to come to self-realization. This is the correct path of penetrative insight. So, there is nothing to externally maintain here, as Sila is automatically upheld through the inner transformation. So, when one liberates from stimuli, so one should not make effort to preserve certain Sila or virtue to be virtuous. Everything will come in place when you basically, fundamentally, you liberate from the stimulus. Sila is there. Only a person who possesses Satya Jnana or wisdom of truth will be able to proceed to Krutya Jnana, that is the practice. So, the Buddha has shown us 3 stages in the path as Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana and Krutajnana. So Satya Jnana is wisdom of truth by listening to philosophy, actually, understanding the philosophy. So Krutya Jnana is application of the philosophy with maybe at times with awareness, but Krutajnana, it happens automatically. The liberation happens automatically without the personal involvement or spontaneously, actually, without effortlessly. So it is also emphasized again that one must maintain yoniso manasikara, wise attention, in response to all stimuli. In all 4 postures that I mentioned before also, walking, standing, sitting, lying down, and even when talking, looking around, or when remaining silent, one should be mindful in the sense not to be deceived. That awakening should be there for not to be deceived by stimuli. So every action should be done with full awareness. Now all these instructions are given in the explanation of the path, actually. That's why a series of instructions are given, because what I am discussing here is preliminary practice of the path. So proper concentration or wise attention, that is it. Maintaining the wise attention, that is actually contemplation of Dhamma, to liberate from the stimulus. Yatha Bhuta Jnana means seeing things as they truly are, that is the mechanism, how the sensory faculties create this illusion. And also, not just sensory faculties, one should be aware that the moment the sensory inputs become real, self-perception gets energized. or it arises there. The rising of the self view happens, because if a particular creation of a sensory organ or a projection of a sensory faculty becomes real, the observer arises on the other side, the duality. So that is very important to keep in mind. This is also referred to as samudaya jnana, knowledge of arising. So everything is there. I mean, that's why I mentioned before also, all 84,000 Dhamma discourses revolves around the single stimulus. Samudaya jnana is knowledge of arising, how the stimulus or the thought arises. When this understanding deepens, abandoning or cessation naturally occurs. Cessation, that rising and cessation, that udaya jnana, it is another form of wisdom, very important sort of wisdom for someone, for a practitioner. But these are mere words unless someone experiences them. So when we take all these in terms of theory, what happens is the definition is okay, the wisdom to see the rising and cessation of stimulus. But in practical sense, we can never see the cessation of the stimulus, because we know all these five aggregates or these vibrations that come together happen at such a rapid speed. The human sensory faculties cannot detect this speed, cannot calculate this speed. That's why we see this, even Buddha used this metaphor of the firing. Just like when somebody is spinning a fire band, in that firing you cannot see the fire band. You only see a firing. But wisdom is that you know it is a fire band being rotated or spun. That is actually, with this simple metaphor, we can understand this mechanism. So, since fire band is rotated or spun so rapidly, fire band cannot be found. Similarly, thoughts, stimuli occur or vibrations arise so fast that we cannot see cessation of a single stimulus. We cannot see it. We see as if it exists. It exists. The tree exists. We don't see that it is a stimulus that arises and ceases, arises and ceases. That is through wisdom only we do understand it. When one cultivates this yoniso manasikara or wise attention, they can identify these processes within themselves. That's what I explained actually, the wisdom, inner awareness. They begin to observe how their defilements gradually dissolve, that is asavakya jnana, or ability to identify the diminishing of defilements, wisdom to identify the diminishing of defilements. At this stage, all three forms of higher knowledge or great knowledge, Trividya, becomes present. That's very beautiful. the Pubbe Nivasanussati, Chutupapata and Asavaksha. Pubbe Nivasanussati to liberate, because within yourself that through awakening you know this is not an existing thing. There is nothing called tree. Tree is just the concept that occurred at some point in the past. Not just the tree, even the colors. Now you may perceive something as yellow, red, blue. All prior perceptions. Only through this wisdom to see the first occurrence of the thought that you can see that it is just a concept. There isn't anything in the concept. Then Chutupapata Jnana, wisdom to see it then and there, then and there. The stimulus. As the stimulus arises, the liberation happens. So Asavaksha Jnana, that is when you are in the path, you feel the gradual diminishing of defilements. In the initial phase, you may compare actually, that is inevitable. So that is my personal experience also. We feel, if I take yesterday's example itself, when somebody has done something that made you upset or that agitation occurred due to thought power, we can't say actually somebody did something. They are all wrong. That again makes all my explanation faulty. I take the example just to explain it. I'm using these words. Now imagine my ear perceived, the ear perceived some sound, and the mind identified actually as somebody was scolding. So that thought power might make the person really upset. So that power will create lot of thoughts like I must talk to him or her tomorrow. I must answer in this way. I must tell this, or I must behave in this way. I must not help her hereafter. Lot of things. Oh, I have given her this much of money. I should ask for it. All these thoughts will arise, but they are just useless thoughts. What they do is only creating certain power, making the self-perception strong. But when you are, if for someone in the path, next time something like that happens, such thoughts may not occur, and this person identifies that, this person feels that. That is where one experiences this wisdom of diminishing of defilements. So gradually the person becomes fully aware of the arising thought. Actually, a person who is practicing or who has this Yathabhuta Jnana, that is wisdom of truth, is aware whether they are liberated from a thought or not. When they get caught, some reminder is there, that is awakening. Through awakening, the person knows whether this particular stimulus became real to me or it didn't become a thing. If the thought has been overcome, they know it. Yeah, if he has got caught, he knows. If he has liberated from me, that also he knows. He's aware. So the presence of defilements is also self-evident. That is what I explained as Asavaksya Jnanaya. This awareness itself is Yatha Bhuta Jnana, in other words, because always this awareness persists. Such a mind is a skillful, wisdom-associated mind. That Kusala, yesterday the topic was Kusalaya, skillfulness. So Jnana Samprayukta Kusala Chitta, because no one should come and tell, okay, now you are in this level, you are in this level. Now you actually, when we listen to these Dhamma discourses, it should be very clear to you. Now, if you can tally these with Aryan Mahanse's instructions or advice or guidance, sometimes when we relate our experiences, he says, it's only you who knows it. It should be self-evident to you. So that's what we mean by when we say it should be seen by the person himself. But for that, this wisdom to see the reality should be there. In other words, Yatha Bhuta Jnana. So if there are no poles fixed on either side, one cannot climb a ladder. The two poles on either side of the ladder is what makes it a ladder. In the same way, Yatha Bhuta Jnana and mindfulness can be compared to the two poles that support the ascent of practice. Similarly, if we take another metaphor is coming. Now, if the path is compared to a ladder, this wise attention and Yatha Bhuta Jnana, the knowledge or the wisdom to see the reality, are the two poles on the either side of the ladder, so that the progression in the path will happen. Now imagine a boat sailing in the middle of the ocean with a hole in it. No matter how much water you remove, the boat will continue to flood unless the hole is repaired. So constantly removing water is useless. What must be done is to mend the hole. And to mend this hole, one must fix the bunk called philosophy or the knowledge, wisdom of truth. This is a beautiful metaphor. So if there is a boat that sails in the sea with a hole in it, however much we empty, more defilements arise, more water gets collected in the boat. Unless you fix that hole, mend that hole. Similarly, that's why it is always recommended for the practitioner to revisit the philosophy. That is through that wisdom of truth only one can mend this hole to progress in the path, in the sense to liberate from the stimuli. If you get caught in the stimuli, of course, that power arises. Power is nothing but the defilements. Defilements, this delusion, aversion, then desire. Those are manifest forms of the power. So isn't it beautiful? or when we understand this through these metaphors, it's really beautiful. So what I touched on today is actually the preliminary uh, path, because there are two stages in the path: preliminary stage and the final stage, Purva Bhaga Pratipada and the Apara Bhaga Pratipada. So what I highlighted was Purva Bhaga Pratipada, preliminary practice or preliminary stage of practice. So the key points highlighted, one should understand the nature of the mind creation. Mind is stimulus itself, and the mind is an illusion, and how one should see the truth in the stimulus. But that the importance of three great knowledges, Pubbē Nivāsanussati, Chattupapada and Asavakya, and also Yathabhuta Jnana and Yoniso Manasikara. So it's actually, while discussing, it was like penetrative insight for me who talked about it. So I don't know how to express our gratitude to our noble teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for providing us with all these opportunities, and for his all efforts to share this message with the entire mankind. So may the noble triple gem bless you all. See you again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.